I'm back for day 2 because we didn't scare you much yesterday. So curious to hear some feedback first on anything that you thought of since we ended our meeting yesterday, and questions, thoughts.
The one thought I had was the information that we've been given for this was the latest survey. It was issued by FWP and given to us before this council, and I think it needs to be in our summary. We can say maybe we feel it's not a broad survey, but I still think the points are relevant.
Yeah, I say that I think the general gist of those different questions is good to make sure it's included, like, some users. Yeah, that's without getting specific on the data. We want this to be something that is durable, and there'll be new surveys, the exact specifics, as we talked about yesterday, there's too many challenges with that survey to rest everything on that one kind of opportunistic survey. So it'll change in the future as more data are collected. So I think that the general ideas there are good to make sure we capture that they help explain what makes this a challenge, right? But I wouldn't want to put too many specific numbers in there with all the different caveats.
Seems like there was stuff added in the revision here that I don't see in any of our initial discussions. There's a paragraph that says recent recreational surveys done by FWP presented.
That was just my draft.
That was yours.
That is just my draft. I did not.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Sam sent group 2 some suggestions. Let's actually, we'll get into that next, and we'll look at what you suggested. Thank you for working on that. It's not easy to combine these things, but
yeah, I just wanted to follow up on Sam's comment. I think that the people I talk to that talk about overcrowding, whether it's rivers or highways or whatever, they put their context is the last 4 or 5 years. I think that by supplying additional data, or the availability of additional data that shows that FWP has been addressing issues of overcrowding of rivers for some time, would put less, would put more of the responsibility, I guess, for overcrowding on the last 20 years or 25 years versus the last 4 or 5 years. That's a perception in Montana's right now, is that everybody that's been here the last 4 or 5 years is the cause of this problem.
So you're saying by looking at a longer history, we can say that this has been a longer term problem.
If that is true, to my understanding, that is true based on what we've heard so far, right?
I mean, I think we've all heard of certain rivers, at least that's been the challenge going for decades, right? So at least in some areas, and again, it's all about perception too, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that kind of general information is helpful, and that should be part of the statement, because yeah, this is not a new problem, probably for at least some of us, that I think your baseline is different from the newcomer's baseline maybe, but yeah, it's normally have those perceptions of changes.
I think you could argue that the very first river recreation plan in Montana was developed in about 76. That would be a pretty arguable date for the first initial attempt to deal with overcrowding.
Yeah.
That's a while ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
So 50 years. So I think the writing was on the wall back then. And obviously our perceptions of what is crowding is skewed also by how everything is more.
Yeah, I think that kind of history would really help to mention it in a line or two, or a whole paragraph, whatever you think is needed to build from that understanding that this is not something that's just now thing. It's been a thing that's been thought about for decades, and it's why we need something that is a durable product that can be looked at over time and used over time. Revised as needed, but as a whole, it's something that will be useful into future decades. Fantastic talk, right? So
this may be dipping my toe into solutions a little bit, but I've also been thinking about data collection and surveying and how do we stay on top of or, an evolving problem that is one problem today and, by next year could be a different problem in a different place. Other states that I've fished in have a requirement that when you apply for your next fishing license, you have to do a survey and you answer a bunch of the similar questions to what we got, answers to in that survey. And so I'm not wanting to go down this road, but I think it'd be very easy for the department to do a survey before you buy your next fishing license of what you experienced the previous year. Because right now we have a small sample size in a survey that was, self-selecting in. But if every angler had to participate in a survey at the beginning of each year, we'd be getting not, real-time data, but as close to real-time data as you possibly could. It'd be low cost, really effective, and it'd be a much bigger sample size. So anyway, just thinking about that, like
I get one like every year, like a survey about my angling from
I've never gotten.
Montana State.
Yeah.
It's like question here.
Let's put this pin in that idea, because when we get to alternatives, let's talk about it and like figure out how that links up to the objectives that you come up with today, right?
So my point with saying all of that is I think our biggest problem is that we don't have the data that we need to make the decision that we're gonna make. We're gonna make a decision, we're gonna make recommendations, but we're kind of shooting in the dark. Yes, we have that survey, but again, as people have said, without a true data set to work off of, we're kind of just guessing at this point.
Yeah, and I think this is again where like getting our objectives identified today will help us understand like when that information is going to be helpful. Because there's elements of what you hear about that data to inform, the consequences of making any decision. That particular objective, but there will be some that might need more information, so we'll get to a better understanding of what those information needs will be. And what they are, as we think about alternatives, and this will become even more apparent for everybody in the future when they're taking your recommendations and actually trying to make a decision. Like sometimes you can deal with uncertainty and like make a decision anyway, because the decision isn't actually less sensitive to that uncertainty. So even without data, it's okay to proceed. We can look at that specifically in a decision analytic framework, what you build here. So that'll be something that's helpful, to try to anticipate the future, also what the data needs to be. So you can get ahead of it, like you're saying. Other thoughts or questions, everything. Ready to dive into picking one of these to make our first
Can I ask one question?
iteration? Yeah.
And it's not specific to this, it's sort of more just an overreaching question. I assume that whatever we come up with is going to be focused on Class 1 river. Is there a need to address? I guess I'm asking the question, is it going to be focused on Class 1 rivers, and is there a need to address other waterways as well, given?
Yes, so I think it would be Class 1 waters, but also want to consider any Class 2 categorized, which are, the way we categorize Class 2 is that they're not Class 1. And so we would want to consider some Class 2 waters that do have recreation impact or have recreation use that's occurring on it. And so there possibly could be, a smaller section that's not listed in that Class 1 waters, or there might be another creek that we start to see some form of recreation use that maybe we're not familiar with right now, or maybe in the future there is some wade angling where we start to see that use. So considering those other types of use, not just either wade angling on these smaller creeks or smaller kind of drainages, but also the possibility that there could be what you consider overcrowding or some overuse in that area. So how do we regulate that for those scenarios where it's maybe not just your large Missouri Madison?
Yeah, my observation when I looked at the overall regulations and what we were looking at. My sense of our responsibility wasn't limited in scope to strictly class one waters, but included, as Leon was saying.
I agree.
Potentially
I just wonder if we.
other waters that might have those kind of uses that might be impacted by what we're looking at and potentially needing some sort of framework.
It just seems like it might be a statement that would be worth having in there, that we're not just talking about class one, we're talking about water as a whole. I mean, I just look at the list of class one here, you know, Blackfoot from Cedar Meadows down. I did a commercial trip with the guide about that.
Yeah, for further clarification as well, water could include lakes, and so this would not, but lakes would not be in your purview
Yes,
or
right.
that scope that we're asking of you. I mean, that's something. I think, so these, we class one waters, rivers, basically. Rivers within class one waters. That makes sense.
And so I think like keeping a note, so you think of things, like that, that's really helpful, so you can remember to make sure that gets added. I think unless you want to do more breakout groups, I think the best thing right now would be to pick one of these as our template to then, you know, delete things from that, add things from the other. However, we want to try to merge these, and yes, Sam, you did work on merging them too, and just because people haven't had a chance to look at that yet, it I think might be, if you, as you see what, you know, what you pick, you can like point us to some ideas of what you tried and we can.
I'm not trying to merge them and take anything out that others didn't, but I did try to merge the two.
Yeah,
I think it's easier if everybody just reads the merge and
Okay.
decide what they want to take out.
we can put that up on the screen as a first step. You guys want to take a look at that?
Yeah, I think working off of one versus going back, and we can see what you know, if you left out something that I'm super passionate about, then we should try to add it back. But having two is gonna be a lot of work.
And did you send your revisions out to the group or just to?
Yep,
I didn't see it.
It looks like it was just. two group two, though,
yep,
yeah.
and that was just based off of Liam's suggestion this morning, because he thought we were gonna do a breakout right away, but I'll send it to everybody.
Yeah, let me know. Sam, are you able to send that to everyone right now too, so they can put their.
Just did.
So you should have that in your inboxes shortly. Put it on the screen too.
That out a little bit.
Trying, should be, oh, that good? Let me know, don't make me scroll.
The feedback I have is that, potentially in language where we talk about, user groups. We use commercial in some places and we don't use commercial in others. I mean, the outfitting and commercial, yes, are interchangeable. But if we could agree that, the way we identify the two primary user groups, commercial versus recreational, and have that language be consistent throughout the document, I think that would be helpful. Because where it says outfitters and later it says commercial, maybe that needs to be further just 2 columns.
Make those kinds of changes.
Yeah, because that would mean two different things to me, like outfitting would be guiding, fishing, that type of stuff. Commercial use would be, gosh, you could be doing raft trips or rental boats or something.
You could have a shuttle service.
Shuttle service.
Yeah.
So do you need both things in there or?
Well, I think if you just say commercial, it encompasses everything.
So, general feedback on this merge of the two.
Good job, Sam. This obviously was a lot of work.
Yeah,
did a
so
really good
far
job.
what I like, what I see, I like very much. I guess the concern I maybe like to put out there is that there are more than one or two ways of breaking user groups down, and I'm questioning how fine we want to bring that down. In terms of, for example, guided fishing trips versus recreational use versus what else it might be, but fishing versus non-fishing, et cetera.
Would a way to break the two categories out versus, rather than saying recreation versus commercial, would be commercial versus non-commercial?
That's how it's traditionally been phrased. I would argue that that's not accurate, but you know what? Everybody's used to it, so let's just stick with it.
Maybe it's a wider net.
Yeah.
Commercially permitted versus non-commercial.
Who already just put commercial and non-commercial. And, I think anybody who's paying attention and has been paying attention for all these years is familiar with that. And understands exactly what it means.
I would say that maybe further just defining it might be useful. In the context of people who, this is the first time they've really been to do these things, but have an interest.
Well, my question with that, Robert, is I don't disagree with you, but my question with that is would that be and this is kind of more for Sarah, would that be more appropriate to do when we start to get into alternatives? As
I think
opposed to in a problem statement?
when I look at this, and obviously haven't fully digested it yet, but have we talked about the different user groups? Like, I think it actually can be helpful to break it down to kind of explain all the different kinds of use that are ready and that there's more happening in the future. Part of types of demands of diversity, continuing to diversify. Like maybe like we could have a sense there. This includes all these different things, commercial, non-commercial, but also like boats and tubers.
Motorized or not motorized.
Yes, all those things, like, I think that could just help readers like appreciate like all the nuance of, types of use here.
And that would be with the problem statement.
I mean, I think it would be helpful just so that readers who aren't familiar with this challenge can better understand it. And it also helps set us up when we get to our next step in a little bit here of objectives to think about how those different user groups might be impacted by the decisions and talking about, like, we want to make sure that these different groups are happy or satisfied with whatever you come up with, right? Like it points to that sharing of the burden part of, any decision too, is like, this is gonna affect all these people potentially. And so we want to make sure we understand those effects and make a decision that does the best job at meeting the needs of everybody, hopefully.
One thing that was in group ones that isn't in the combined is, Scott had brought up some other surveys where river systems, some questions have been asked, and people aren't dissatisfied. So we had, well, some people don't think it's a problem, some people do think it's a problem. I think it is important to note that there are a lot of people who don't think it's a problem.
Yeah, so like somewhere in paragraph 2, that's the idea of pointing to data from that, single recent survey with all its caveats, like, I think, I don't know, getting into those specifics is like we talked about ideal or not. And it might make it less like, applicable in the future as conditions change, because it's there, what currently one survey shows.
The way I've done it before and the way I've viewed a problem statement before is those details, while important, shouldn't be in there. They should be elsewhere in the work that you're doing. And you could simplify it by something or along the lines of recent surveys shows this dissatisfaction, but there is also evidence that there's a lot of satisfaction out there as well from other surveys.
I think that is captured in there.
Mhm.
It says overcrowding is subjective depending on the river and the user. I mean, I don't know if that captures exactly what you guys were trying to do, but I think that was maybe a nod to that idea that in some places this is perceived as a problem, and others not. Do you think we could strengthen that in some way to make it more clear?
I don't know, I guess my comment was to do the opposite of strengthening that statement, because some people don't think that overcrowding is a problem, and, I hadn't looked at any survey besides the one that was presented to us by Fish and Game preparation for this. There are other surveys out there that say, that there's a lot of boats.
Which is interesting, because I read your survey and the survey, one that you sent yesterday. The survey that Liam gave us yesterday that did break out regions, region 5 is different than 1 has some issues, 2, 3, and 4 seem pretty strong. 5 kind of, not as much issues. So geographically there are some differences.
Yeah, the Bighorn can be a crowded place and it's still a fabulous fishery almost every day of the year.
I mean, you gotta think about how expansive some of these regions are as well. I'm just pointing at 3 as an example, because that's the region I exist in. The Yellowstone is in region 3, but so is the Beaverhead, and they have vastly different satisfaction rates. That you gotta think about.
Is Yellowstone in 3 or 5? 3. It is 3.
It's in 5, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Big river.
Yeah,
It's in 7 too, right?
Yeah. All regions.
Yeah.
Yellowstone's in 5.
In 5.
Or fish management, I'm not sure how it works in recreation.
For, for rec, part of it is in 3. Yeah, so, we have different delineation.
But the point is the same.
Could we just, for example, to move things along, in the last sentence of the second paragraph, overcrowding is subjective depending on the river and the user, but is a concern some river users have expressed for decades. I mean, that I think that just adding that some kind of provides the perspective that it's not all the place all the time, or that discussion.
Okay with that. Time being. Keeping in or removing that more than 1/3 show dissatisfaction. So I'm giving that a survey. Something like some users are dissatisfied.
Yeah, 1/3 seems really high. I'm in a really crowded boat ramp. 200 days a year. It's not 1/3. So there is a lot of.
This is still based off of that survey.
Right.
But you might get different answers if you surveyed a different group of people. So this is where,
My opinion is the survey wasn't particularly valid just based on the sample size, and so to put that in, in detail as part of the problem statement seems fraught with problems just based on the size of the sample. You're talking 50 some people. I mean, on both sides of the spectrum, whether you're think you're dissatisfied or not dissatisfied, the number of people just isn't enough, in my opinion, to be able to use that as a foundational statement for a problem. There's just enough data there.
I had the same reaction when I saw the survey.
That's why when I asked you initially, like, where did that come from? I don't remember us using that language.
I'm in agreement with Todd on that and Sarah, and I think the first sentence in that paragraph pretty much sums it up in general without going into the specifics, doesn't it? I mean,
We
we
say
certainly,
on some Montana waterways,
Yeah.
you know, you don't even have to say all.
I would suggest saying something like some users are dissatisfied. And that allows us to understand more about what makes this, like, leads to some dissatisfaction for some people. Right? And if we do that in both places where we can get to specifics after dissatisfaction. That would still allow people to understand some of these feelings and. Just to make it easier to see. Undo, try something. And again, we're gonna like work on this for a little bit and then set it aside and keep moving and we'll come back to this later too. So I don't like feel like we have to get it perfect right now. Just looking for general, like, are we somewhere getting closer with a problem statement that captures everything we've been talking about?
I think that's a much fairer statement. Buying experience around the state.
This is, as you read this, that you recognize as not being there from the two drafts that you took home yesterday. You want to think about adding in.
I guess the piece I am looking at is putting language in this problem statement to guide where we go with, or where the department goes with alternatives. That words it something as in the river recreation management decisions may not interfere or infringe upon Montana stream access law. And have it be strong enough that it may not, that any decision may not interfere with our rights.
There's some language in there if you'd like to propose where.
Seeming like in that final paragraph where we start talking, where Sam's got it kind of laid out. The plans need to follow an overarching framework, you know. Or the talk about it being feasible, legal, affordable, measurable. In that zone there, feels like a place where you can mention it. Programs, plans may not infringe on Montana's stream access law.
This.
I like that.
I do have one question, I guess, I'd like to just talk about a little bit. Part of it comes from what Dustin said yesterday when he presented to us, which I think ties into that last sentence there. He said something to the effect that there would never be any, how do you put it? Basically, if you do anything to a river, you're gonna have to do it to private and commercial users at the same time. I guess I'd like to push back on that a little bit. Obviously, I can't push back on him, but I don't, I mean, I think there are examples in the state where there have been restrictions to some commercial use and no restrictions to public use that have been fairly successful. I would point to Big Old Beaverhead, didn't really regulate anything but out-of-state private voters, I think. Is that correct?
It is, the Beaverhead Big Hole is, and I'm gonna put a spin on it for me personally, is punitive. Punitive. Deliberately use that word towards commercial users and non-residents.
So what I,
And I would disagree that it's effective. In my personal opinion, that's just speaking for me personally.
Sure.
Other people will say things different.
The argument I would use, it's been in play now for 20 years. And there hasn't been enough of an uprising from any user group, be they out-of-state privates or commercial users to facilitate any change. I also, the piece I would use or consider is, you know, on a river like the Bighorn or the Missouri, where there are lots and lots and lots of, I think maybe you disagree with me, my experience every time. It's vastly more commercial use. Every time I've been there.
so are you
Except for in
proposing,
the off season. Colorado has figured out that the Bighorn is
Fishes all the
basically fishes all the time, and now there's 20 to 40 boats in the parking lot every day of the year where there used to nobody be there, and the commercial use is done. Like I'm done working and there's still 40 boats from Colorado in the parking lot.
Todd, are you proposing to change language in non-related sense?
Well, I just don't know that I don't know that I feel comfortable putting in their language that says that we have to regulate both groups. There may be a situation where we want to regulate private and not commercial. There may be a situation where we want to do both, and there may be a situation where, you know, where the department feels like regulating commercial use at some level is doable or needed.
I think getting that detailed, you're gonna get into the weeds. I think what the director said was we have to consider both groups. I don't think you're having to apply the same restrictions or whatever across the board to people. And I mean, I'm talking about geographical location as well as user type. So he wants you to consider what the impacts from the groups are and consider that appropriately. I don't think he's expecting any prescriptive recommendations from this group on you have to do this to this group here and not this group here. He just wants you to consider both groups.
And that kind of, you know, the outcomes on the different groups be part of the decision analysis that happens after this group is done working, and FWP is analyzing the, you know, how the different objectives are addressed. And that's why we're gonna make sure to put all these different things we're talking about into our objectives, so that when we get to that phase, we can understand those effects and find like the optimal solution to the problem, you know, considering how important the different, you know, objectives are for any particular decision. So that'll change from river to river, even stretch to stretch potentially. And so we'll make sure like we have those identified clearly in our next step, but yeah, getting too prescriptive.
You know, just as a follow-up, I guess what I read there basically says that regardless of the decision, the sacrifice or benefit needs to be shared across all user groups.
So that is what it says.
Yeah, so we might need to think about something.
I mean, I don't know, we want.
Can I, sorry, Tom.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Can I throw out a phrase and you can chew on it for a little bit? And it's just a simple phrase, shared burden of conservation. Again, that gets to what Deb was just saying, where it's very general and broad and not very specific.
The word needs in there is what makes that sentence so strong. If it read, any decisions on how to manage river recreation must be evaluated to consider the effects it has across user groups.
You can both be also needs to consider its benefits and faults across user groups.
Yeah.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Also needs to consider its
consider.
benefits and costs, because that's exactly what's gonna happen, right?
Then it's not a problem statement that seems to suggest what the answer is going to be.
Right.
Yeah, we don't want the answers to be like embedded here, because otherwise how can we know if that actually is a good solution? Just to set up our next step.
That it needs to be part of the decision.
That third bullet point is our commercial versus non-commercial statement.
Confident commercial.
When you say commercial and non-commercial. That's what it exists. Yeah.
It's the same. See it yesterday.
It really does have to be shared equally, like just thinking about the commercial shuttle drivers on a river. They're there for both the commercial users and the private users. If you somehow restrict just the commercial users, well, now all of a sudden, you might not have a shuttle company for the private users.
We will, yeah, we'll get to understand all those nuances during decision analysis of like. all the
Right, and that's why I think
possible
that commercial and non-commercial is the best way to, I don't know, word that.
Is there a need for a third category in that? There are some caveats, maybe go so far as to say loopholes. With regulating usage on waterways that are initiated or terminated on private land. So do we need to consider commercial, non-commercial, and the nuanced way of private landowners being able to influence activity on the water that could not be considered a commercial or non-commercial entity?
Example, what that might look like. I'm thinking of the example that I
I'm-
from Don yesterday about the camp or the group that was the guide school that was not
But it's a
licensed,
nonprofit. group
nonprofit, right?
Using it.
And I'm concerned about opening a particular can here, but I would there is I believe that legally there are ways of making your usage of the waterway not commercial by charging for a different product. So a trespass fee. A landowner could charge a trespass fee, for instance. And that would remove their commercial involvement to use their property to move through our public waters.
That's not the case. And that's the reason why it's not the case is because the license to make it commercial, the activity of guiding involves the pursuit of fish or game. It doesn't involve where that pursuit happens. Okay, so in that situation that you're talking about, hey, they exist. Depews per Spring Creek, perfect example. That's private property. They charge a rod fee, same thing as a trespass fee. People can do it unguided, people can do it guided. When guides take people, and I've actually done one trip over the years on this, when people take a guided client on that private property, they have to have a guide license. I do a lot of guiding on private property myself. I have to have a guide license. It doesn't eliminate my product. The only way that a person can guide someone in the act of pursuit for fish and game, fish on private property without a license is there is one loophole. And it can't be for profit, by the way, and that's if it's the landowner himself or herself who is doing the guiding.
Could it be an agent of the corporation that owns? Could it be a member of the corporation that owns? A corporation is a person.
I believe. I have to check.
Anyways, but I guess where I would ask Scott, and because you're far more versed in this, is commercial fees, ID outfitter, SRP type things. Would that activity still be legally required to pay an SRP 3% if it moved on that type of water? Would the interaction go from your private, if you're moving through this private entity using the public waterway and removing yourself at that same private entity or a different one, however?
Then is this like more like an action item that could be considered?
Well, I'm wondering about if we have to define another user group.
Yeah,
You see
so
it's
like,
commercial
is
versus
there
not.
text that we could, and we could talk about maybe
Yeah.
think about the different possible solutions there, but like, is there text that we could propose to put up here to capture kind of what you're thinking of?
We're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, we definitely did.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion just about that last sentence. It mentions public trust, but I think a definition of public trust might be useful too. Just that Montana's rivers, streams, and other waterways are held in trust for the citizens, for the benefit of the citizens of the state.
So add a sentence about that.
That's my suggestion. I don't know what he thinks about that.
For the sake of my understanding of what Ben was trying to get to, I just use an example that I'm thinking of that may apply to your situation, it may not, just let me know. So on the Flathead, you can access the river below Quorum and Hungry Horse at an access spot called House of Mystery. It's not actually the House of Mystery, that's further down the road. It's a commercial, zip line outfit concern. But you can launch your boat at House of Mystery and the public can drive down to the river, launch a boat. They can also use a side road and drive down the riverbed to get to it. Not regulated by FAS, it's probably a county. I don't know who owns the property, just everybody launches there. If you float all the way down to Steel Bridge on the Flathead, you are going past 3, if not 4, FAS sites. So in your scenario, are you saying that an outfit of some kind, whether it be a nonprofit or anybody that's trying to get past paying a commercial fee to access an FAS area, I could take 100 tubers to House of Mystery and float them past Tea Kettle, and 30 of them are going to get off and stop and use the facilities there. And then the rest are going to float down and they're going to pick up their vehicles at FAS.
So hopefully, real quickly, this can clear it up. When a water body has an SRP on it, that SRP is 3% of our gross revenue. It doesn't matter where you access it. You can use whatever access you want, private, public, doesn't matter. It's just what you make in the day, 3% off the top. So my day rates for the Madison River are $650. Basically about $20 every day goes back to the state at the end of the season.
So the fee is for the use of the water, not the access point.
It's the use of the resource in total, but it doesn't, we have to report what access site we use. That's part of the reporting requirements. As everyone would, and you would in this private scenario that you're talking about as well. It just goes towards what our gross revenue is.
State of Washington had a process by which if you bought a fishing license, and I have a guide license, but if you bought a fishing license, you receive what they called a Discover Pass. It was a hang tag you put in your window. And that gave you access to state-owned land. So you could launch your boat, you could access it whether you're bird watching or hiking or launching, but whatever it was. If you weren't angling, however, you did not have to have that Discover Pass. Anybody that was there to do those activities didn't have to pay any fees to use that. They changed that, much to the chagrin of the non-angling consumer groups, because now they were using the areas, but now they're having to pay to use that area. And it was a simple $20. But if you bought a fishing license, you got that Discover Pass for free.
It's the same for Montana.
Is it the same for Montana?
Justin?
Yeah, this was a question, just because this conversation it seems like it's been focused on fishing, commercial, non-commercial. But should there be something in the statement about the recent information that over half of the users of FASs are not fishing? Just to keep your thinking on more than fishing, commercial and non-commercial fishing. I mean, when we come up with objectives and alternatives, I would hope that it addresses more than just what you've been talking about.
So you're saying you wanted public trust more clearly defined, as in mention the Montana's Constitution or any other types of things, or just public trust?
Yeah, just
Maybe at the end of
just
paragraph
that
two.
water is held in trust with citizens.
Reason data. Okay.
I know too many things. Let's put in something along what Justin just suggested.
Sorry,
At the end of paragraph two.
And
Recent data suggests that more than 50% of FAS access is non-fishing related.
You want to say 50% or just say?
It's increasing. Something maybe.
I don't know, showing that it's half the use kind of right now, all the burdens carried on the fishing to. I don't know, have to pay the fee for access sites, so that's important. Like the access sites need infrastructure, more bathrooms, more picnic tables, more parking for all these new users, times 50% of what it's already being used at.
We don't have that data.
I mean,
We kind of can't make that argument anymore either, because now the conservation license is required regardless of
Mhm.
use or the type of use that you're doing.
yeah, but I mean, how many people have that?
Well, that's an important, that's an enforcement issue.
And it's new. There's an education.
Because that could be something like, that's gonna lead to more like alternatives, right? When you think about probably what's working or what's not working with that, what might be used to make that more effective and address some of these things. If we say something about, this is a new thing that's required, but no, more education, would help.
You
Might
need
be
that in
evidence.
your problem statement.
Well, I think it could just help set up, it's up to you guys, right? Like, and we can.
It is a problem that people don't know about it, or that it's not enough money, or that it's not easily available, or that.
people don't know about it.
I would say, yeah, that specifically, because it's so new, there's a lot of people out there, I was mentioning earlier yesterday, that didn't find out about it until almost a year after the law was passed. Nevertheless, I think that it will become more known, but there still would be a lot of people out there that aren't aware
For
of it.
instance, we've worked with like rafting companies to have a link on their site when people sign up to book a raft trip, that there's a link that says, you have to have a conservation license in order to come with us, because we're launching at FAS perhaps. So each person has to have a conservation license. So there's links to our website. We're trying to do a lot of outreach like that.
A commercial user has to also have a conservation license. It's
The
not
clients
included
do.
in
The clients do.
the clients do.
Clients do.
Use.
But he would have to have it also to be there, right?
So we've been kind of loose on that. If you have a complete use permit, we're not really requiring them also, like a shuttle driver does not have to have a conservation license if they're just doing it in the process of their work. But everybody on that raft trip does.
They're making money though, and they're making money off the resources. Like that shuttle driver should have to have a conservation license also.
That would be up to the company.
Yeah, so let's put that on the back burner until we get to alternatives, and I can think of ways that, suggesting how to prove this too, right? So like, it'll be fun to brainstorm on that when we get to that point, but for now, like, if we put something in there that sets us up to talk about, there's a desire maybe to get to objectives to try to
So
improve on that.
non-fishing conservation is needed just because of an FAS site.
They have to have, anybody that uses state land,
So physically, so they can float on public land, they got.
if they put in from.
Excuse me, private land, they don't need conservation.
I want to pose.
Here's your example right there.
As the refining of language in Ross's section about the public trust, is it worthwhile indicating for current and future generation like Montanans in there. So that we're thinking forwardly and not just in the present in some of this.
For sure.
I just stuck this sentence right here, but is that where you want it, or we can move it somewhere?
Which sentence?
Future generations of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry about them.
Yeah.
Right, and was there some kind of language? That's a new thing, maybe, but there are challenges with, update or.
I think that's probably embedded in that last sentence, benefits and thoughts across user groups.
So the third bullet point from the bottom. Residential knowledge.
This for now.
Are you, sorry, I missed that. Are you making the last call for other?
No, no. So I might be gonna ask again, what else are we missing from this?
Is that the last call?
Nope. And even if we get to a point in a little bit here, I'm gonna say, let's try to wrap up in the next 30 minutes and then put this on the back burner for the time being.
Well, I've got two things, if you don't mind. One's wordsmith, one is, so I'm gonna beat on the dead horse again, over and over and over again. The bullet point with commercial permits have is the one that's kind of right now on the screen, second from the bottom. I feel like that's an alternative. I'm not saying don't address it. We certainly can have a conversation and should have a conversation about that. I disagree with this, I'll tell you right now, but we can have a conversation with that later, but I feel like that's an alternative. And it would be better to be put in
I
that.
highlighted that this morning. This is really prescriptive, so it's a thing to put in your back pocket for when we get to alternatives, but like, what can we describe that in a different way that more explains the challenge to set this up? So the first sentence kind of does that. The next sentence is a possible solution and try to avoid.
This is kind of your,
Yeah.
you okay with taking out the second sentence, and not leaving it at that, or should we change that second sentence?
Well, the lens I'm coming to it from is really looking at it in history and understanding that things like Madison, struggled because of it was part of the problem was how do you address this commercial user and non-commercial, how do you do that? And in my mind, like figuring out how to equitably compensate people who are in the middle of it and then say for the future, like, we're not going to do it that way. Like it's going to be a different system. The problem with trying to change it midstream is that there's all these people who now are caught in the middle. Like, I don't, I feel like it's in talking to former FWP employees and talking to other folks and outfitters, it's a root issue to part of the problem statement and of where we're at with trying to figure out how to manage rivers. Whatever the solution ends up being, my sense is that it's a big deal to try to solve that piece of it before you're going to get to the next step. Now, maybe I'm thinking about it in the wrong order, but I know that it's just not having a way to deal with it equitably has created a tremendous amount of challenge for FWP to be able to do things.
So maybe there's a sentence that we could replace with this one, something about it being a public resource asset that, is challenging to manage currently and, there's gonna be people caught in the middle. I don't know, I need something.
Yeah, I agree, because I read that first sentence and I understand that it seems factual based on what you all said, but what I don't get from that is what is the problem? How is that part of the problem?
Yes.
Seems like a description of the situation.
I think that part of the problem is the commercial permit system. And even the non-commercial permit system. I don't know how we hold that into a broadly worded problem statement, but I think that's why, I mean, I was in group two, but I get why it's in there.
No, I guess that's what I meant was, like, that's a description of the current situation. Permits got limited. So the value of those businesses went up. Because they can sell and the buyer can get those permits as long as they have insurance or whatever the requirements are. So it has led to monopolization or consolidation. Is that the problem? Or what is the problem with that? You see what I mean? Like,
Yeah. I mean, I think from my perspective, and I can only speak from my perspective, is that we're essentially allowing the public asset to have value for private people.
Okay, well then that's.
And so like in my mind, the world that I would like to live in is one where, those permits are issued to people to operate commercially because they are an important part of what we do. And they serve a population that doesn't own their own boat and doesn't do the other things, but having that be something that they get, as you said, a windfall, just because they're in the right place at the right time. If we look forward 20 years and we regulate 10 more rivers in Montana, that windfall just continues to get amplified, and we continue to give away what I consider to be a public asset. And I think that money, when those permits are reissued or change, should go back to FWP. Like, that should be part of the monies that we use to continue to make our river systems better. It shouldn't end up in private hands. And that's just how I view it. And there's obviously there's different ways of looking at it.
Well, what you're arguing for is completely dissolve, or over time, period of time, completely dissolve commercial permits.
No, not at all. I'm suggesting to you that commercial permits are an important component of what we do, and they need to be there. What I'm advocating for is that at the end of your personal business cycle, that permit goes back to FWP, and that gives them the opportunity to either resell it, re-lottery it, or in the case of maybe 25 years of no water, they say, we're going to back off one level because we feel like we have too much use. It's an ability to have the flexibility to pull it in or let it out. And it just doesn't become, an equity asset thing in the business. It just isn't. You have it, you get the permit. And to me, the price of the permit would be way lower than when you create a private marketplace for those things to change hands. I mean,
So does this set that trying to like some work, but like, does that kind of get at what we're talking about here?
I mean, for me, I want to honor the fact that there's people caught in the middle, because if we made a change and said, look, permits are going to go back to FWP and they're going to reallocate them whatever system that they come up with. And they're not going to be reallocated to the person that buys the business necessarily. I think we got to make it whole. And I think that's an important component to the challenge in getting, commercial interests to buy into a broader system of, regulation.
So this.
That's why I said I can't agree with you at all, but I think that's for another time and place, right?
Does this sentence though, or something like it, speak to what we're talking about? And not everyone's gonna agree with what to do about it, right? But some folks have a hard time getting into the business because of the quote unquote value of those permits. And that it's hard for FWP to manage, as changing conditions arise, to pull back some permits and whatnot if needed.
So Scott, in your experience, then are we saying that is it a true statement that if a business is sold, that the commercial permit more times than not stays with the business?
It always does. It's required by law.
Okay.
I didn't make these rules up. Okay?
No,
Our
understood, yeah.
profession didn't make these rules up.
Right.
These were things that are embedded in, it's ARM code. It's not MCA. It's not statutory. It's ARM code, I believe. If I remember right. And it's there and it says that the agencies, and it works the same way for different agencies outside the state, but currently we're just dealing with the state. So these permits, when the business is sold, that permit is relinquished back to the state. And then FWP has an obligation, as long as all the requirements are met, to reissue a new permit to the buyer of the business.
Can it be separate parties? Can a business owner decide they're going to sell maybe the physical assets of their business, the store, the inventory, those types of things, but that not necessarily want to continue to provide outfitting services? Another outfitter comes in and it is a relationship that way.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. What is the risk? Are there risks in maintaining that system, or is there a benefit of changing them?
Well, let me refrain it with this, is I am 100% for not inflating the value of these permits. I'm not in this as an outfitter get rich quick scheme, as some people like to phrase it. The biggest problem is, you know, perfect example is imagine if you were in a scenario where your business that you own, or I'll go to Todd, your business that you own, you want to pass it along to your son. But the state comes in and says that your business has to have a permit in order to operate, or your business has always had a permit in order to operate. When you want to retire, when Todd wants to retire and pass that business along to his son, is he able to do that? If it's relinquished back to the state, and then from there, it's the state just decides wherever they want to do with it. Maybe goes to somebody else. And I don't think that that's the type of scenario that we want to encourage. That it's difficult for these multi-generational businesses to be carried on.
Agreed.
So I think then, we're getting again to actual actions of what we might propose as ideas, but this paragraph is trying to get at some of these different things. So like maybe we're missing something about, it's also hard to like ensure that, you know.
This paragraph to me seems like, and there's other language in here too, that seems like it's not neutral. And this paragraph to me is not a neutral statement.
Scott, what's your opinion on just having a monopoly of permits?
Monopoly of permits?
Yeah.
I would hate that it continues. I don't want it to continue. But it's a fact. Every one of these that's happened is that's what happens. We don't have a whole lot of examples. There's essentially two. Okay. It doesn't happen on the Bitterroot because there's no allocation of the Bitterroot. The two that we have is Big Hole Beaverhead, kind of lump them together into one, which they really are, and then the Smith. And in both scenarios in the state, it is consolidated over time, significantly so. It's the nature of capitalism, folks.
So does FWP consider, what would FWP say is the problem statement we're trying to address in this bullet point?
I'm trying to figure that out. It seems like there's something fundamental here, like.
I'll make a little challenge at it. So I would argue that FWP has a mandate to hold Montana's resources in the public trust, right? And act on them in the most beneficial way to the citizens of Montana, right? How you define that, okay, challenge, right? What is the greatest benefit to the citizens? If you were to look at river recreation specifically, when you move into other government agencies, for instance, the Forest Service has in their recreation program or in their use program a mandate to maximize usage of the public resource. Okay. And so in the sense of permitting for commercial use, the Forest Service has the ability or the desire, or I would say the mandate to maximize the usage of permits, whatever that number they decided on was. So for instance, on Middle Fork of the Salmon's a great example where if you are a commercial entity and you do not use your permit to its fullest, that permit gets brought back into a collective and gets reallocated to somebody who will use it. Likewise, with public access, if those permits, they are required to try and maximize the public's use of permits. So they have to reach out and try and fill every slot. And maybe there's some overarching concept with kind of what you're getting at, Todd, with putting things back into the pool that maybe starts flirting with this. What is the mandate to maximize use or maximize availability of use?
I don't
And
think
do we
have a
need-
mandate to maximize use?
No, well, I don't believe FWP has that mandate.
So,
But is there a consideration that with river recreation specifically, that we should be considering is there some sort of a overarching mandate or a goal to the river recreation besides just making sure it's great for everybody?
For a commercial use permit, we have outlined, guidance and items that are considered whether manager decides to approve a commercial use permit or not. So those are outlined in our arms, so it's not maximizing use. That's not.
Right, and I
I
would say
guess-
that you could by not desiring or not mandating a maximization of the use, you are in fact restricting and preventing use
in some cases,
in some cases.
yeah.
An example would be a campsite reservation, right? A campsite reservation, if there is somebody signs up for a campsite and they bail on it, the department has no incentive necessarily, or certainly no direction to then seek out and try and find somebody to use that campsite, for instance. And therefore, that resource goes unused that could have been used by somebody who was willing to use it.
But I think then maybe what you're talking about is not dependent on a mandate to maximize use, because it's really about the public, it's something tied up in the public trust here.
Yeah.
And maybe the point, Todd, is that once the permits are issued, use of those permits now is controlled by private interests and not the public interest. And that's the problem here. So like when solving it, you're gonna have to. If you include that as part of the problem, then your alternatives for addressing the problem will have to speak to that. And you're gonna wanna do that in a way that addresses the other concerns that got brought up, like, the ability for a family to keep a business or whatever.
I would argue against that, Justin, respectfully, because you said that the use of the permit is put in private hands to use as they wish, and I might be paraphrasing right here, and that's what we have to follow at any point in time as a permittee. They can decide to pull it and take it away because I do something stupid, and they should. And it has happened, rarely, but it has happened. So it's not willy-nilly Wild West. You can do whatever you want once you get that
Didn't
permit.
mean to imply that. I guess I'm trying to like understand for myself, what is the problem here? Because, I mean, you're right, this is capitalism. That's the society we live in. So is it a problem for people to make money? I don't.
Well, yeah,
But
I
maybe
mean,
the problem is
it's
that-
not, but I think when you're talking about, capitalizing a public asset, then it gets to be tricky.
Okay, so that's maybe what needs to be said now. And then your objectives need to clarify, like, if you could solve that, what would you accomplish? And your alternatives need to speak to that. And you're gonna have to weigh all of that. So somehow you have to say that, and I wasn't trying to say it for you.
I'm gonna suggest something and throw it out, and then I want to address, if you don't mind, just real quick, what Ben was talking about. Just to add a little color to this. is, and I've lost my train of thought, but let me try to get it back here is if you put something in there that said is that the goal is to minimize private gain from public resource, from public commercial use. So we can play around with wordsmith in that one. The other thing I wanted to add with Ben is essentially we're talking about a use it or lose it system. And just so everyone knows, I don't think this is a venue. I don't think this is our purview. I'm happy to have this conversation if we feel it's the way to go. But I've been talking about this for 10 years, more than 10 years. There are plans in place. Not all of us agree on it. There are plans in places largely based around the Madison that detail all those little intricacies of how a permit system would work. And more importantly, how to avoid the pitfalls that we see, especially with DH2. They're already on the table. Okay, we can certainly talk about those, but I don't think it's our charter and our design in this whole thing to do that. I'd be happy to.
So your proposed language.
First part, yes, back to that, is something along the lines of minimizing personal or private gain from a public resource.
Right, so that sounds like a potential objective. So like, what is underlying that, like why, and this goes back to like, what we're trying to figure out, like why?
Problem is developing, there needs to be a program developing that will limit personal gain.
Because it undermines public trust.
So there are concerns or, you know.
I think what I was trying to get at is that, we gotta fix some of what already exists, or we run the risk of continuing down the same road. And so at some point, we have to say, okay, we're gonna do this differently moving forward. But we also need to find a way to not get those people caught in the middle.
Well, my response to that, and this might be again conversation for a different time, so I'm going to try to keep it quick and short, is be prepared to get what you ask for, and what you're asking for is millions of dollars. And who's paying for that? Afraid to say it, folks. It's you and me.
Yeah.
Our license dollars goes up.
But it's not gonna get any cheaper than.
I don't think a current outfitter right now on the big hole is gonna complain to you and say, you know what, if the state gives me what I get for that in a private sale of my business, would I be happy? They're probably gonna say, yeah, I'm fine with that, no problem.
But if we don't do that.
Well, where's the money gonna come from? So that goes back to these plans need to be this, and this, one of them's affordable.
Listen, just for clarification, it was talked about yesterday, we're in generation 2. If it's gonna move, okay, well, let's just say it's generation 2. If it moves to generation 3, it just needs to go through FWP. That way they control it.
It currently does.
Yeah.
So the FWP can pay for generation 3 because it bought generation 2. And then generation 3 pays for it, but now FWP controls it. It's not private to private.
It isn't private.
But the person.
Permit isn't. That's what I feel like I'm hitting a brick wall here. It isn't. I know it feels like it might be, but it isn't.
But you can't have it both ways. You can't say that it's increasing the value of the business and it's not an asset.
So let's.
It's not an asset because an asset is something that you privately hold. You own it. It's your private property. That's an asset. My truck is an asset. I own it. Your shop is an asset. Everything that's in that shop is an asset. You own it. No one can come and take it away.
Wanted to just clarify something in ARM, just so everybody's clear, in ARM, it says that a property right does not attach and transfer to the reuse stays. So it is not a property right, just want to make that clear.
I think everybody's clear on that. I think everybody's clear on what's happening. But I know that it's kind of triggering you, Scott, but I haven't heard anybody say that they're privately owned. They're not. They come to the state and then the decision space for the state is, does the new owner meet the requirements? And if the answer to that is yes, then the permit goes to the new owner. We don't have the ability to say, no, we're gonna auction it off instead. And I think that's where it's like, it's a little confusing. Well, how much is it a public resource then?
What I'm trying to avoid is down the road of individuals, you name it, coming back and saying, you were on this group that literally put pen to paper
Yeah.
and said that these permits are private property or they're an asset.
Yeah.
I can't have my name attached to that
Is there
because I don't
something,
believe in it and it's not true.
is there something in that proposed paragraph that would trigger that response?
Asset.
Okay,
For me, it's asset.
this public resource is a challenge to manage if we just remove asset.
Okay, it actually says, but I didn't read it. I turned my head and immediately saw asset. And it triggered. It's the same thing that when I hear someone say, you're commercializing the resource, it triggers something in me and I apologize for that.
I think the problem with this problem statement is that because we're trying to define what FWP thinks is a problem when it comes to how commercial and non-commercial permits are issued to user groups.
And we want to think about what you all think is, right? Like, this is the, so
So we think that that FWP has an opportunity to improve the management of how commercial and non-commercial permits are allocated and distributed to the various user groups.
just write that down for a sec. Let's like, say that again. This group has an
FWP has a responsibility or an opportunity to improve the management of how commercial and non-commercial permits are allocated across the state
or to reconsider.
or to reconsider.
Yeah, so, I mean, so if we put something like that in there and then we put a pin in this for now. And then we like see where we get with the objectives and alternatives, we'll come back to this, promise. And then we'll figure it out.
That's great. That really, I like that. I have nothing wrong with that. And the other thing I want to add too, especially you, Todd, is just to be absolutely clear is essentially where you want to go with this. We can argue about how to get there. But I want the same thing that you want, and largely our industry does too. Largely, not entirely, but largely it does. I'm the little guy. I'm the guy, I could honestly, without taking a huge debt load on, I could never buy a business in the big old beer. So I just apply for the temporary days, which I'll never get because there's never any available every year. And that's the way that it is. And I just got to be content guiding for other outfitters over there, which is what I currently do. I want that to be not such, hey, any business, you got to invest if you're starting a new business. I mean, even a construction worker's got to buy tools, okay? But the ridiculously of some of how this stuff has become inflated is not something that our industry wants to continue. There's me or largely our industry, just so you know, we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Just how to get to that end product, we're gonna argue about.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're here. There was, did you just change that when you made it smaller?
I did not change the wording, I just made it smaller.
We were gonna keep it in there to like, I don't know, like just to think about again later, but like.
Oh, okay, I
this is
see it.
there.
So it says and consolidation of permit ownership. But the permit's not necessarily owned.
Yeah, so we're probably in it, like, we can just delete it for now, we can always come back to that, right?
I believe it.
But just like, let's. If everyone's okay with this new sentence below the tiny text as the placeholder, at least for now, of what we've been talking about. Keep going.
So maybe allocated across user groups, or I mean, is that?
I guess I question how this is a problem statement, if it's an opportunity.
And so, like, I think that this might all get clearer as we get to the next step. So that's why, like, putting a pin in it, I think is probably the most helpful thing. So that we can understand it better as we talk about objectives and.
I just see it as a problem because it's what's been a challenge for FWP.
FWP needs to consider,
Should consider, may consider.
I mean, if you look at the Madison.
Is considering, make it more active tense.
Passive.
Not passive.
All right. Other things that are.
I had
From this.
one more to take the air out, one more thing, single word wordsmithing and I gotta find it. Excuse me for. Oh, it is the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th bullet down from the top. Commercial and private users are two key groups that often differ in needs and end up in conflict. I just don't like the word often right there.
Yeah, do we
When I
need,
hear often, I hear that it happens all the time, you know.
How about,
Ross and I had a conversation about this yesterday. I think often just take that out.
yeah, we already described this in the paragraphs above enough that we even need that as another, like, I feel like it's kind of repeated.
yeah, it is repeating
So.
That
Yep.
touched their stuff.
Other items. Now. One thing that I would ask you is, if you scroll down to the last paragraph. So politics should be kept out of the decisions to the extent possible. That's a should statement, so like, to me, I'm like, well, why? I don't know if you want to open that can of worms, right? But it's like, there's something there that we could better explain, you know, the concerns with politicizing these decisions.
I don't know how any conversation does not involve politics in one way, shape, or another.
I put the phrase before, especially if we propose legislative changes. Robert and I were talking about this last night at the bar. When you put it in the legislative arena, it can get funky.
So maybe there's
Been in
some,
those rooms and I've done those things.
so is there text there that instead of politics should be kept out of the decision, you know, something along the lines of this gets funky. How to use that word. More descriptive, better, but. Or is it enough to say that the previous sentence, the council needs to provide clear direction?
Yeah, we can't keep politics out of these decision-making processes, but I think that by adding that verbiage in there about the temporal aspect of it. If we were to say that we'll revisit this every 10 years, then we could, just by the way that things are done, we could go 8 years down the road and not having any way to correct our course. 3 to 5 puts us right there in the sweet spot that maybe at 4 years, we decide we want to do something different. Because the governor appoints FWP.
3 to 5 is kind of standard operating procedure for these plans. It's proven, it's tested, it works, or it tends too much.
So can we remove the previous sentence? Or do you want to?
Do people feel like we should keep it administrative and not go legislative, or we should just always have both options?
I those are solutions.
I have strong opinions about that.
Go ahead,
But
Marcus.
I was gonna say, I think we should save that for later. It's a bigger discussion when we get into recommendations.
I think you should get the delete key.
I think what I was trying to get at, I think, and maybe I was involved in that statement. Is in an organization, when I went back and looked at some of the work that had been done before with FWP and River Rec rules in the early 90s, there were both FWP employees on the committee as well as legislators on the committee. You know, it was like actively adding people to the mix. And if you have a legislator that's running for reelection, they're just going to punt down the road. They don't want to get sideways to anything. And so I just trying to remove the process of making decisions to keep, to keep the politicians out of that decision-making process. I guess that's what I was trying to get at. Yeah, I agree. More than, can't keep it out. Obviously, there's commenting periods, but
Some of them are really adept at fish and game regulations and laws, and they know it really well. Not all.
Is there a text that we?
I guess it depends sort of on how FWP views this decision-making process happening. Once we set them up and send them down the road with this, are they going to have to form different committees that include other stakeholders, like they did in the 92 RAC rule thing, and have those? That's I don't know.
It really would be nice to know what is gonna happen with this document as we finish it and what it's gonna be used for. I'm
So,
drafting it.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, as the next step after we're done with all this is, FWP is gonna, work to figure out how to implement your recommendations. And so until we get a little further down the road, it's hard to totally know how that would work, but.
My suggestion is we just remove it, because even at the decision-making level process for FWP, there's going to be quote unquote politics involved in terms of how do we make a decision that best represents the citizens of Montana? And you're gonna hear from the citizens themselves, at the local level, potentially the regional level, even potentially the state level. And to say, well, we should just keep politics out of it. It's all politics. I mean, people get involved in what they believe in and want to participate in that process. And that's politics. So just get rid of it, I would say, because it really doesn't add to what's the
Politicians.
But I hear that's like our forefathers did that for a reason, and the alternatives don't look a lot better, like when there aren't politicians making the decision, is it, do you want like the king to make the decision? Like, I don't know. I know what you're talking about, but it's like, well, that's kind of their role.
I mean, the approach of the current administration is different than the approach of the previous administration.
And I would agree with that, but that's,
Part of my concern is
always
that
changing.
that's going to continue to change. So as much as possible, I would love to have the resource professionals, making sure that they're not being directed by the politicians.
But
isn't that a solution?
Again, I think that's something
Yeah, so let's delete this now unless anyone.
I
Keep that. Okay,
Lowest level of decision-making possible.
yes, so we're gonna, if everyone's okay, put a pin in this whole thing for now. And then we're gonna take a 15-minute break and come back and get into objectives. Okay?
Thanks, John, Sam.
Okay, so come back and just round it up to 20 after.
Sam, good work, please.
Yeah, thanks, Sam.
Yeah, well done. It's a good product.
You guys wrote the document.
Back at 10:20. Right. So you all have the problem statement, which will be helpful as we get to this.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, if you see things while you look at it, if you want to do is just, put a note next to those. So that we know what to think about later as we come back, or if you think of things that we've missed. So we can add those in. But for now, we're gonna dive into the next step of objectives, which is where we're trying to really explain what we value as hope to achieve. So if you think back to the everyday example that we looked at yesterday, this problem statement for this family, that's now probably, right? And from that, we can begin to think about the objectives that would be derived from it. So things like the house should be large enough, yard should be big enough, and so, right? So this, directly comes from the problem statement and helps them really think about the actual goals of buying a house in this case. So at this point in time, really thinking through our objectives carefully will pay off, because it's going to allow FWP to really think about the potential solution to the problem for how to manage different rivers and regional scale management decisions using the things that you care about, right? I said earlier yesterday, this is a values-based process. These are where we get to talk about those values. And by doing that, we can also begin to think about more creative alternatives because we really understand what we would like to achieve. That can open up some new ideas, the things we did consider previously. And also then helps us understand what we need to make predictions on, because when we compare the different solutions to managing any particular river, we'll be using the things you come up with as your objectives as how we know if it's a good decision or not. So we compare, those different houses that we might buy by thinking about those objectives. So one thing that I think is really interesting is to think about, and this is something I was thinking about during the survey results yesterday too. There was a study that asked students looking at going to into a master's business administration program to list their objectives. And so they started out by just brainstorming what they could think of. And they included on average about 7.4 items of objectives on that original list that they came up with. But then they were given a big list of possible objectives, and they actually marked a bunch more that they had forgotten to even consider. But they said, actually, these are really important. And even better is that about on average 4 of the things that they missed were in the top 10 of their most important objectives. And so with a survey, I think about when you're asking for like a word cloud of things that matter, and people, like you said, anchor on that first thing that shows up, and so you keep getting the same thing, but you're not even thinking about the full range of things. That's why this is not easy to get through this stuff either. Identifying objectives, it takes a lot of careful thought, but this is just kind of a nice example of we're just not usually good at thinking that way because we want to jump to what can I do, but we need to first understand what you want to achieve in order to identify what to do. So when we get to this phase, what we want to think about is taking concerns, and we've been talking through those, and we've put them in the problem statement and convert those to objectives. So think about what do you hope to achieve with the decision? What concerns do you have? How can you improve on the current situation? It's helpful a lot of the time to think like, what is the best possible thing that you could imagine happening from any particular decision? What do you like about that? Those might be leading you to some of your objectives. And on the flip side, what is the worst possible thing you don't like about that? So everything we've been talking about really leads into some of those things that articulate that. Will help us identify exactly what value we're trying to talk about. So yeah, think about what you like and dislike about these ideas that come to mind. And think about this from the perspective of different stakeholders too, right? So it'll be helpful to think about those user groups and how they might be affected by decisions and what's good or bad about things, to kind of think about how those stakeholders would perceive this. So just as some examples, you might have a goal or concern of something like it's hard to catch trout anymore. And so you hope to do something like improve fishing. Then an objective from that might be to maximize recreational fishing access. Or too many loons die from ingesting lead tackle. We want to reduce loon mortality and increase loon populations. And ultimately that means that we're talking about trying to maximize the persistence of loon populations. Boats can carry and spread invasive mussels, a concern. Want to avoid release of invasive mussels and protect native species. So then the objective there is probably something like maintain native invertebrate and fish communities in Montana rivers and lakes. Or certain stakeholders feel excluded. So we want to organize an inclusive decision process, then create an inclusive and transparent process that allows relevant viewpoints to be heard. I won't have enough money for this. Budget's always a concern with making any decision. At least it should be something that we think about because there might be cheaper, better solutions. So, we want to reduce cost, manage with the budget, so minimize cost. We are going to push you to really, as we start thinking about objectives, to identify what kind of objective we're talking about. And so a fundamental objective is what we really want. This is the basic reason we care about the decision. It's something essential to making a good decision. Now, this differs from means objectives in that a means objective is a way to achieve that, right? It's means to the end of achieving your fundamental objective. And so they tend to be things like actions and not necessarily the actual thing you care about. We'll look more about that difference between fundamental and means in just a second. There's 2 other kinds of objectives though that we can probably identify as we work through these. So one is a process objective. how the decision's made, not what the decision is. There might be process objectives that are important to consider here. And there's also strategic objectives that happen at a higher level, so they cover all the decisions made within, say, FWP in this case. So we'll try to identify those as we go. But like a strategic objective for an individual here might be something like, I want to maximize my quality of life. Every decision I make is hopefully going to help achieve that overall thing that I care about, quality of life. For FWP, maybe you want to manage for the population health and wildlife resources, act consistently with the public's environmental values, maximize contribution to quality of life in Montana, increase public trust in the agency, maintain the integrity and consistency of regulations. And so you can think about these as they're not actually going to vary among the different decisions you can make. They shouldn't, right? These are important to always have true. So we wouldn't want to consider a decision that violates these overall objectives. But that's why they're strategic. They're not going to be something we actually need to like look at in those consequence tables of how well those things are met, because they're part of the overall way and goal of making decisions. So yeah, we're gonna be looking for fundamental objectives as the primary thing we get to today. And what's really helpful to think about is when you start thinking of things that you think might be an objective, keep asking yourself why, keep asking each other why. Why do you care about this thing? And when you get to you know, an answer like just because, or it's the law, or this is important, or it has inherent value, you kind of probably come to really that fundamental thing that you care about. Now, on the flip side, if you ask how, you can identify means objectives. And so usually what we start with, again, is means objectives. These are ways you can address concerns and get to the fundamental objectives. But we're going to keep asking why you care about that thing so that we can identify what's fundamental. Keep those means objectives on another list, as those are things that help us lead to alternatives in our next step. But this why question should be part of the key conversation that happens in your breakout groups as we start doing this. And so, yeah, this is a challenging step, and it takes, you know, iterations again to get through and identify really what we care about. So some examples of asking why. Again, this idea of boats can carry and spread invasive mussels. Well, you might say, well, we should require boat inspections. Why do you care about that? We want to minimize invasive species introductions. Why do you care about that? We want to sustain native species. That's probably really what you're talking about, right? The other things are means to an end. And then you can see you're not talking with landowners, increase communication, why? Maximize community engagement, okay, why? Maximize habitat conservation, you get to better success by having that conversation with landowners. So these are different things you can think about, like as an action to achieve that. Have more communication and community engagement. But the whole thing you care about is that idea maybe of maximizing habitat conservation. You don't have enough money for this, you want to minimize costs. You might say why? Well, we want to maximize conservation within budget. And actually this one's a bit of a merge of two things. You want to maximize conservation and minimize costs. So it's really actually the minimize cost of this. It's really the key thing here that you probably care about. Okay, yeah. So examples of asking why, hopefully that starts to make more sense as you try this out. You're going to see us push you a bit to think about the jargon of objectives, which is maximize and minimize. We want more of something and less of something else. And we always get some pushback on this because we don't want to sound like we just want more of it, you know, just because it sounds sometimes like, you know, greedy or something, you know. Really, this kind of language is actually just helpful for evaluating our alternatives, because ideally you might want more than, you know, that particular thing to happen. Well, if you have like 3 different actions you could choose, they all might vary in how well they achieve that. And if you want more, then I'll point to that alternative that has more of that. That's going to be, you know, a better way at achieving that objective. So try not to worry about the maximize, minimize language too much. People sometimes were like, we want to, you know, maintain. Well, what is maintain? You know, in reality, it'd probably be nice to have a little more, a little less of something rather than maintain. So we'll talk through that as we get to it. So yeah, think about, like, again, these ideas of what's wrong with the current situation. if no plan or set of recommendations is written or a decision is made, what will happen? What concerns will these recommendations and the decisions ideally address? What does a perfect outcome look like? What is the worst possible thing and why is it bad? And what are stakeholder concerns? So if you want to take a few minutes and do some individual brainstorming, you can try this out. Just think about these prompts and try to ask yourself why you answer the way you do and see if you can identify some fundamental objectives or other questions, of course, too, please feel free to interrupt or shout it out anytime. Reach the end to the first list of ideas, then looking at the problem statement will should prompt more ideas of what you might want to include. Share some of what you come up with and talk through those. And we start with you this time.
Yeah, I kind of consider what's wrong with the current situation, and we're assuming, we're talking river recreation. So, I'm trying to be real broad stroke here, but what I'm hearing is that there's a perception, of users that the environment that they're interacting in is negative. And so however you want to take that, that there's something out there and while they're recreating that is not going to, they perceive it as not as good as it should be.
So then an objective from that might be something like maximize user satisfaction.
Yeah.
As the first step, I think.
I've got a thought, can't articulate it quick.
Okay. What else did you do then?
So if there's no plan, if no plan is written or a decision made, what will happen? It's the classic status quo, so there's the zero involvement option. There's the possibility that the numbers of people who have a negative opinion or their negative opinion increases. So the number of people who have a negative opinion increases, or their view goes from unhappy to very unhappy. Or I think another option is that there becomes the possibility of an acceptance of the condition as it is, and that that you actually have a leveling out, and there is an acceptance of this is the way it is, and I hate using the phrase, but the new norm is the way it is, and that is now becoming accepted. You get worn down into complacency or acceptance.
I'll just kind of tag on to that. The other thing with it, I agree with everything you said, but you're risking the spillover into other places as well, where currently, like it sounds like in regions 5, 6, and 7, maybe people are okay.
Yeah.
But if people are unhappy on the Madison or the BH2 or wherever, it's only going to spread to other places because folks will go where they think there's not that conflict or that issue. So we're going to see this continue to spread.
Yeah, I absolutely, and I'm not, and once again, trying to stay very in track and not expanding that thought process. I think, yeah. What would happen? Oh, I mean, I'm just trying to break it down to three digestible categories versus, well, this. I mean, I can feel pretty confident I can write a few what ifs.
And so then if you're thinking about like putting that, actually, what would you try to achieve? And what do you hope would be the outcome that's actually better than scenarios?
I don't know that.
It's tough, right?
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
We'll move on to Abby.
The statement that I came up with is there are adverse impacts on natural resources due to some recreational use on rivers. And I guess, so what will happen is I said that there could be unsustainable levels of the resource for future use. Concerns. The plan should address like degradation implications of recreational use across the board. And that we should maximize the health of the resource available. So I was just doing broad strokes with.
Yeah, so all that kind of leads to something like maximize the health of the resource or minimize negative impacts in different ways. But that's kind of what I think I'm hearing in all these different statements. Sam?
We wrote, what's wrong with current, too much river usage at times? No plan, what happens? It's just a degradation of the resource. Plan ideally addresses, it's the maximizing river usage, but minimizing congestion. Perfect outlook is all users support each other. Worst outlook is they don't, and further degradation of the resource. And the stakeholders concerned are just all all, well, it's the resource first. But then just all users.
So, one of those statements was about maximizing use of rivers, is that, like, can you explain more about that? Why is that important? What are you thinking is?
We're trying to minimize conflict, but let usage be at its max.
So I'm trying to minimize. Not, take away people's opportunity, things like that.
I just wrote down a few things. Multiple use is the best use. Focus on stewardship, stakeholder alignment, public trust alignment, sustainability. The way that I wrote that was that I feel like the alignment of public trust in both our institutions that are managing the natural resources has to align with the actual doctrine of public trust with our waterways and resource sustainability.
So I hear that, like, whether that would be the public trust management, like managing that. And then there potentially, but is it a strategic one? Can you envision that would differ from one, like different solution to river management to the next? Or would it always be one of the underlying foundation pieces of any river recreation decision?
Well, yeah, I feel like that, we are entrusting FWP with making the best decisions for our natural resources in accordance to public trust and our constitution and what our rights are as Montanans as it relates to our wildlife and our public land and those sort of doctrines. So I feel like that if the objectives don't get us to that point, that's the worst possible outcome. Restoring more trust in the organizations that are responsible for protecting our natural resources and maintaining public trust.
About all this more like that idea. Maximize. Whoever tells the flies gets.
Right. Oh, God. He is the problem solver extraordinaire. Do you have a permit for that, sir?
I've used this each day now.
Your fly license, please.
Yeah, no, these are, I mean, yeah, things to think about, and maybe an objective is like, maximize trust in decisions. And that might be more of like a process objective of like the way you maximize trust in decisions is making it more transparent and deliberative like this, right? So it may not be something in our final list, but I don't know. So yeah, thinking about those kinds of things that we're trying to get at.
And Marcus alluded to it earlier, that if really more of these, the concept of yesterday, I talked about this heat map of where are these issues really having the biggest impact, and if someone up in the Flathead, isn't feeling the impact that others are, but yet we still have the issues like the vandalism and the trash, but there's nobody there. It's really an issue.
So maybe an objective then is.
So what's wrong? Kind of goes back to the problem statement. Some river users have reported dissatisfaction with current aspects of river use in Montana. I think it comes with a caveat. These reports vary greatly across the region in Montana. Other river users are satisfied with the current situation. What will happen if no decisions made? The current situation, including some dissatisfaction, is going to remain. Assume those who are satisfied will remain satisfied if nothing changes. What concerns will the plan and decision ideally address? Maintaining or improving satisfaction, I think, is the goal. What does a perfect outcome look like? Very similar to some of the things that have been said already. River usage remains open and satisfaction increases. What's the worst possible outcome? Yeah, this is subjective. But I think I speak for more than myself when I say the river closure and lack of access to the resource is the worst possible outcome. And the concerns, stakeholder concerns, it's kind of the same question a little bit, but you know, lack of access and unsatisfactory experiences would be their concerns. The river users are the stakeholders, so.
So you could do something like maximize access. Might be.
Yeah, maximize the ability for all river recreators to continue using the resource while at the same, I mean, the goal is at the same time making everybody happy.
Yeah. And so when you get to a statement like that where you hear a while in there, then that is that there's one or more than one objective like listed in that statement. So that second half then is like thinking about those users and what satisfaction like, you know, for different groups, right?
If you can't use the river at all, then that's not very satisfactory to me.
And so as you all think about like these users, like thinking about the satisfaction or whatever word makes sense to you, fall on this word, thinking about breaking up those groups so that we can evaluate later on how well each user group is going to be affected by the decisions that might be made. Because you can imagine that it won't be the same for everyone, right? So I'm pretty confident that you come up with at the end will include things like something about those user groups. So satisfaction, whatever words end up making sense to you all. But yeah, keep those in mind to try to list out those groups so we can actually evaluate how satisfied whoever they are with any of the decisions that might be made.
When I think about what's wrong with the current situation, you know, for me, it's a lack of a comprehensive statewide plan that allows for it. It's been tried this way here and that way there. There's no consistency to it. So I think that, you know, that's how I sort of view the lens of the current situation, knowing that things need to happen. If that's useful, I'm on the right track. If there's no plan written or decision made, what will likely happen? I think you're just going to continue to have uncontrolled growth. Probably a consolidation of commercial use, smaller and smaller numbers of people, more and more money. What concerns will the plan? Concerns will the plan and decision ideally address? I think the ability for a flexible set of tools to manage each individual river. That's needed. Perfect outcome looks like. I think a statewide management plan. I also think that there should be shared sacrifice on the part of all users to preserve the health of the reservoirs and access for both of those things that you have to try to accommodate. For the rate of growth, we need to protect the resource. What's the worst possible outcome? We destroy the resource value for everybody. And what are stakeholders concerned? Both private and commercial. I think they lose the ability to recreate. For private folks, commercial folks will lose the ability to have the opportunity to make a living.
About things like maximize user opportunity. Breaking it down again potentially. Minimize economic losses for interest or something like that. Just spitballing here. I don't know what the answers are here, but you know, taking what you said and trying to things like that is where we'll try to head as the next step. They want to share.
What's wrong with the current situation? The, you know, perception of overcrowding or overusing the resources. If no written plan or decision is made, what will happen? We'll have exactly what we have today. Which I don't think is necessarily a great thing. It's not a bad thing either.
I don't know. What concerns will the plan address? Ideally, I would want to say maximizing access. That's what I like to see. I want to see the resource used the way the public wants to use it. And a perfect outcome would be improved access infrastructure so that you didn't have things like vandalism or overusage of the garbage facilities or the toilets or whatever, where you had boat ramps that provided 3 boats to launch or take out. What's the worst possible outcome? We don't improve anything. We just continue to have crowded areas that could be improved. You know, what are the stakeholders' concerns? Well, you know, Montanans using this public entrusted resource, like we should be able to use it for whatever we want to do with it, whether it's make money or recreate on it or
Thinking about like that overcrowding and fishing access site or anything. Maybe overcrowding becomes a couple of different objectives, like minimize overcrowding and fishing access sites. Minimize overcrowding on the rivers, and of course then that varies by each group, so think about that too, but.
right. I just think that if you improve the resource by collecting proper data and managing water quality, makes everybody happy. If you can improve the infrastructure and access, everybody gets to use the resource. I think the worst possible outcome is not improving those things, and it just continues to become overused because we're not making any improvements.
Scott?
So pretty similar to a lot of what I always do. What's wrong with the current situation? I wrote nothing. Just kidding, trying to keep it light, see, make sure everybody's paying attention. I wrote increased recreational use has the potential for negative impacts to the natural resource. And increased recreational use has led to decreased user satisfaction with their river experiences. Kind of a twofold answer there. If no plan is written or decision made, what will happen? Again, a twofold answer. There's a potential for less satisfaction. I think it's more probable that it kind of organically self-corrects. And what I mean by that is people go away either to other places or they say, the heck with it, I'm just not participating anymore. What concerns will the plan and decision ideally address? User satisfaction and also natural resource degradation. Twofold answer to the part before. What does a perfect outcome? What is perfect outcome? I looked at this as utopia, and utopia is everyone's happy and everybody continues to participate. Worst possible outcome, less participation, people go away. It's important to me that people continue to use river resources in Montana and be involved with that. And also potential natural resource degradation. I did not get to what are the stakeholders' concerns, sorry.
So one thing that you said about people go to other places,
Mhm.
I think is something, sure, we talked about that in this round, but an idea maybe do you want to try to minimize impacts of like, you know, people getting pushed to other places than those things. So I'm thinking about that kind of never expected language that was like.
We talked about it yesterday, we talked about it a couple of times, is think of the bubble or the balloon,
Yeah.
and you push it in one side and it goes, it bulges out in another area.
Yeah, and so that, you know, gets to this idea that this had in one of those drafts, written a linked decision where what we do at the local scale affects the regional scale and vice versa. And so we like ultimately probably needing to identify things you care about, like collectively at this broader scale, we want to do these things. Here's what matters at the individual river scale, but like thinking about like to minimize that balloon effect, however you want to word it, to the broader area is likely to be something that is part of this conversation.
But with the caveat that Montana's a big place and there's a lot of room to spread out and explore.
What's wrong with the current situation? We have an out-of-date management plan that does not adequately address the current challenges for river use. Which, as folks have noted, leads to conflict, which can be crowding or, your own personal perception of what is not ideal. If no plan is written or decision made, what will happen? We'll continue to operate under the current model, which I think we've pretty clearly established is not ideal. People, not everybody, but a lot of people are unhappy with the way that things are working right now. Doesn't seem sustainable in the long run. So what concerns will the plan decisions ideally address? River ecosystems are stewarded for long-term health and viability while also providing for all river users to have their ideal experience. It's an outcome that's scientifically defensible, collaborative, adaptable, legally defensible, and preserves the progress that groups like ours have already made, as well as the work and research the department is doing. I guess that kind of also ties into what like my perfect outcome would look like. So just skip that one. What is the worst possible outcome? I think the worst possible outcome is that we make no decision or recommendation and we continue operating under the status quo, which, as I alluded to earlier, is not sustainable. I think if we haven't already, we're coming very close to hitting a breaking point where we're going to have some really serious problems that may not be fixable. I think we're in a place right now where things are very fixable. We can address a lot of the issues that we're seeing, but I don't know if we continue to push that off to the future if that is a reality. And then what are stakeholder concerns? I was trying to think how to capture this into a holistic statement, but I think what stakeholders are concerned about is that winners and losers will be picked and that whatever their interest is going to be in the loser category, whether that's a floater or an angler, whoever it might be that, either the current system or a future system will slot their interest into the losers category. And I think that's what stakeholders are really concerned about.
Kind of listed from my perspective, what are fundamental objectives, and they might even be more strategic than. But my personal objectives would be to protect and enhance the aquatic resources of the state, and again, protect, enhance the river recreation experience, and that's everything from boating to swimming to sitting on the beach. Provide alternative river recreational opportunities and support increasing river recreation satisfaction. So I didn't really kind of break down with all.
Yeah, so and you just took it to the next step, which is what we're gonna do next, so that's great, so we got that objectives and achieve these things. The next goal, so does that kind of make sense? Like, we take all the things we just talked about and try to put that in the things like, here's what we value, like what we would like to, see achieved in making this decision. These are the things we care about. Try to identify those objectives as we get into breakout groups. Stab it. This is again not easy, so we'll be going through a few rounds of this. But what I think there are questions at this moment. Try this as small groups.
By 5.
Yeah, 5 and 5. This time we're gonna do Marcus, Dante, Ross, Sam, and Ben. Group 1 with Sarah B over next door, and group 2 will stay in here. And we will go. We'll see how we're doing in about 30 minutes. We need more time. We'll keep working. Otherwise, we'll come back. You guys will be happy. Just about an hour to lunch, so see where we're Where we're going.
Or groups are staying the same.
No.
No.
Those were, yes, so. We're staying here, the process is going. Should have an email with the new document link. If we want to do that or. Up here, or just let me know.
But excuse me, yeah, go ahead. He was, I have to use the restaurant. He was one of his partners. Transactions.
That is crazy.
No, there's multiple.
Yeah.
That's fine. So. We want to start with. We could throw on what you had there if everyone's okay with just putting some words up there to think about. If you want to read those again.
Protect and enhance the aquatic resources or protect and enhance aquatic resources.
The aquatic resources.
Just get rid of the protect and enhance aquatic resources. Protect and enhance the river recreation experience. Provide alternative recreation opportunities. Support increasing river recreation satisfaction.
You're a spy on group 2. Steal all your good ideas and take credit for them.
Okay. So, let's see. What is now, unless anyone wants to propose some different language. Think about. Or recreation experience, so. You think about that. Is that just because like we want to maintain or, maximize the river recreation experience?
If I was to, if somebody were to ask me, why would you want to do that? It's because the public appreciates, desires that experience.
And then, yeah, I mean, so it sounds like it might be pretty fundamental, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that way to me too, unless, I can think of something that's even more specific there.
The only thing I can think of to expand upon it is if you don't protect it, then you don't have it.
Right. So that's loss of recreation experience.
I'd like to see more stakeholder involvement in the decision-making process as a fundamental objective. And the reason why is that the greater buy-in that we have across agency, NGO, public, commercial, non-commercial, the easier it'll be for everyone to move forward with this plan, greater buy-in.
Digging a little bit deeper in that perspective as well, I think that the more stakeholder involvement in that decision-making process, the more people feel like I have a chance to affect the outcome and also appreciate others' desires and am able to balance what my expectations might be versus what somebody else's might be and why we need to do what is being proposed.
Yeah. An increase in stewardship, I think, is also a fundamental objective. And there's a couple examples we talked about in the last couple of days that I think really stick in my head. And I heard Scott and I was having this conversation yesterday with Scott said to Ross, I want to apologize for the experience you had on the river with another guide because that wasn't right. That's a responsibility as an outfitter and as just a good person in my mind to do that. At the same time, you know, I thought about this last night is that Ross also had a responsibility to make sure that his daughter did not get that close to the boat that was close to them. And he had a choice to make at that period of time. So I think that it's increasing stewardship of river resources and the experience. If everyone feels more ownership in what their experience is, and we can align as best as possible on what that is, and that conversation between Ross and that guy and his clients might have looked a little bit different. We could avoid, so less user conflict would also be a fundamental. And the reason why is greater experience for all. Yeah.
This might be the exact same thing, but increase education level of all river users. Maybe it's the same thing as what you were just saying. But
So like etiquette, expectations, all of that. Resource protection.
yeah, all of that. You're really good.
So can you clarify for me, when we're talking about fundamental objectives of the document that we're creating to hand off to FWB? Is that a
Yes.
fair statement?
Yeah, so
So from my perspective, that's about, you know, developing framework, like to me, the fundamental objective of what we're doing is to develop a set of criteria that is the same for every situation, at least to go through the process, right? We're trying to draft, at least as I see it, we're trying to draft a process document that FWB can use to make decisions.
Yeah.
In that, you know,
yeah, they said.
well, it has to address the intricacies of the local environment, but it also has to be the same in terms of process at the state. Like you may end up in totally different places, but I think what I see or feel is the objective is just to give them a playbook. This is how we're going to make these. This is how we're going to make these decisions, and you know we're going to consider these things, and we're going to, you know, these are things that we're trying to our other objectives. But
So
does that make sense?
You want an outline that has Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, and so
Kinda.
forth, with A, B's, and C's be able to be inserted in.
Yeah, and an outcome of, you know, like, you know, I mean, I don't want to call them binary decisions, but you know, it's sort of like a name for
Decision tree.
decision tree, right? And you could end up on one end of the decision tree with no action, and on the other end of the decision tree with, you know, a ratcheted down permitting system for everybody. But the 10 or 15 or 20 steps to get there are the same regardless of whether or not where you end up. I think, you know, to me, I don't want to say that's, I mean, that's what I'm hearing FWP asking us. Maybe I'm.
Would you say that you're more in favor of absolutes or more flexibility in how these decisions are implemented?
So maybe you want both things to be
Both things to be true.
maximize flexibility decision making, right?
Exactly.
So there's several here that are fairly clearly, at least at the moment, the process type objectives, right, of how this decision is gonna be made, including these two that we just talked about, but also this more stakeholder involvement piece. So I would suggest we put these under a heading of that and like think about that, and we can keep asking, like, is there something about those that is an actual fundamental objective of like, you could see it differing among the different potential decisions and, you know,
Say that again.
like, if you think about the consequence table for the house example, they had the different objectives, each as a row. And so each of those different housing decisions can be different in how it meets those objectives, like number of bedrooms, costs, and so on. So imagining in the future, if FWP takes these objectives and is deciding among different ways of managing a river at a localized scale, those are the objectives that they're going to be evaluating, how well the different decisions are meeting those objectives. And so there might be something that is part of these process objectives that fits in that part of this framework, but those are like the fundamental objectives are actually how you compare the different ways making a decision.
So the language of legal, affordable, measurable, enforceable, and reasonable to administer would be would have to be one of those primary objectives, in my opinion. So legal, it's language that's in the draft statement. So legal and affordable, measurable, enforceable, and reasonable to administer.
So, is it that we said our
Yeah, that's what's in the language, yeah.
Well, that brings me back to that, like the default in all these is that we put in minimized costs so that if we have something that's like equal on everything else, but it's cheaper to do that, like you pick that, right? And that allows you to make sure you don't overlook that. These are like process.
Cost of the plan or cost to the recreational users?
That's what I was wondering,
Cost
cost are we talking about?
Right.
Cost to the FWP or cost to the end user?
Right. Loss of opportunity is a cost. Loss of opportunity is a cost.
And they may be different, right?
Implementing regulations or no, I don't know, like, right, like what is the minimized cost of?
Implementing and administering any regulations for both the department and the end user.
For transparency and decision-making process.
Can I speak to that?
Yeah.
Yes, you did.
Sorry.
We'd love to get your opinion after the.
I would put a cost for regulations to users in quotes. I think it's not just monetary, but also experiential.
Seeing examples of that being implemented on the Smith River, for example. The result of what happened last year is that there are less out-of-state permit awards, but the in-state people getting them are paying a little bit more of the cost.
Yeah, I don't know if this is applying to river stuff. This is slightly tangential. Didn't they make it so that bigger groups don't pay nearly as much as the little guys in the long run because they can operate in multiple different states and pay the same single fee? It could just be a guiding thing across the board. I know that there's some issue regarding that. It was.
They changed that, I can't remember.
I think it was, I mean, I floated the Smith earlier this year and the cost was per user.
Well, I mean,
X for resident, Y for non-resident.
regardless how the cost changes, everybody's gotta bring their own toilet.
It's changed.
So that increases the
Right.
cost of the user right there.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
unless you already have.
And at the same time, that is the decreased costs for the department.
Yeah.
And they don't have to go in and dig those new ones every year. Couldn't, they're done, so wasn't any room for.
Wasn't an increased cost for those who had already bought toilets for other rivers.
And I bet a lot of them had already.
Based on my sales, that's definitely not the case.
So they already had them.
No, I'm saying when they put that rule in place.
You saw
A lot
that.
of people come
saw an
on to
uptick.
buy.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
sold like 80 toilets this year.
Yeah.
And then our best year before that was maybe 6.
Okay.
That's a one-time thing, right? And our rentals, we added them to our rental fleet. So for people that don't want to spend a lot of money, you can just rent them. It's fairly cheap. It's kind of
Do you
nasty.
dump them for them?
What's that?
You make them pay if
It's
they
actually
back up
taught
the
himself
phone.
to it, right?
I literally, I've had to do that. We have, yeah. But I tell people if I have to put gloves on, I'm keeping the 150.
Yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, back to the
That's
objectives.
a change, you do, right?
What else? Like, just so sitting on this list, or what of these do you want to talk about some more? We're getting with this idea of costs and the different kinds of costs.
But then, monetary that experiential would also be opportunity cost, right?
Yeah.
Same-
Put
same-
that in parentheses.
Because in Todd's example, I know people who will no longer put in for a Smith permit because they have to take out their own waste.
Really?
They don't want to deal with it. Absolutely.
Oh,
I don't do it,
Hey.
'cause no dogs.
Yeah.
okay.
I mean, I get it. Yeah. But I've also been down it 10, 12 times, so it's kind of one of those things like, oh, well, I can go somewhere else. It's no big deal.
Well, and this question of dogs actually. So, question about pets is one of the survey questions. Is there an idea that we might lose ability to enjoy rivers with dogs? Or that's still allowed? And is there something about that is objectively that's kind of folded into like opportunity and satisfaction, but I don't know if it's worth.
I think, at least from my perspective, number 3, alternative river recreation opportunities is where that can be addressed. I mean, at that level, it's like, well, some people would like to see more wildlife and dogs might detract from that. Other people want to have their dog on the river, and maybe there's a place for that too, where there should be.
So, and then with that said, that makes me think of that idea of more than regional objectives, like we want all of these different types of things, because different groups care about these different experiences, so. When you make a decision to limit dogs, whatever, at, the Smith, but making sure that there's other rivers in that area that you can still bring your dog is something you could tell FWP that you care about, like specifics on what those opportunities might include. So maybe if we put that under like that regional type objectives and we actually flesh that out a little bit more, what those opportunities, what you mean by that, to be explicit, that could be helpful as a way to think about recommendations. And try that out. Think through that a little bit.
Yeah, so I mean, if river recreation becomes less of a part of the Montana experience, or why people come to Montana, or why people move here, why people that live here do that, what will fill in that void? I can, personally in my neighborhood, when Flathead Lake was down a couple of years ago, an alpine slide popped up alongside Highway 93. Do we want to see Six Flags over Bozeman? Because if people stop coming to Montana or stop going to rivers for their recreation, what's the alternative to that? What does that look like?
Minimize undesirable impacts to, what, I guess is, you phrase that, but. Pushing users to other areas or.
It's the overflow part of it. I mean, if I can't go camp at that, if I can't access the river at that FAS, I'm gonna seek out someplace else to do it. And therefore I may not be subject to
The same kind of regulation.
the regulation or fee or access.
I would say that, like, I don't agree. Just because it's so great.
You saw an alternative to, yeah.
Yeah, I go places where there's way less fish. Experience is not the same, but I'd rather catch less fish and be next to the freeway than I would be the 8th boat down a stretch of river. That's just my, it's a choice I have, because I can do that. I do.
Just an interesting. Option that idea for now.
Funny how that, yeah, how that just. That allegory is just kind of.
For this alternative river recreation opportunities, you wanted to say things like maximize opportunity to view wildlife. Or maximize opportunity to not be in a crowded area and maximize opportunity to fish whenever you want, or I don't know, like, so you can imagine the different ways you could think about.
Maximize the varied use.
So maximize
points.
opportunities. for all.
Varieties of use.
Yeah. I want to
We
say.
don't want a plan that you know, only takes fishing into consideration, takes shooting into consideration. It's part of the decision.
It's good to know solutions or alternatives, but yeah, if you did not get a scheduled permit and you really wanted one, what could the state practically do to help you find another place to go with a similar type of experience? There isn't one, but I mean,
No, but you can always, I think what they'll tell you is the fallback plan for you is to call the reservation line every day.
Yeah.
Until you get cancellation.
Which doesn't work if you're planning ahead, but
No,
I mean, it's actually something we do at our store all the time. You know, it's people want to do something, they don't get a permit, get a Smith permit, took the week off of work. Go. See that happening all the time.
and maybe number 10 and fundamental objectives is if this plan goes into effect, we would want to minimize the impact on other agencies or do we need to consider the impact on other agencies? Do we want to start seeing our national forest sites getting more attention or our BLM access sites getting more attention?
Also think about saying something like maximize collaboration with them. I mean, maybe that happens, maybe that's a process objective, but yeah, just.
I would throw out there under 10 too, you know, we have maximize varieties of use, including, you know, one of those big uses, at least in my neck of the woods, is tubers. We have a place that is kind of dialed for them.
Like wade fishing too.
Yeah. Right? If you won't give them that place to go, then they go everywhere and everybody.
Yeah, it's a very legitimate point.
You know, what's the stretch there on Nass?
It's the lower
Right.
river and it's largely from either Warm Springs or California corner, both of them BLM down to Blacksport, which is FWP.
Is that where the road crosses at Boxwood there and then below them?
No, the by the road crossing, you mean the bridge?
Yeah.
Blacksport is below that bridge.
Okay.
Warm Springs or California corner is above that bridge. And that's the standard operating procedure. You can go shorter, you can go a little longer, you can go a little further downstream. There is an FWP site. The next one downstream is High Bank. It's very limited, and then the next one below that is Great Cliff. And then below Great Cliff, it's a long stretch. There is a hand launch only site at Cobblestone, but it's a long stretch before you hit the headwaters. Technically, Milwaukee, basically Interstate 90, which is above, you know, the rivers coming together. But anyways, it's Warm Springs, the Blacksport.
So there are stretches, I think, on all the rivers that are near or adjacent to larger population bases. You know, where, you know, I think we need to acknowledge that that's a usage that is important to the community. So
We've been talking that for a number of years on the Madison in particular about the fact that if you decrease or shift that usage of the tubers on that lower river, when nobody's fishing there anyways, there is the potential that you shift that use to the upper river of the Madison. where largely almost everybody's fishing. And then you run into it's a different water composition. That river flows completely different up there. And it's gonna be really hard for tubers to avoid boats and rafts. And then you've just shifted conflict somewhere else.
We've had kind of the opposite happen in Missoula. You know, after the dam came out and the sort of town stretch got better, we saw, you know, at least for a long time, saw a lot less usage of tubing on the Blackfoot and the Bitterroot. You know, people were doing the town stretch. You get out, you know, you can stumble over to the bar and have a few more drinks before you drive home.
So something.
As opposed to getting out and driving 20 miles. Right? So
Something like what you're talking about then is trying to make sure that opportunity is available locally. So even if, you know, this one stretches something for tubers, there's another one nearby. You're not like being pushed off somewhere far away. What I threw up there is like not well said yet, but like trying to capture that idea.
I mean, it feels to me like the lower commitment level boater isn't willing to travel to have the experience they want, and it's a very short season.
And I suspect that the expectation associated with that experience is perhaps significant.
I mean, you know, perhaps like traveling.
So we're all laughing at that one. Cause I think we know what you're talking about.
Is something that we mentioned earlier during the first round. Minimize vandalism, maximize vandalism, something like that. Like, that ends up being fundamental objective or not, might be going into something deeper, but.
Yeah, you could even expand it and say minimize vandalism in poor behavior. Or those two could be separate things.
I want to tease out the concept of collaborative organizations. Like, is that something we want to give the agency as marching orders to try to have? You know, we have the Three Rivers Collaborative in Missoula, which is the county, the city Parks and Rec, the LM, FWP, there's Missoula Downtown Association. There's 6 or 7 different people that are all kicking a little bit of money in, and that money's going to pay Clarkville Coalition. That money's going to pay for some things that are happening locally that FWP doesn't have a budget for. I think
I would, so
as much of the management of this as we can get out, nothing personal with FWP, get out of the hands of FWP and get into a collaborative group of people.
Maximize.
The more effective, I think those solutions become.
So agencies and nonprofit.
Collaboration then.
NGOs.
I'd say NGOs, maximize collaboration with NGOs.
Yep.
How about agencies, communities, NGOs?
There's lots of lead entities that have the volunteers and they have the funding. They have the flexibility that perhaps enforcement doesn't have. Plus, you know, it's a different experience if you're a river ambassador and you're at a launch and you're having to go, hey, I noticed that you guys don't have life jackets on your boat today. That's a ticket. Versus, hey, we have a life jacket donation station right up here, brought to you by X, Y, and Z. Just drop it off and you get off the river at the stand and you're good to go.
This idea of carrot versus stick approach, like maximize carrots, minimize sticks.
I try to convince all the local breweries in Missoula that they should sponsor dumpsters.
Or can recycling centers.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like having so FWP didn't have to pay for all the garbage, but they was covered and paid for by, you know, somebody that was using it as essentially as a marketing thing.
Well, that'd be a perfect thing to move to on Madison, because there's the 2 access sites that are most heavily used by tubers are the rare example of dumpsters being present, because they have to be.
Yeah.
Like John's Road, Blackout, it has to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Town Stretch and John's Road and others. Yeah.
And this will lead us to the action.
I don't know if this should be included, but in addition to like this idea of minimizing littering in the like scope of making sure that it's not affecting the other wildlife, like there's a serious bear issue in the Gardner area with bears getting into trash and when people leave it on the side of the river. It makes communities that surround that river, it puts them at a higher risk.
Ten and 11. The same, or just add littering to vandalism or behavior. It seems to me littering is definitely for behavior. There's ways of minimizing that. Things.
Yeah. Yes, they said we were combining three. They're not true.
I was just gonna ask if you guys, how, like.
If they don't want you, we'll take it. They tried kicking me out before we started.
Oh, man.
You can say, I wrote this thing, I'm coming back.
I don't know how you can.
Sure, yeah.
Definitely. They don't underage drinking in November.
Right.
So much fun. Yeah, more fun than we should have.
Good. We did too.
Yeah. We were in the kids' room, like, how could we not have? Yeah, well, Sarah B wasn't looking, we were. our little friends.
They got it.
My son.
Yeah.
Bites the dust.
Maybe like that.
Yeah.
I got a video of my 10-month-old puppy out in the backyard baying because he didn't get to go to, there's like a dog play group that I take my dogs to, and he didn't get to go today, and his older brother did, and he's just sitting in the backyard, just like howling.
So that's what it was like getting to go.
That's right, yeah, yeah. We were, Herschel, we got to go.
Correct, yeah, and that there should the outfitter be, have a separate surcharge to cover that. And you're there.
Oh.
Checks to see that you are.
No.
We all handle this.
No, not quite, but I'm just.
I'll get in there.
You do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Did quick work, didn't go to this.
And I'm active right now.
So that's part of it, some kind of conservation license.
So, just waiting on Ross, and Roberts, but, we do have group one on their work on the screen, so you want to get started on reading that. actions to what you're seeing so far. Top side of this one work. You're seeing some shared ideas, maybe. With number one there, why do you want to maximize investment in river management? What is the thing that you're trying to achieve with that?
Without fuel, you can't move the bus forward.
Anytime that I've had an issue with FWP or trying to do something, it's become lack of funds to achieve X goal. Where a lot of times groups like the River Alliance has stepped up and been able to fund the project, and then it happens, or there's matching funds. So if it was a well-funded department, it could do a lot of things. Maximizing everybody's river experience.
Yeah, we'll see on number two, that's here the idea of like maximizing collaboration in part to achieve some of those things where there's funding, so it's just another way of thinking about that. When I think about like maximize investment, like whenever it goes to, if you had again this idea of like two options, everything's the same, but you're gonna pay more for one, that's probably not actually what you want to do. It does the same job at achieving all your other objectives. So like trying to figure out the right language there, like, and this is perhaps more strategic, like, you know, making sure FWP has the resources they need to implement what you recommend. Might be more of a way of looking at that. So I get what you're saying.
They don't even have the resources to do basic stuff, like Creel surveys and things like that they've done in the past. They just don't have the staff and funding to do them.
Yeah, come to think about, like, if there's different language there, that might make more sense, but yeah, the sentiment certainly, and like, then thinking about when you get to actions, if we talk about those conservation licenses and ways you can improve on like getting more funds for them to do things. That will lead back to this objective, whatever the best way of stating it would be, like, here's one way we can do this, this way. New ideas.
You know what, I guess one way to look at it is what we're doing is we're trying to build a clock, right? But realistically, we just need to know the time. Right? So if you simply, if the department was able to function as it's designed, and let's just say that in 1 year that the department was fully funded at its needs, would we even have the problem we're having? I'm not saying we would or we would, but if the department, if FWP was given the opportunity to operate at its full potential, at its current design, do we even need to build a clock, or would we just simply know what time it is? I think that's where that line item is coming from.
I just remember, I think we need to just talk a little bit about funding and authority. We pretty much, everything has the money needed to do probably everything we just come up with. Probably, it's the authority that's the problem. We don't the way the director has put this, and it's the easiest way to explain it that I've ever heard, is so if I want, I'm gonna speak for him, if I want to buy a new truck and we have cash in the bank, but my husband says no, I have cash and no authority. We both agree, I have cash and authority, or I have no money in the bank and my husband wants me to buy a new truck, I have authority and no cash. So right now we have cash but no authority to do more. We have to go back to the legislature to ask for that all the time. So when it says department needs to be funded, I just want to be clear, we do have the cash in the bank for the most part. It's the authority to spend that cash.
Can I push back on that? Then why is FWP not staffed at its required amount if the cash is there? Does the legislature actually need to approve the hiring of
Every
people?
single one.
So if you're, for instance, your enforcement division in a region is due to FTE, what's been told to the public is FTE lacking, that a legislature needs to approve,
Every FTE we get.
but you have you've spent the FTE. So let's say somebody retires, for instance, or
So that we can
Quits.
refill. What we can't do is add new bodies to staff without.
Sure, but what I would say is that some of these concerns are due to the fact that somebody retires or leaves the department and that position is left vacant.
We try very hard not to do that.
I understand
The
that.
legislature looks very down on the agencies that leave positions vacant, because if we do, they'll take them away. And so we try very hard not to have vacant positions, especially in enforcement. We try very hard not to, we try very hard to rebuild. That's what they do.
I think there's some dissemination of information that is lacking when you, and I'll use Region 2 as an example. There was a time period for close to a year in which there were 4 warden seats vacant.
There were way more than that here. I think at one point we had 12 warden positions vacant just because we couldn't recruit. We don't pay the wardens as much as other law enforcement. And so that was something we had to solve.
So with that is the legislature you're saying that it would be a legislative decision in order to increase pay?
It is generally a union thing.
So at what point are we outside the bounds of what this group should be thinking about?
So I just wanted to make sure they understood what the funding versus authority was. That's all I wanted to say. We have the money, so I don't want people to think we need to raise licenses or fees or anything like that to get more money. What we do need is to be staffed adequately, and that would be a legislative request.
This is staff thinking more strategically, like this group can ask for that to happen.
I think so, because I guess I'm looking at this from the standpoint of like a framework for deciding on how to manage a river or how to manage river statewide or in some region. And if that's the objective, like spend more money, we're gonna choose the more expensive option. Do you see what I mean? I feel like this is more of a philosophical statement that the group would like to make to the department. It's like, spend the money you need to spend to get this done. That's what you're saying. You're not saying like when you're choosing whether to limit use on a river or keep it wide open, choose the more expensive option. That's not what you're saying.
I think and I'm speaking for myself, is that I personally believe that FWP has tools to mitigate a majority of the concerns that are being brought forth. It already has the tools to do it. So then the question is, why are those tools not being used? And I think that a low-hanging fruit would be that, and what I have heard from my region is we don't have the money to do those things. And that's maybe a poor communication of the concern, what they may be. But we're talking about, one of the concerns is education of the user, education of the user. Well, there is a tool and a plan in place. It's called human beings. It's called a ranger or a tech or a warden or an information person. But we're also being told that those people aren't funded, so therefore they're not
So-
doing that work.
Maybe you want to think of it differently. I'm gonna offer a different word, we don't have the capacity.
Okay.
So that's, and that's true. That I would say is absolutely true. The funding is there, we just can't tap into it, so we just don't have the capacity.
We just need to increase staffing. Is the key word.
Part of it.
So something more like maximize capacity to, you know, do X, Y, Z, or maximize capacity to put these accommodations.
That's good mod.
Number 9, maximize capacity of FWP staff resources.
You would be a good person to bounce it off is that we've seen, and once again, speaking to our Region 2 situation, we've seen some of these core concerns brought up 30, 40 years ago and actually be tamped down and dealt with. And only in a very recent past has some of those thresholds been exceeded, and sometimes only very temporarily. So I think one of the, like I'm saying, I think that some of the things that the department can do and has done are effective. And why are those things not necessarily working now? Or why are they not being attempted now? Is maybe a larger conversation, but.
You know, it's actually a good, if you think that they have the capacity to do up to a point, you know, staffing aside to do a lot of these things, because now when you provide them with the recommendations from this group, they actually can evaluate how well those things that they could do meet all your objectives. So I'm just kind of bringing it back to this idea. Okay, so like number 10, minimize bad user behavior, trash, dog food, parking. We had something similar we'll see on our number 2 as well. And so this makes me start thinking again, like, why do you care about those things? Is it user experience and resource degradation? And so that might point back to those fundamental objectives, and these are ways to achieve that, right? So you can start thinking of maybe this is more a means to those ends. But good to identify as we go through this right now, just to, you know, get the full set of ideas as much as we can out there. But that ultimately may well be a means to achieve those things as we narrow this down to what is truly fundamental to making these decisions and then looking at these. That may be not true too. Maybe those are fundamental in their own right in different ways that, you know, we can think through, but. Number 6, like maximize user opportunities versus 7 commercial opportunities. So I would ask like what users, how does that, you mean like non-commercial users maybe or something?
That was what we meant.
Okay.
I think so that 6 should be non-commercial users.
10 minutes to lunch, so we'll just flip to the other groups, but yeah, this is nice. First round of brainstorming. So with 2, we started out like this first top set will be 1 through 12 is kind of, we were thinking, haven't completely parsed this out, but like more regional or local level objectives. And then below that, when we scroll down, we have some things we're trying to think of like regional objectives. You can see like number 5, like the why question to minimize user conflict is like maximize user experience or something like that. Again, pointing as ways you can make sure people have good experiences to reduce conflict. That's one thing. Reduce overcrowding is one thing, right? So you need to think about that as maybe the ultimate goal there. Something like that.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yeah.
Just, can you clarify what kind of conflict, do you mean like users on the river or at a fishing access site are getting into altercations with each other? Is that what that means? Or is that like?
We need to parse that out.
Okay. Yeah, there was a question I had in that group too. Just making sure that we understand what you mean by that.
Because we all think maybe one thing, and if we start defining what conflict means, we'll probably all see that we have a different perception, and let's be clear, really explicit about what that means. Because there might be different ways of getting to that point, or, you know, different things you could do that would affect those different elements.
One example I could give you is that when they increased the presence of law enforcement at the access point on the Blackfoot that's the most crowded, the number of conflicts of all kinds decreased significantly.
So that is like conflicts, people getting in.
Interpersonal conflict.
Interpersonal conflicts as well as, you know, yeah, I mean, you know, people camped out on the boat ramp having lunch or whatever the situation was. And there was an authority there that walked up and said, hey, sometimes Ben and sometimes it was a sheriff and sometimes, but hey, you know, here's the deal. And they come from a position of authority, and it very quickly minimizes a lot of those things that can tend to escalate when it's just two people.
So slightly different than that, even beyond like, you know, person to person interpersonal conflicts. Conflict can look like, you know, getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to be the first one there because you don't want to, you know, miss a spot. And so you have this escalating of like competition. So there's a competition element in that conflict as well. So it's not necessarily always two people getting into it with each other, but you start to develop these behaviors because the resource is limited and now we're competing, which maybe it's conflict and competition. We need to, you know, parse it, you know, separate those two out, but there is, you know, there's a race now to get, you know, the parking spot or, you know, whatever that competition might look like. Yeah, first one down the river and that
You
is
see
part
it
of
a lot in Missoula during.
When a motorized watercraft is on the same body of water that a human powered watercraft is on, that's controllable, like with a set of oars or a paddle, is also on the same water that a tuber is on. Those are user conflicts that are just going to happen. Bands of tubers roped together will wrap around boats. And that's crazy conflict, whereas same thing like with the stand-up paddleboarder on a river being sunk by a power boat that comes through as a user conflict.
Okay, that helps. I just didn't know if you meant that or like a perception of, like if we start limiting use, the perception by one user group was they didn't get what they deserved. I just was trying to clarify that.
I mean, you could have just another scenario, like you could only have 2 boats at a FAS, and the FAS can handle 20 boats, but if one is Scott and his client and the other one is a poor behaving member of the public who's gonna, you know, rush to get in before Scott, all of a sudden you start developing these behaviors that maybe are not directly confrontational, but there's definitely tension and conflict there because there's a, you know, this perception that there's a scarce resource and I have to be the first one that gets to it or I'm gonna lose. So I think just, again, I know I'm beating the dead horse here, but that's when we talk about conflict. It's not just 2 guys, you know, coming to blows over, you know, their dog pooping on their picnic or whatever.
And I don't view that as, this is me personally. I don't view that as conflict because this has changed for me over the years. And I've kind of had an epiphany, I guess you could say, is I don't view that collective resource as us competing for it. We're sharing it.
Yeah.
And I know that's easy to say. And I know that most people don't treat it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little more mature. So I'm aware of the fact of what Marcus is talking.
Yeah.
But how do we get up to the point where they're a little bit, you know, going out of direction? I don't know.
And I think that's why we're talking about this is like, that's where we all want, right? Where this is the ideal outcome when we're talking about ideal outcomes.
Another example of conflict that like isn't inherently combative, but is a concern is I've been on sections of rapids where you have like a lazy section, right? Before you go into the main rapid, a bunch of other rafts catch up to you and it's kind of a guessing game. Who goes through first? Because you can't go in at the same time, otherwise somebody's gonna get hurt. So there's a safety component to some of this as well.
Is there kind of what I'm hearing? That's discussion on this point. Put you on again. Get back to this. Real quick before we break for lunch, I want to point out we had a nice conversation. I'm like, I said we should put minimize costs, and people said, what do you mean by cost? So we ended up with things like cost of actually administering regulations for MVP, but also the monetary cost to users and experiential or opportunity cost to users. So things like that, I think was helpful to start thinking about what we actually meant. and encourage more of that. Talked about maximizing incentives rather than penalties. That might be like a means to end, I don't know, but just, you know, thinking about something that the group might wanna chew on some more. The idea with regional objectives was to provide, like say, got into conversation of on a Smith can't bring a dog, some people like to go with the dogs, we'll go there. So how do you like at regional level make sure that there's the kind of opportunity across the different types of user groups, the wildlife watchers who want to see dogs out there. I think we missed on there the idea of like motorized versus non-motorized too, right? So that definitely should be probably added to that list. This is just like a first step of brainstorming. We need to parse this out a little bit better, but that was just something, the conversation we had about trying to think of this larger scale of how the decision in one place is going to have an effect on opportunity for people nearby and how far do they have to go to get their opportunity. So yeah, as mentioned earlier, talked about collaboration as maybe a way to address some of these issues, and that again might be a means to an end. Also, we're talking about various process objectives, the things that go into what the group would propose is like important for making decisions. So make sure that they're obviously legal and affordable, so on. Make sure that the decisions are, you know, transparent and done in a consistent way and flexible, you know, more stakeholder involvement. I saw some of these kinds of ideas of like process, like how to make a decision things in that first groups list too. So just kind of pointing out, trying to parse these out a little bit. These are, you know, good goals. We alluded to them in the problem statement too about that flexibility and consistent approach and all that. So think about one thing that was like that. But yeah, we say, why don't we take the 30 minutes for lunch now and come back and we'll go back to our breakout groups for like another 30 minutes and work on this a bit more, and then we'll try to combine this. I think that's the next step. So as you're like having lunch and talking, you know, if you think of something, please do jot it down. We'll dive right back in at 12:30, but lunch is in the back. So go ahead and enjoy.
You have your name on it, so make sure you know who you are. Watching, we went to breakout groups again.
Anything yet about minimizing like negative economic impact?
Well, kind of talked about that costs, but I don't know if it got to the crux of what you're saying.
Monetary cost of regulations for two. Yeah, so maybe would it clarify to say non-commercial users there and then talk about the negative economic impact to commercial users or something like that? I don't know.
Well, when I think of negative economic impact, my thoughts on that is minimize negative minimize negative economic impact to local communities.
Yeah.
It's a double-edged sword because, you know, what the pandemic demonstrated to us was that outdoor activity, river recreation is what people, you know, did. And it drove a lot of economic activity in these towns and these local communities, and it will normalize.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned that because I hear that all the time. And the actuality is when you look at the numbers, and these are from ITRR, by the way, I do presentations on this, so ITRR, Institute for Tourism and Recreation Research at Missoula, at the University of Montana. It was part of the Office of Outdoor Recreation that the governor's Bullock put that in place. He got killed by they're still funded and they're still operating and they're still putting things out, but from 2019 to most recent data, 2023, the amount of non-resident visitors in the state has actually stayed exactly the same. And in fact, it's dropped a little bit. And I know that people say that's impossible. And the reason why it is possible is the fact that when people came, they came to certain areas more. So you had a rush of people coming to Kalispell, crush of people coming to Columbia Falls, West Glacier, and likewise Gardner, West Yellowstone, and so forth. And they were kind of funneled into those areas, and that does have an impact. So the numbers say that actually the amount of non-residents coming to the state has not gone up since pre-pandemic.
Visitors.
Just non-resident visitors, that's right.
Non-residents.
There's nothing with those ideas that would be.
I don't think so. I think I was just talking.
We talked about capacity at FWC being one of the issues, one of the reasons why they were, you know, they had the funding and the authority, but capacity was not there. Infrastructure, it's not physical infrastructure has not come up yet as a talking point because it's disparate across the state. You go up to the Kootenai and there are concrete massive boat ramps that you could launch the Titanic off of. And you have people coming down there in 13-foot inflatable rafts. And they have all the space in the world. So user conflict there is almost non-existent because there's so much room there.
Yeah.
Then you go to other places and you're driving through water to get to a gravel bar, to get to the river. And that's a completely different experience at an FAS from place to place. So it's disparate. So infrastructure is also one of these things that's the towns like Ennis had a capacity to, you know, they were probably full during all those times. They probably didn't go, there wasn't lost opportunity there in terms of revenue from rentals and groceries and all kind of thing, but they couldn't have taken any more than they had capacity for.
It was, I don't want to go so far as to say, yeah, I was maxed out, but in 2018, the resounding opinion of Main Street business owners in Ennis, Montana was the fact that these things that you're proposing to us are cutting us off at the knee. And that's one of the reasons why that round of attempts failed. Because that groundswell of opinion from Main Street business owners and the residents of Montana was extremely strong.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
Just say like, in the interest of time, like if we have minimized negative impact to local communities, yeah, that should cut out during this. Avoid those.
Yes, perfect.
And then to the capacity of infrastructure, we're gonna try that language there on number 14, maximize capacity of infrastructure to meet local needs. Because you don't want to like maximize infrastructure everywhere, right? Unless it's needed. It's probably.
Yeah, because I'm curious, you're saying that tourism didn't increase during that time period outside of the state, from outside residents.
As far as dollars spent, that has gone up. Part of that's inflation.
I'm just wondering, because like right after COVID, there was an influx of people who became Montana residents. That's, I think, where we're seeing capacity have an issue because we don't have the infrastructure in place where people moved to.
That's bingo. That's exactly it. Because you look at the satisfaction surveys again that ITRR did. And when they ask very specific questions, and the very specific question is did the quality of your life decrease or increase because of increased non-resident visitation? The answers in the amount of decrease, the quality of my life has went down, has gone up. And meanwhile, the actual numbers of people has gone down. Why? Why do people think that? Well, largely because they can't differentiate between the non-resident visitor who doesn't live here and the new Montana resident that has just moved here.
So I'm gonna suggest we think of these as kind of like overall like statements like minimize cost, negative economic impacts, and then there's like several kind of sub objectives that all relate back to that theme. And then with what you're saying, like you know, the users and conflict and everything, I think does it make sense to think about, like, the main thing is we want to maximize satisfaction of river users, whatever types of groups that comes to mind, but then there's other ways to do that. Minimize conflict. And those might be sub objectives, because some things you might do might actually like have an influence on conflict, even if it's achieving other things. So I think it could still be an important objective to list under there, but all of this is like trying to get back to like satisfaction with the experience, right? So maximize user experience or satisfaction.
So maximizing the understanding of the user's experience, maximize the use of and collection of data that FWP uses to make management decisions.
Process objectives, then I would say that's probably something down there, like make science, make decisions science-based, like social science.
This example that we had earlier, that every time you go to renew your fishing license or your conservation license, we have a short survey for you to take before you get to click purchase, and we're gathering data on a yearly basis.
We're gonna get to the fun set of coming up with that in like an hour, so. So let's see.
Chime in on that too, because they do angler use surveys that are random.
I would suggest here, support increasing river recreation satisfaction is like maximize satisfaction of different user groups, or maximize satisfaction of river recreationists. And then we put those subheadings of like minimize conflict and minimize competition and whatever ways you want to parse this out. Yeah.
Purpose to try to meld this group of 10 action statements to 3 or 4 that are.
No, you know, I just think that it helps to think about this under these kind of themes, because I think it'll help us like clarify our thinking a little bit. So I'm just trying to keep us a step ahead here of where we'll go next. So. River recreation experience is essentially one of those things. Conflict is potentially one. There's like increasing education, actually go back to maximizing satisfaction, because now you're getting better etiquette and all that, like it's. Or is it you want it also because it's a way to, you know, there's a resource protection and all that, right? Like it's.
So then under 5B, like might be better suited to be under maximize than minimize. Because lower cost is certainly going to be a satisfaction factor for river recreationists. For the value of their dollar instead of for might be. So 5B says minimize monetary cost of regulations to users or opportunity cost. So do we want to, is that something that we want to move the lever to increase, or do we want to decrease those things? Is it better said in 3 versus 5?
I don't think you want to try to maximize the monetary cost.
It wouldn't be cost, it'd be value or perceived value.
Yeah, I think, and this goes back to like, maybe there's really like 2-ish main things, like protect the resource, right? Like we had this in problem statements, and maximize, you know, the experience. And so maybe most of this falls under, you know, 1 of the 2, and we don't have to organize it this way. It's just a way to like at least start, you know, be able to see ideas that go together. Sorry, I'll move that cost up to the 7 or just below the satisfaction. This goes back to the stewardship thing, right? So you could think of it as being up here. So potentially this could be like maximize stewardship of river resources. And this is a combined set of objectives, right? We already talked about that elsewhere. Just suggestions I can undo any of these things, but about that as being pieces of that larger puzzle. That making some sense so far.
Makes sense to me.
Put words in your mouth, just.
No.
This idea of vandalism, poor behavior, littering, like, does that go back to it goes back to, right, so. Alone,
If we see under one, if we want to see.
we had maximize incentives. So is that maybe something that kind of goes under the costs? Penalize. People might get something out of it, or it could go under satisfaction. Infrastructure part is probably gonna fall under that satisfaction, right, of recreationists. Just kind of as a starting point there, like what's missing from, like, if you're thinking about what you'd like to see at later local river management. If you did all this, would you have the perfect solution to, making a decision about that river if all these things were met, or are there pieces here that we're not touching on yet?
So when we start to do this, I think of, category 1, 2, and 3 being, we're grouping them together. So I would, to simplify things, I would include 4 and 5 as subs to category, one of the categories above. And then as a social, from a social science perspective, increasing education of river users is a stewardship thing.
So put that under here.
Put that as D maybe?
And then, yeah, back to that idea. Where do you think that fits best?
Probably in costs.
It's also a social science, in my opinion. Because you have to give people a reason to do the right thing. In the absence of enforcement, what are we incentivizing people to do?
And then, like, my next question too is, you think about what we're missing, but also when we think about river recreationists, this is where we really should think about parsing out who those, like, user groups are, to make sure that when we compare alternatives, we're looking specifically at the impact on tubers and fishermen on boats. So we had that list about wade fishing, solitude, wildlife watching, floating with dogs, tubing. We were gonna put in there like motorized. Use. We could put in parentheses for now, like. At least some of these things would probably fall under those user groups, if not all, right, then we wouldn't. Up here, when we're talking about satisfaction of river recreationists. Each. Type. Including. Well, landowners, we haven't talked about what might be important to consider there, right? So. Minimize cost and negative. Economic impacts, is it economic or cost, or is it something else? It's their experience of owning, right? So.
Minimize impacts of recreation to riparian landowners.
Private riparian landowners, or just, yeah.
I mean, you can even leave it in that general sense, because the Montana populace is also the landowner,
Right.
those access points, there's some stewardship that has to go on. in that, but I get the need to parse out. Private landowners as well.
the end of the day, they're a huge stakeholder.
That's number 4 for now.
There was a survey that Abby and I showed you that the Upper Yellowstone Watershed they did a landowner survey as well. That was one of the areas of concern that landowners had, you know, people using their land as a tree going above high water mark, you name it. You know, bad behavior happens everywhere in all aspects. But one of the questions that they asked the landowners is if we could curb some of this, would you be willing to provide more access? Kind of getting at the Blackfoot River Recreation Corridor, you know, the extra 50 feet of space above the high water mark.
Yeah.
And, you know, as you would expect, maybe, well, I can't remember the exact percentage, but I think most landowners were like, I don't know about that. But the door was open, some of them. And, you know, you do enough right things and people act the right way, and that door continues to get wider and wider and wider. And before long, our stream access law has gotten better and better and better, even if it's pinpointed in one area. Because of that cooperation, that collaboration with landowners.
Speaking of collaboration, let's look at these regional objectives. We have about 8 minutes before we come back together. So is there anything you want to think about here or organize this differently?
When I look at 5 and 8, maximize varieties of use. I guess I would say with consideration of compatible uses or something like that.
It's nice the variety of use work.
Compatible, so. That's the same. So even if it's not compatible, you want to make sure that all these different types of users get their opportunity, right? So like manage for things where you can jointly, but also make sure that those guys who are getting bumped from an area because it's incompatible have opportunity elsewhere.
Yeah, and I guess that's in my own mind, I think, well, okay, I could do a lot of compatible uses there. But if I was on the river, I sure wouldn't want a whole bunch of motorboats passing by me or jet boats or the little, whatever they call them, birds. You don't want to have jet boats or whatever they call them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there are other models in other states. I think Oregon uses a separate space of time, you know, where non-motorized boats can use the road Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Motorized can use it Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and then it's like ready for the hall on Sunday or something. I'm not sure how it exactly works.
I can't remember the specifics, but you're right.
You know, it's an opportunity to treat it differently because you can't find compatibility between those two uses, but they were valid uses in that market. And so they just said, well, we're to separate it. And that's sort of what they've done in Lower Clark Fork, you know, where they disallowed more for most of the year.
So this minimize impact on other agencies. What were we talking about there? Like what impact are we thinking? Like negative impact or like?
So people have to pay a fee to use an FAS, but they don't have to pay at a BLM.
Okay.
We're just shifting that problem to a different agency.
So is that like back to this idea of balloon effect?
Yeah. But then also
So the note I had with regard to that, you know, was we have places where the Forest Service is the managing entity for permitting. We have tribal land more flathead. So, you know, I was thinking of it in terms of like, this is a holistically planned thing. Like you could change the rules on the on Rock Creek and probably it's closer to be like, no, it's our land, you can't do that. Like not communicating. It's gonna be complicated.
Goes back to the idea of like process, like manage holistically, like. How much that duplicates what we have.
Does Glacier Park have any administrative authority on like the North Fork and
Yeah, they do. For example, camping on the left
Camping.
side versus the right side.
on their property?
Yeah, they have like one site.
Then 6A could have a B that says including private landowners adjacent to FAS and or bordering watersheds. Adjacent to FAS areas.
And probably also just the stream bed in general, right?
It's like we do start to see negative behavior of private landowners on our rivers, for example, cutting down trees to block access to side channels.
Few minutes left. Scroll down to those process objectives, just so we can show numbers there too. These, I think like it's helpful to throw them on there and, you know, have this kind of in our back pocket. It's usually not something you spend as much time focusing on like refining, because this probably gets out a lot of what we already put in the problem statement, and if you think of other things that arise, we can revise and all that, but they're not actually going to be used to make a decision, other than you're providing this direction to after this is how we want you to do all your decision making is using this, and a lot of this is already built into this whole framework, which is great. So then it's not to achieving these things. Last talk, I guess.
Managed for least restrictive regulations before moving to most restrictive.
Yeah.
Back, but anything else here, and review the problem statement and see if we missed anything. Just might look at this. Have to worry overcrowding anywhere. Is that part of the satisfaction of recreation? Check to the recreation experience, including overcrowding or.
Yeah,
Not
overcrowding is in the fourth bullet point on ongoing and future challenges on our combined draft problem statement.
Yeah. Minimize.
Crowding is referenced in the bullet point below that as well.
back to the process objectives, this idea of like revisit regularly every 3 to 5 years. Like maybe or the regional thing, that idea of maximize capacity for FWP to, do this stuff.
Adaptive management.
Implement recommendations and decisions or.
What we're asking for is truly adaptive management, right? Responding to.
And when you're talking 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, and that's like a kind of separate thing from that discussion right before lunch, we were talking about capacity of FWP to actually do these things due to hiring issues too, and stuff like that, so. Both those ideas I think are good. So this one is like regionally FWP might need the additional, capacity to do ever recommendations or something, and then said something like revisit recommendations regularly under an adaptive management framework. See anything else in here that jumps to mind as
Assuming that by stating these things that we are addressing socioeconomic, political issues, cultural issues that come up. I mean, as indirectly as a stakeholder, it's not a physical thing, but socioeconomic issues are stakeholder issues.
what do you mean by that?
If the state of Montana lost a significant source of revenue or decided to choose alternative revenue paths to achieve its objectives, that could affect capacity to do these types of things, or seeking out alternative ways to fund activities.
It's the objectives language there.
I guess what I was thinking of, are there appropriate guardrails in place to ensure that FWP and collaborative partners operate within. We can find a lot of creative ways to solve these problems. We have the appropriate funding in place. Sure. And this probably goes to the public trust, and also the legal, really reasonable aspects of it, but. With the thought.
Welcome back, third one, how'd that go? We didn't have too much. We kind of elaborated here.
And
Focusing in on this stuff as the where the discussion was with your group.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of tried to define what some of the different user groups were and clarify.
Women, yeah, good one.
Forget the skinny dippers.
Yeah. We forgot about it.
Depends on what they look like.
They're gonna be,
Whether you
they're
forget 'em or not.
gonna be mad if we leave them out.
Right.
So do you anticipate things like, just wondering, like picnicking and camping and swimming, these are people that are concentrated around, like, say, a fishing access site a lot of the time, is that right? And like, are,
We're using it for access to get to
Non,
those.
Yeah.
non-boat ramp.
so are there? Do you anticipate like ways that some decisions might affect them in different ways? Or could you like cluster them together as like non, like boating use of, you know, the site there?
Yes. So picnic, the example I would give is picnicking would be enhanced by infrastructure development. I.e. picnic tables, latrines, trash cans, stuff like that. Or fire pit swimming or skinny dipping would be adversely affected by infrastructure development. All right, so hunting would be adversely affected by infrastructure development.
Parking enforcement could be one area. So if you say like, we're gonna start enforcing parking only for people that, are putting in at a fishing access site, then all of a sudden, all those other user groups, their opportunity is impacted.
There could be a decision in an access site. We got some money, we want to make this thing better. Let's put in dual ramps. Because we all know dual ramps really increases traffic flow and stuff on the ramps. And a picnicker might say, no, I want picnic tables in a gazebo. So that decision does impact them.
But in a perfect world, if you could do both, it would be great.
Does Montana stream bed law allow gold panning or suction dredging?
is what
The Montana stream bed laws protect the right to pan for gold or to suction dredge.
I'm not sure about suction dredge. That seems less likely than getting.
I would question if the disturbance of any state property would be allowed without what is it, a 401, a 310 permit. So that would eliminate section dredging on a 310.
Yeah, there is definitely permits associated with section.
So since we can't possibly, like think of every type of use, I would say like, let's just throw out like a placeholder for that kind of thing, like FWP is gonna wanna think about these. Whether they need to be assessed like every single time or some of this is irrelevant times or anything they haven't thought of around. What was the other main stuff?
Seems like there's a criteria for determining.
Does anyone from group one want to expand on what this conversation was about and we? Any questions about that? Definitively, since group two has some of this stuff too. We can take a look at that too and see.
I think what we're trying to say here was, you know, if you decide to make a management decision in one part of the state, think about what the downstream effects in other parts are. So just our stab at elaborating on what group two said about the balloon effect.
Any other questions or comments from group one?
For a thought experiment, not to have a conversation about it, but is there a time or a place where you would ever throw out the sacrificial lamb? You know, would you ever say, you know what? We're gonna put the problem here and to hell with it. This is gonna be the problem point in order to relieve surrounding. Not a point of discussion, but a thought experiment. Do you throw something under the bus, you know?
Well, just like the Missouri and the Bighorn can handle the pressure. If you increase the infrastructure, those two rivers can handle it. If the access sites can handle all those extra people.
That thought in mind as we think about this, like at a regional level management too. Looking here at group two, we tried to kind of lump these under like kind of general ideas. So maximize stewardship of river resources. So things like, water resources. So a lot of these objectives aren't necessarily different than what we saw last time. They're just organized. We're thinking a little bit more to put kind of like thoughts with like. Looking at that, number two, there's maximize stuff. Actually, things that go into that.
Really appreciate under your item 2, line E, the maximize of incentives and a very sage advisor and involvement in the Blackfoot for all those years. One of the guiding principles of that individual was if you make doing the right thing easy, people are more likely to do it. I think that's it's not the only way to get things to fall in line, but boy, it's a lot more cost effective.
Under number 2, could I propose that we add something to the effect of maximize collaboration? Feels like when people are invested and involved, they're more satisfied with the outcome. And so maximize collaboration with stakeholders would be something I would propose. I don't want to take ownership of your product.
Just wondered, I thought maybe we had that.
We had it somewhere.
Like,
It's
yeah.
down.
If that you're thinking, so this top part of this list is kind of at the next level. So what you're saying is that at the local level, having more collaboration with people there can actually lead to greater satisfaction of people using that system.
They feel like they have ownership over the solution or the outcome. They're less likely to come yell at FWP and, you know, when something goes awry.
Bit here, so we have to minimize cost, negative economic impacts. And then we did talk, that's number 4 about that also made impacts of river recreation to riparian landowners, something I had talked about, now.
Does it have to be landowners or does it simply, can it just be to riparian habitat?
So that might be a little bit of a different idea, going back up to here at the top, right? Stewardship of river resources, aquatic resources, and riparian habitat, and we can throw. That, or you could split that.
Because it may not be an impact on the riparian habitat, but it could certainly be an impact. See people wading in the stream right in front of their place or whatever the issue might be.
Objectives. We added that thing that we talked about for lunch about maximize capacity to like implement recommendations. Just that ideas of like providing for the different user groups and the idea of the balloon effect, like what happens in one area and how that impacts the opportunity and what have you, the nearby area. It's collaboration with agencies. So this is at more the regional level too, yeah. Process objectives here, yeah, I think it's like manage holistically. A lot of this is similar to what you saw last time. We added number 9 as well. And then 8 as well. And some. There's a few ones. So again, like process objectives are what you're telling FWP, these are the things that are important for making any recommendations, you know, a decision from the recommendations this group puts forth. We want you to think about all these things and making those decisions. So like, it's like nice to have them all here. But I think going back and focusing on really winnowing down, like to make sure that the fundamental objectives about managing at the local and regional levels are really solid, as much as we can, you know, say in the next 40 minutes or so. I want to get you to the fun brainstorm of alternatives after that so we can jump ahead and then we can revisit these. But like thinking if we were to try to merge these together over the next 40 or so minutes, are you ready to try taking a stab at that? More breakouts if you'd rather. We can work off one of these and bring over the ideas that are missing from the other one.
I think they're pretty close already.
I think we just go to dinner, have a couple beers and come back.
It is 120. It is 120.
From my perspective, there's nothing up there that neither group that I could have a problem with, so just get rid of duplications and put them together.
Is there one that would be better to start with than the other one? Just back to group.
Seems to be a little bit better organized.
Yeah, we spent some time doing that.
Thanks, Robert.
Not to disparage your
And then if I send you all an email real quick, maybe with group 1, so you can pull it up on your screen, it might be the easiest way. I could also do a side by side on here, but it gets kind of hard to see everything. Or we could just flip back and forth too, if you want. What would you prefer?
Can you instruct ChatGPT to analyze 2 documents and reduce?
It's probably an interesting.
Reduce duplications, but you would do it.
It'll do it in about 5 seconds.
Stop share for a second and send you all.
Can you just split screen it?
I can try. That's where like the text gets real small, right? When you try to, and there's quite a bit of text, so I'll just send you both things like in an email. Like here's what what we're adding to, and here's group 1's work that you can kind of zoom around on your own screen. So as much as you need.
I think we all have group 1 and group 2 already.
Group one has
Oh.
group one and two. I don't
Okay.
know about group two, actually.
That's the way to do it too. Okay, hold on. So yeah, you just open whatever email I sent you, even if it's the wrong report, just to see what this is like. I'll go back to sharing my screen.
So just a question, is it important that we eliminate the duplications right now? We all agree there are duplications and might change a word somewhere, but is that important to take our time to do that now?
I think like for now, let's look for where there's things missing in group twos that we're gonna add to that group one came up with, or things that you think of as we keep talking about this. Don't worry about like, we don't need to delete anything from group ones, just add to group two, so. Yeah, something that. Let's see, or not. Able to see things yet. I have to refresh your page.
Does anyone not have access to group one draft?
You shared that?
It should be. Do you?
I think it's just called group one draft.
Yeah, it's just group one draft.
Does everyone have that?
This one.
Because if you also copy that in group two draft, then.
Yeah, I can.
Then whether you have group one or two, if you just. Those.
One and group two are both on each draft.
Anyone's identified so far, ones? One thing that comes to mind is like, there may be some of those user types that group one was working on adding to the last breakup that we're missing on this particular list in our side over here. It's including, we have flow fishing, wade fishing, solitude seekers, wildlife watching, floating with dogs, tubing, motorized use, non-motorized use.
Then we had a lot of riparian soil.
And thinking, camping, football enrichment.
Tourism, that was my, I wasn't sure how to word it.
Sightseeing.
Yeah, sure, yeah, I'm not, I feel no ownership over that, I was just trying to capture the looky-loos.
Hey, what's going on over here?
Pretty dope rock, jump off that rock.
Stack. Yeah, so many.
Your creators.
And do you think that river recreationists include like the folks that are we like considering them to be part of that?
If they're using
Okay.
the sites and they need a
Yeah.
conservation license, they should be included in.
I think that's why there, a lot of people are there.
Yeah.
The river.
Just making sure.
I like to consider myself a picnic lunch coordinator.
As you should.
This might not need to be mentioned, but what about foragers? Because there are.
Doing hunting.
It's a good morale season.
The minimized conflict was Huckleberry conflict, I'm sure.
Commercial versus non-commercial.
We have like. Negative. Communities, which gets us some of that commercial. It's kind of where we were going with that. Yeah, do we want to add more explicitly the commercial, non-commercial considerations wherever it makes sense?
It was an interesting conversation we were having. At what point do you break out that usage?
When they might be impacted differently by the decisions made.
I mean, I guess more in the process of this.
Yeah, I think for now, like I'd suggest including it in that long list of like fishing, like including like commercial, non-commercial types of. A lot of these things could be commercial and non-commercial.
So just simply listing commercial and non-commercial use.
Carry over. You guys kind of hit on the holistic system wide. Sets.
Keep thinking about whether group one has anything that needs to be carried over, but like in looking at this list, are there things that don't make sense or we need to define better? Word, talk about more, it's just generally.
I just went through and categorized everything in 1 and 2, and there's a lot of differences. I think just add it all together.
Let's see, so do you want to go?
I found one common area. 1.6 and 2.6. I don't think anybody in this group disagrees about everybody's list, correct?
What are you referring to? What?
So number 6 in group 1 and number 6 in group 2. Sure, we can merge some words there.
Gotcha, okay, yeah.
Here's number 6 for group 2.
Oh, on the list.
This is where up here we were working on this user group type including, so we just copied all this down because this was going back to group 1. Put that down here too. Now this includes all these different groups that I think we were carrying over from group 1. What else? Did you see what's different?
I'm literally saying they're completely. Is there synergies between things? Sure, just add everything together in one group.
So like maximize investment is where I think we were talking more about. Is that the capacity conversation, like maximize capacity of FWP to implement these things? Just remembering.
Vehicle and it was maximizing staffing.
So in that case, sorry, this is hard.
I know.
If you look at group 1, number 1 is kind of captured under our combined list under regional number 5, maximize capacity. So we're talking about making sure those investments are there and the ability to do this is there, right? And if you minimize conflict among user groups, so overcrowding. So here we have maximize satisfaction, including minimize overcrowding and user conflict. So there's that overlap there. If you disagree, I definitely want to hear if this is not actually captured sufficiently. Just looking through this, yeah, there's the overcrowding was number 3.
As we kind of broke that down.
Yeah, so
More specific or bring broader.
maximize experience, so we have protect, enhance river recreation experience. Resource protection, we have under number 1 up here is stewardship of river resources, including protect, enhance. And then Yep, 7. Number 4 under group 1 be down here under the process type objectives is, let's see, do we get that clearly? So managing holistically, and we are maximizing local adaptive decision making. So we talked here about an adaptive management framework. Up here, maximize flexibility. We have to maximize or make decisions in a consistent statewide manner. So maybe there is something there about maximizing flexibility of local implementation or something. collaboration among user groups, so that was collaboration with stakeholders. You want to change that to user groups?
Stakeholders better. Yeah, I do too, because we're talking about river recreationists in two, in the first sentence. Now we're talking about collaboration with stakeholders. They are, river recreationists are stakeholders as well. We're talking about, we need to further define who those stakeholders are other than river recreationists. And I think we do that.
It includes everybody.
Yeah.
Agencies.
Okay. So yeah, number 7, maximize commercial opportunities within the allocated proportion of opportunity. That first part of that sentence, maximize commercial opportunities, that may be something that we're currently not really explicitly including in this combined set of objectives. And this is one of those examples where the word might get uncomfortably, you know, everyone might be like, we don't want just maximal thing, but that's not like what we're trying to say, right? Like ideally we'd be able to do all these things. And we know we're going to give a take on any of it. So we include like maximize commercial opportunity, then that will allow us to weigh how well that's being met in light of everything else that's being evaluated alongside it, right?
That sentence, I mean, what does that sentence mean? Is it saying that outfitters and guides should make sure that they use all of their allocated days? Or is it saying?
Yeah, we discussed this in our group because of that word maximization, and my takeaway was, and I think this was good. If you have a pie and you allocate, say, 50% of it to just numbers, half of it goes to private entity, half of it goes to commercial entity, providing the maximum amount of facilitation to either of those groups so that they can use their full 50%. Not necessarily, or you know, let's say it's 25, 25, 50. If whatever group gets 25%, how do you maximize their ability to use their 25%?
They may never get to 25%. They may only get to 50, and that may be the max that we can get to. But yeah, maximize doesn't mean 100%. It's
Sorry, are you
the maximization of the allocation, because I think that also has a negative tone, but sure. Maximization of potential within that piece.
So Scott, if you're allocated 50 days on a river and something happens and you can't use those 50 days, do you get to use the remainder of those days in a different place, or are you out you've lost opportunity?
The way these allocations work is, and there's different mechanisms. But in a lot of places, your allocation is your allocation. You can't go above it, but you can go below it. And this organically varies from year to year for outfitters. Sometimes it's a little less, sometimes it's right at it, sometimes it's significantly less. What we've seen over the years, and again, the best example is BH2, is that allocation of the amount of days that is allocated to outfitters in the aggregate, the use is significantly less than it is winnowed down over the years. And there's several different reasons for that, but that's what you see. That's probably what you're going to see on other rivers. There is no mechanism in place on any of these current permitted rivers for that allocation to be temporarily or otherwise moved from one permitted outfitter to another. The only way that you are going to get to the point of 100% of that allocation is being used every year for commercial outfitters is if you allow, temporary or otherwise, the transfer of those allocated days in increments between permitted outfitters. You know what I'm saying? Because there's always gonna be less. There's always gonna be 1, 2, however many outfitters who just don't use their entire allocation. You plan as best you can, but these things change from year to year. Somebody gets sick, your clients can't come, you know, you name it. Whole bunch of different scenarios.
So would the purpose of that be then to say that FWP has to close a river access point because of a safety issue? Or maybe there's a fire, or maybe something happens and the infrastructure there can no longer be managed, and that impacts both a commercial and a non-commercial user's ability to conduct their business. Is that addressed is that what you were trying to address in that statement, or?
No, I just was trying to answer the question is. And maybe I add a little color to it right here as well, is in some systems, not in all, it just kind of depends on the system. There's different models and different things you can choose from. We talked about earlier today, there is in some systems a use it or lose it scenario. It currently kind of basically, probably the best example is what Forest Service does. And essentially it's just these parameters that it's usually worked so that if over a 3-year period or a 5-year window, if you don't use a certain percentage of your priority use days or whatever the heck you want to call them, river client days, trips, you know, however you want to term that, is what then happens is you take the average of that 2 period of time, and that average minus what your allocation is a number that then goes back into the common pool, which then can be snapped up by other priority use users or other permittees through an application process. That's use it or lose it in a nutshell. You do it a lot of different ways.
So there are scenarios where, say, you know, in the springtime when a river blows out and it's off color and it's high, but it's a nice sunny day, I may go float, but you may not be out there, or a guy may not be out there, clients fishing. It's not a lost opportunity for the recreational floater that's not fishing, but it is a lost opportunity for an outfitter.
Those allocations are separate. Those allocations are separate. And basically, and this kind of gets to a bigger issue, I guess. And I think it's not really necessarily of our purview, but I'll just throw it out there, is the fact that you're talking about numbers here. Okay, that's what we're talking about, numbers. You're talking about carrying capacity. And you set a carrying capacity, and okay, this many commercial users, this many non-commercial users. And then that's your allocation. That's your carrying capacity. And the problem with it is, the problem that you're going to run into, unless you have, in order to get the numbers, you got to have the data. And the problem with it is for both, unfortunately, unless it currently has an SRP on it in our state, we just don't have those numbers. We have estimates of angler use days on rivers. They're pretty good at getting those close. But as far as Yellowstone, for example, we don't know how many commercial use days there are. We don't know how many fishing outfitter use days there are in Yellowstone.
So can I
You
post some
know, track-
language up here to say like, we haven't really explicitly talked about like making sure outfitting interests are like happy or not negatively impacted economically. So I thought maybe this could be something that kind of gets at some of, I think what you're talking about, or at least like better directs, you know.
Yeah, I think that language better addresses the intent of versus maximizing commercial opportunities within the allocated proportion. That just simply means, sure, we want to encourage you, FWP wants to encourage outfitters to use their allocated days.
That's what
Yeah.
I want to get to the top of the allocation with outfitters. And the reason why I want it is because if you get to the point where an allocation is in place, we've all agreed to it, right? We've all agreed to it. This is where we want to get as far as use goes. So, you know, the economic impacts to our state will get maximized if that allocation runs to the top of the picture.
This gets back to, I wrote a note, like, don't preserve the progress that we've already made. So we're not gonna like, in this, we're not gonna come in and say like, cut the outfitter days by half. Like, that's not gonna be that. So we're gonna maximize that relationship, that opportunity as the best that we can.
So this works for, at least for now. looking at the rest of the group one list, I think that's mostly captured Sam, like. It's feeling like we've got it now a little bit, or is there something still that?
I see a difference. In the number 2 there, and maybe it's somewhere else. It says maximize satisfaction, river recreationalists, that could, part of being satisfied could mean having opportunity. But in group 1, we specifically use the word opportunity, maximize opportunities of river recreationalists.
So opportunity, does it lead to satisfaction? Along with overcrowding
I
and
would think so.
so maybe we need something in here like protect, enhance river recreation experience, maximize opportunity. Kind of get at that while also minimizing overcrowding and user conflict and.
Perfect.
everything.
12 on number 1. You see that address somewhere?
Overfishing, biological thresholds, so that would be. To me, I was thinking protect, enhance aquatic resources. And this overfishing idea is something that is beyond like the river recreation itself, right?
Maybe here was that it went back to the overcrowding issue.
I guess I think what we talked about was, it's fine to have it in there. It's like a direction to us to make sure that we stay on top of it. Like you've all been talking about, this is mostly a social management of social interactions type issue. Because this already is going to be, look, we're already going to be looking.
So how about like this minimize overfishing, negative impacts to fish? That's 1B, and 1C is like the wildlife and the riparian corridor. And by the way, these are not ranked in any order of importance at all, right? So it's just trying to organize things.
So 11 was about behavior. I don't know what that's addressed into.
Yeah, so we had minimize vandalism or behavior littering under how it impacts the resources.
Okay.
Yeah, we talked about that too, like. Yeah, these aren't like super clean, like divisions between the stewardship, because the resource, because obviously people are probably happier when the resource is better off, right? So it's all still interlinked, but just as an initial kind of way of organizing these thoughts. How does this look as a first go at this now of a combined set? Well, I'd suggest we take 15 minutes here, come back at 2:05 and get into the parts of what you can actually do about, you know, solving some of these problems. We'll revisit all this as needed later today or too.
So we still have 2 separate.
We have this is
fundamental objectives.
this is the combined list if we think we've carried it over. Yeah, keep thinking on that and again, keep thinking on all of it. We're gonna find things we're missing or overly specific or too much. We'll keep refining, but at least as a first go, this is something to move us forward, I think. All right, come back at 2:05 and we get to the next step. Yeah. Level we call it. And then when we think about regional level, we might want it to be longer. So I'm not sure just yet, but that's my initial reaction.
That helps, thanks.
Okay, so make sure to is like you probably won't figure all these out today by stretch, but like if you start thinking about the range of alternatives that we have, are all these objectives actually being addressed with those different things you come up with? Because if they're not, you have an objective that has a way to like make it better, then we can't make it better. We have nothing to analyze for it. So we like use that list to like flip back and forth. Are we forgetting something and have we actually provided a tool to make these objectives improve on them? And yeah, think creatively, come up with that wide range of alternative ideas. There are a couple different types of alternatives, and this doesn't really matter in so much to think about too soon, but I want to show you one thing. So we start out by thinking about like just ideas that we've talked about so far, maybe, and other ones that come to mind, but then we can start thinking about them as like portfolios, a collection of similar actions of things. So it's like this menu idea. And we can actually put that together in something that might look like this. So in this example, back to the bighorn pneumonia thing we talked about yesterday, we identified 4 things that we think affect the risk of a die-off in a herd. So more private land is associated with like domestic sheep and goats. Weed control is talking about using domestic sheep and goats to control noxious weeds. Neighbor risk here is talking about the risk of spreading pathogens between neighboring herds, and then densities within a herd. So we said, what can we do to reduce risk for each of these like categories of things? And we can classify it as like not so aggressive up to something more aggressive. And so under density, as examples here, you could do nothing, that's status quo. You could increase harvest, a little bit ramped up on aggression there. You could think about like trying to address range health, so something a little beyond just, reducing the herd size, density. You could move animals out of the herd, or you could even translate them within the herd area to expand their range. So like that's like unproven, we don't know, but like, hey, we're thinking of outside the box ideas. And kind of organizing it in this like list of different things you can think about there. So we did this for all those different categories. This becomes then like this idea of a menu. So say you're managing a herd and you want to think about picking some items from this menu. So you can pick as many as you want from the different categories, but say this biologist is saying, we'll do more public education, move wandering animals, and we'll try to locate animals outside of the herd to reduce density. And that then could become like this idea of a set of actions that would be one potential decision that could be made. This is going to be slow here, but then you could pick up a different set and put them in a different portfolio and so on. And so it just kind of provides this like set of ideas that's kind of classified into like-minded things that address each of these items. And then that's actually what you would have as VP at a later step when they're putting together these things from your list of, menu of actions. They'll analyze then how well that meets the different objectives that you came up with. So for this particular herd, then we just have this set of like status quo as a number of things. The next decision might be to like focus on transplant removal of animals to area. We could kill some of the animals that are high risk as think about something maybe more costly, but like easements and things like that to reduce risk. So this is just like a kind of example of how you might think about arranging your own thoughts. If it makes sense to start categorizing them into different bins, that might help you like to kind of flesh out the different kinds of ideas under that particular category, the range of things you could do under that particular thing. And then if you put like together a menu of items like that, it provides FWP with something to like pick and choose what makes sense for a particular river to then analyze like how does it actually address all your objectives. Does that make sense? It's just an idea to think about for now. Don't worry about it too much, but yeah, at this first step, take the next 40 minutes, I think, to go back to breakout groups. I think everyone's been thinking about some of their ideas, probably about what you would do to address river recreation, like that's when we actually started thinking about this. So if you want to share any of those ideas now, or you can start with your small groups and just talk about it at that point too. This is the fun part.
Think the word best.
As far as
Whether you break out or do it as one whole group.
well, let's do the breakout groups, at least for the first 40 minutes. We might just stay together after that, but yeah, go ahead back to, we'll do the same group as the last time today and just start, seeing what you can come up with then.
You're saying breakout groups work best.
Yeah, it allows everyone to have more,
Yeah.
more diversity,
No, that's what I expected.
Sorry, could you email?
Yes.
Okay. We're scheduled.
We do
make
express
us
the
a
dance
dance
here.
here.
I'm working on it or something. Yeah.
What do you think, Lou?
We'll be right back. Okay, another thing
Sure. Yeah.
We're trying to, and we said this is brainstorming and we're just, throwing every idea out there, but do you want us to, or is there a value in using certain types of statements or language to help get us down the road? Like, for example, could we, should we describe these sort of as if then type of statements, or is that helpful to do that, or is it just better just to say, let's do away with river access in general?
I think that. You have another example that like that you do away with river.
Sure. So I wrote down, what impact does addressing or solving the problem have? So if we improve the river user's experience, will it make it such a great thing that it invites more people to come? If we do this so well that it creates a utopia, a type of utopia, then will that just lead to further problems down the road? You're saying yes.
I think about that too. I guess from, the alternatives brainstorming standpoint, though, I'm not sure if I'm following like how to think about that just yet.
You're trying to figure out if there is wording that can be used to prevent something like that happening? Is that what I'm understanding?
My personal preference is to just use that if then type of scenario. If we do this, then what is the consequence? And if we're not here to address the consequence yet, we're just
So,
we're just going to express the if.
Yeah,
Okay.
address the different like ideas of what could you do. So the easiest thing would be to start with the things that you've already been talking about the last almost 2 days now, and any other ideas you came up with. So I'm gonna create this PowerPoint into a PDF to email that to you also. Yeah, just take a minute while I do that. Sharing. All right.
and see where certain alternatives for specific objectives might achieve one objective, but would not
Yes,
address other objectives or fly in the face of trying to reach
Yeah.
other
and that
objectives.
definitely is gonna be the case for a lot of things, and that's why we want.
Is your suggestion as we go through this to like start at the top and move down, or say, well, if we're here as a river recreation committee, so we should think about those specific alternatives that are the most influence river recreation in a positive manner.
It's totally up to you. And like, it might be easiest to start with whatever you feel like drawn to is the first thing, like that is easier to brainstorm to just kind of get creativity going. So that's the first thing on the resource, and then also more just about the user experience. Great, but yeah, these things will conflict, like they won't all, you can't make everyone and everything perfect all the time, so you know, thinking about that creatively, are there ways that you could actually do better, it's good. But then also, that's why we have all the objectives really explicitly identified, so we can see when we analyze this, like, are we actually doing all these things, and could we combine these sets of ideas? And that's the idea of like that ending thing. If you pull together these different pieces, can you build a set of ideas that actually could achieve all this in a better way than a single thing, or you know, does that help?
You want us to use the, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand how to think through this. You're asking us to, if our local objective, are we using the local objectives for this process? So how would we maximize satisfaction of river recreationists?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's start with the local objectives, and we will have to want to think about the regional ones too, but I think that the local is a little easier as a first step.
We're just throwing things on the wall.
Yeah, yeah, and we're not going to analyze them.
Okay.
So
we could maximize river recreation satisfaction, or we could maximize Montana resident satisfaction by issuing people who buy fishing licenses a card with 25 stamps for user days on it. And non-residents only get 10.
Okay, let's see here. So that one. What was that again for an idea?
We could maximize satisfaction of Montana residents by prioritizing river days. Example would be each resident gets a stamp with 25 stamps on it. Sort of the AIS passport you get when you go through the boat check stations. They stamp you, you get 25 stamps to use.
So like non-residents get 10.
That assumes that then when you go to put your boat in, that stamp is verified by someone.
Yeah, and so that, you know, you can begin to think about, well, when we're analyzing something like this, if it was part of a recommendation to be assessed against other ones, like how much can you actually like regulate this, right? Like how costly is this? So that's, you can begin to like think about those impacts. And is there something you can come up with that would be easier to do?
And build more fishing access sites.
I think build more access sites. I think separating the use by access will help. Like every access does not need a boat ramp, right? If you want to get people who are just going to go picnic, you know, it's more impactful. I mean, it creates more conflict if it's at where there's, you know, another major activity happening. So
numerous alternatives.
My perspective, we definitely don't need boat ramps at every access point. Because that just inherently separates two user groups. You know, the flow. Huge point. So we have some of that happens now, but if we enhanced it, we just said we're gonna continue to look at access points in areas and say, well, we've got an issue with access on River X. can we put more access points in that are different from the other ones that are there? Maybe there's more need for ramps or less need for ramps.
Yeah, if you focus on something that's not a boat ramp per se, but it's something kayakers, canoers, paddleboarders can use and tubers, right? So you could also.
Hand launch, there's a number of access points that I use where we carry the boat in.
Fishing Creek, taking your canoe out there.
What's that?
Taking your canoe out at Fishing Creek.
Yeah.
On Overton.
You could modify existing access sites with infrastructure that, that doesn't allow you to launch a boat or a raft. You could only hand carry.
Or you could modify access sites to have a hand launch area separate from a boat, right? Or make that boat launch area better for flow, direction, ease of use, you name it.
Appropriate signage also to help direct would be.
I'm a little bit concerned about throwing bunches of ideas out, but I might do that. Yeah, so education and outreach activities, that's a big thing, obviously, and it could reach a lot of different things, but I'm not going to try and touch that other than just to mention it. An alternative that could address a number of different objectives.
I think that's all we need to put anyways, because ultimately it's gonna be FWP that decides how to implement that.
Are there any ideas of like how, like what types of information are created that?
Yeah, websites, for example, access site, bulletin boards, river ambassadors. Those are all different mechanisms that have been used in various places.
I believe the flexibility of, multi-jurisdiction groups is probably something that is powerful. It has been a powerful tool in Missoula with the collaborative. And I don't know if that's
Is that under education outreach or?
well, not really. It's really more just management in general. I mean, it covers all of it, I guess, because there's.
Could be a number of things that come out of it.
Yeah, and it just allows an independent organization to, receive funding from FWP to do things that the FWP might be hamstrung to try to do.
So is this like an adopt a road concept where?
Well,
John's Road
with
is-
the Four Rivers Collaborative, it's, you have the county involved and the city involved. Because some of the access points, in the reaches that they're managing are not FWP access points. There's some of them county, some of them are city, and then you have, the Parks and Rec department, and I mean, there's a bunch of people, and all that people are doing is sort of throwing money into one place, and then they're able to allocate it. And so I think I think it's a tool that FWP should try to engage with.
Collaborations.
At a statewide level, yeah. Yeah, when there's a hot point, like if you have an issue and you're faced with having to do regulations of some kind or do some sort of action, to me, it makes sense to just get everybody at the table and kicking in with money and it doesn't all fall on FWP. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's might be the right place or maybe they do.
You're in the adopt a fishing access site. So something under management or I guess it could be access sites. I don't know.
I think they should sell dumpster logos. Like as a retailer who's in the boating business, I'd consider buying, like paying for the dumpster for a summer at John's Root if I could have my logo.
Yeah, but it's
My
like
customers are the ones that are, sometimes making the mess.
there's a bike rack out in front of a FWP here that's paid for by a local
Yeah,
bike.
yeah, right. That same concept. Yeah.
Rent a dumpster.
It's a dumpster.
Like, the orange bags that are at things, right? Like,
Yeah.
when I forget one.
It's like the Blackfoot, Stitch and Bitch Club that does. It's like it's a group of women who do a lot of sewing together and they just get together and I mean thousands of those things. Sorry, shouldn't say that.
No, that's fine, it's fine.
Issue with mesh beverage containers with underage drinkers is that they don't want to show up to take out. We always talk about taking, see kids. Gotta go. Let you get through. I think a big one is parking. I think from a management tool, you know, you can certainly manage. You can manage a fishery by access. You can do the same thing. You can manage use by access as well. So if you want to change the way people are using a particular area, you can either increase or decrease the amount of parking and or increase or decrease the restrictions or costs to park in those areas.
It's an incredible simple exercise. I did it for the Madison. It's with alterations. It's on the books. It was done in, you can do it for a river in an hour. A few local guys, or a few local, I shouldn't say guys, a few local people. They use that river a lot. And hey, how would this access site work better if we redesigned it and did something different to it? It's an incredibly simple exercise for the local person.
Well, for somebody who's aware of the, how.
Yeah.
But yeah, once you have that knowledge, it's transferable.
Under that decrease parking to manage use levels, you could also use the concept of public transportation as a management tool. So rather than encouraging people to drive their single-use vehicle to a trailhead or an access point, they get on a bus. And then,
I think the bus company in Missoula is part of the Four Works Collaborative.
okay, yeah. So they could even rent you the tube, take you right to the spot, grab your trash for you.
I mean, not to, you know, those are sort of all too many people experiences, how to manage, you know, physically the people at places. I don't know what that touches on some of the other issues.
The first category then for the top of the page.
I think that's a little bit hard to, I mean, unless we break it down into either different user groups or different expectations regarding what I might find is satisfying being on the river by myself. Bunch of tubers might think, why the hell would you want to do that? Don't you want to hang out with your friends and, you know, splash down the river together?
So throw it out. Scott might throw something at me. Try not to.
I'm not gonna throw anything in your face. See that first one right there? Priorities River Days? There are so many hangups to that.
Right.
There's a time and place for that. So throw this is spaghetti on the wall.
So, you know, when I look at what happened on the Big Hole Beaverhead with the adoption of Citizens Days on the river, so that a person who wanted to separate themselves from commercial users would have a place every day to go that they could do that. And you could essentially, I think you can do a 7-day float on that river and have a private stretch every day. Blackfoot's the same way, it's got 7 reaches. I think about the big conflict days that we have around Missoula are typically Saturdays and Sundays. When you know, the vast majority of the local resident guy is off of work. And so those, you know, Box Canyon on Saturday or Sunday is a tough stretch. You know, if you're in there and there's a half a dozen guide boats and a half a dozen, you know, regular private users, it's possible that just separating the use for 1 day a week on a stretch of river. And maybe you do it, you know, maybe you just pick the most heavily used stretch of river, or maybe, you know, and if that works and it isn't impacting, you know, commercial operator in a significant way, you know, the idea of being able to expand that to those heavier use days, I don't know that I don't know that can't see. I can't see a huge issue, but I'm sure you do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I was down on the Big Hole and the local fly shop was using that like as a sales tool to us. Like we went, well, you could go here today. There's no outfitting on that stretch of river.
And therein lies the problem. That's the exact problem. So we're dealing with, we see patterns of increased use. And if you want to get at stopping that increased use, that type of river micromanagement just moves more use into other sections. Because you're moving commercial users, obviously. And in the case of Citizens Day non-residents, into congesting more and more sections. And then the one that is closed isn't closed. It's that segment of use can expand as much as possible. There's no limits on it whatsoever. So because of that, the section that's closed actually continues to go up. And you end up doing the exact opposite. We have floated the idea to other state agencies about this river micromanagement, and we're thinking about ideas on the tables of doing this. And these are river managers from other states, and the response they got was laughter. That's crazy. That's not going to work. And this was several. Wasn't a part of those conversations. That's what I've been told. Is that's nuts. If you're trying to stop that use, there's only one way to do it.
Well, I don't know. I don't know. From my perspective is that you'd be trying to stop the use. I think what you'd be doing is creating opportunities for people to separate the use that tends to have some conflict associated with it. Now, I'm not.
We need more bad ideas up on the board.
Let's not evaluate this. Let's just keep adding ideas. So.
Soft closures, implement soft closures when access areas are determined to be at capacity.
No, it's the same thing Yellowstone National Park does with their camping board. You go through Livingston. And they got the board up there. I think there's one at West. Is there one at West too, maybe?
Yeah, I think so.
These camping sites are full, these ones aren't.
Inside the park.
Technology's there, apparently.
Yeah, implement a technology solution to reduce overcrowding. That might fit more in the access site areas, but it could be a red light, green light, yellow light, sort of a signal when you approach an area that says, sorry, this area is at capacity or
Like a
full.
parking lot in the city kind of thing. It's like they have a meter that tells you how many spots are left.
That was something that was discussed on Blackfoot Challenge, was potentially having some sort of website that would have like a remote camera on the parking lot. Parking lot's full, goes on the website, such and such, no longer available for parking.
Yeah.
You want to go picnic, fine, but parking there.
And outreach, I'd like to add that we this concept of stick. Was it stick versus
Carrot.
Stick versus carrot? Yeah. We want to facilitate and encourage people to visit a number of access areas in their area and or across the state. So incentivize natural distribution of pressure somehow. You've already fished birds this week. Go try someplace else.
No, in the Blackfoot, there's one access site that only has 3 or 4 car spots, and if they're full, there's no parking on the road there. And that works pretty good, except for one particularly large outfitter. Puts 4 cars in there first thing in the morning, doesn't move them until about 1. So you know, you can game those systems, but that limited access because of limited parking.
Yeah.
It goes back to the whole parking management thing.
Yeah, as a management.
I'm sort of loath to even just bring it up. At some point, there is a paid launch thing. And I see it as an opportunity potentially for increasing access by having the ability for a private landowner to develop a launch on their site. I was in Louisiana red fishing in March, and you know, we launched 2 different days. We launched at private launches where we paid $10 to launch the boat for the day. And you know, we could have launched at a public launch, but it wasn't nearly as convenient, and so we used that. Different kind of experience, obviously.
Say something earlier.
Pretty good little hustle for somebody in some places where there's a lot of use to have.
Tags or something.
Security.
Yeah, the Discover Pass was that, you know, you, if you weren't fishing, you could still pay to get access to an area to, you know, otherwise you were gonna get a ticket. And it's like $100 fine for parking in an FAS without having your Discover Pass.
Mistake approach.
Yeah. We're talking, I mean, is funding, we haven't talked really yet about funding. How do we, you know, as an alternative, how do we increase funding to FWP to pay for these things? Maybe that's under, it could be under management, because it's really talking. Sort of, yeah. I'm still fascinated by this idea of the hidden objectives. Like, what are we trying to achieve and not say that we're trying to do it?
Yeah, I mean, in a lot of cases, those aren't even realized. Sometimes they're things I don't really want to talk about too, but yeah.
Brad Pitt and Robert Redford.
You see anything, Scott, with regulation in terms of like
So
changing the way fishing regs were to change where use?
I think the next step that we're probably not gonna do is maybe do it is analyze the consequences of your alternatives, correct? So there have been several things that have come up over the years, largely around the Madison corridor, that were what I refer to as river micromanagement. It's essentially the regulatory level, okay? And not addressing the population level. And my analysis of all of those over the years was clear. None of them will work. None of them will have the impact. And the reason why none of them will have the impact is because you're only managing one sector. And if you allow a continuation of growth to continue in another sector, you don't stop that, then that continuation of increased use is just going to continue to go.
80-20.
So are you saying like angler versus non-angler use of the site? Is that what you're?
No, this is specifically with angler situations, which goes to amount of people on the river. But at the same time, it's also non-angler. So
I remember having a conversation with an FWP biologist at one point, and he said effectively we manage this fishery by managing a limited amount of access to it, so that you end up having to do this long float to do that stretch, and by default that created a different level of use and a different impact on the fishery than if you had.
Oh, and that's absolutely the case. Madison's the perfect example. Between Gray Cliff and the next place that has a ramp downstream is 16 or 17 miles. Gets very little use. Wonder why, right?
Yeah.
That's a big day for most people. So.
Dearborn. When your Dearborn's flowing, there's a lot of people, in spite of the fact that it's 17, 18 miles.
Yeah.
I've been through this so many times that I almost feel like my mind is locked when it comes to the alternatives portions of this. In some respects.
Just because of experience.
I wanna see what other people have to say and have to do about things, but at the same time, in my head is I'm a little tired of getting picked on. And I'm a little tired of getting non-residents getting picked on. So, you know, what are we putting out there if we decide that, oh, let's go nuclear and this is what we gotta go to? If that thing is let's be heavy-handed on the commercial sector, or let's be heavy-handed on the non-residents. As far as non-residents go, I think there's pretty clear statutory guidance. Maybe it's ARM code that says we can't do that. Although some would argue, it doesn't matter. We can do whatever we want, done it in the past. And then the other thing is that the consequences of those actions, when I've analyzed them, are they're gonna river micromanagement, and maybe there's something out there that I'm just not aware of. I haven't been able to come up with it in my head, and I've been thinking about this pretty regularly for 10 years, maybe longer. So, for me, the biggest things that come to mind as far as alternatives is let's try to educate first. Let's try to get these FAS ambassador programs that have been successful in other places to work in other places in the state. Let's do those soft things, those less restrictive things first. And let's see how they turn out. Let's, see what people think after a couple of years of doing this. And if that ain't working, well, we got to do something else. We got to get a little more heavy-handed with it, folks. And the jumping directly to, sorry, Derek, but jumping directly to a use stamp that has a certain amount of days is about the non-resident that fishes 140 days a year.
Well, for the
Is a
purpose
private
of, the
property
purpose of
owner.
this, getting bad ideas on the board,
But it's on the board, and I want it to be on.
Yeah.
I want all those bad ideas to be on.
Let's keep adding to it, 'cause
So let's-
hopefully
yeah.
by the next.
I don't have
hour, it's set.
I don't have any. I'm sorry, I don't have any. I would love to say, just throw a bunch of spaghetti on the wall. I just, my mind is locked.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
We've gone there.
Yeah, fair to say, absolutely. Fair to say.
Well, in terms of one of these other soft solutions you're kind of mentioning, I don't see that we have like these river ambassadors up on the board.
They are.
Yes.
Robert mentioned them, yeah.
It does work.
Oh, there's no doubt.
Yeah, it does work.
People, tell you for sure.
Yeah, we have to jump dumpsters. I was gonna just other ways of minimizing trash and litter and law enforcement presence.
You're saying like animal waste, why don't we have the little baggies at all boat launches like we have in parks?
The minus side, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, that's a good, it's my best waste bags is fine. I just see them on the side of the trail. For example, it's like, come on, guys, what, they got a poop fairy that comes along and picks up these bags?
So is there anything up here that addresses the real or imagined? So we talked about our struggles in defining what overcrowding is, and from what I remember, most people are reflecting that once they get on the water, they're less impacted by crowding. Now it's more like, I don't like the way you're using the river, or it's noisy, or I don't like a powerboat where I'm trying to use my canoe.
Well, that mesh for separate types of use doesn't just extend to commercial versus non-commercial, but right, all these other types too, so.
Yeah, so those are two, maybe just say EG, commercial, non-commercial. But So it just gets people thinking, but it doesn't, it's not limited just to that.
So for example, if there are stretches of river that uncontrolled watercraft are causing more search and rescue response, then you restrict non-controlled watercraft in that area. Data's there. Right, the data's probably not there, but you could, as a bad idea, you could restrict certain stretches of river to specific type of, to controlled or versus non-controlled watercraft.
What is it, control versus non-control?
You can't control a inner tube with a cooler beer in it. But you can control a canoe or a raft or a drift boat.
Depends on how drunk you are.
Mhm.
Depends on how drunk you are.
Well, that's true. That's another issue, that's another issue though too, yeah.
You do anything.
Is that real or imagined?
So Scott, my question with regard to regulation was more about an overall opportunity to say,
maybe not restrict, but designate,
you know, on this stretch of Missouri. We're gonna
more friendly.
She talked about yesterday, like, is there an overall way to put in a sort of fishing regulation that everybody has to subscribe to that would essentially, you know, and in some cases it definitely is just gonna push the use to another area. But if what we're trying to do is spread use out, not decrease actual use, then are there tools where we can change the incentive to go to certain places?
And I think the answer to that is absolutely there are. In my native, in Pennsylvania, they have delayed harvest sections, streams, and also fly fishing only sections. So delayed harvest means artificial. Harvest and eat the fish a certain portion of the year. Does that decrease the use in those sections? At certain time, I haven't been there 25 years, so it's hard for me to say, but I think the answer to that is pretty emphatically, yes, it does. In the aggregate. During certain times of the year, in certain hatches, not so much. So there's models out there for that, where you take regulations to shift that use around.
Yeah, we, like in Missoula, we have 4 or 5 rivers, right? And, you know, we batted around the idea of, you know, one river is closed for the non-catch and release season. Like there are places you can't fish till the first Saturday in May, which when I was a kid was everywhere in the whole state. I don't know when that changed, but, you know, could you go to a thing where like one year this, you know, the lower Clark Fork is not open until the 3rd Saturday in May, and then next year it's, you know, Blackfoot. Next year it's, you know, you just sort of move it around and give the resource an opportunity to recover a little bit, you know, just from a use standpoint. And you know, you are absolutely just changing where the use occurs.
And there's the other thing is if you're talking about give the resource, you know, some time to relax, or a time, a day away from those use patterns, is if you're gonna shut down a section to all activity, which I don't know if you can, you might still have to let people float through it. I'm not entirely sure about that, but let's just say fishing. Or you just shut down that whole thing. That's essentially rest and rotation. That is the very definition of rest and rotation. The problem with it is the ones that we have here in the state, rest and rotation has been defined about, let's basically say to this user group, but yes to everybody else. And if you were to do rest and rotation and do it effectively and give that section a break, it's everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody. Can't do it there that day.
Right, so.
And do you think in that situation, it's rational to think you could do a rest and rotation, you know, for a user group like fishing and not do it for canoeing? Like, is there?
I think that'd probably be the only way that you could do it, because, you know, it would, I just don't know about it would be a legal question that I can't answer.
I mean, I was thinking more of.
I only practice unlicensed law.
I was asking the question more as a, you know, from your perspective as an outfitter and being representative of that group of users. You know, if we said, look, we have in these high use areas around urban communities, let's call it Bozeman, Missoula, Great Falls, or whatever, that we're gonna do a rest and rotation for fishing that is gonna be, January through May, or every 3 to 5 years, there's gonna be a year where you can't fish on that stretch of river. Anybody, no designation for who. Is that something that would
Certainly would rest that section, no doubt about it.
And is that grounded in?
We keep coming back to the same thing, and I will make this very quick, sir, I'm sorry. I keep coming back, and you heard me say it before, I'm gonna continue to say it. The words continue to say that come into my head, that I'll continue to scream from the mountaintop, is shared burden of conservation. That's it. That's basically my platform, my plank, where I stand. If it's shared burden of conservation and it's needed for that resource, fine, let's do it.
We can do it.
Let's do it.
So, is that okay
I would include his language. Yeah, shared burden of conservation.
that is an objective, kind of
That's, and this is specific to fishing, and I'm wondering if that might also be specific to boating, for instance, and allowing certain sections of river to recover that have been overused over the year, and giving nature a chance to grow a little more grass and a little more willows.
Both stretches of river for safety reasons. Sweepers in the river, or high water, or whatever it might be, low water.
The other one my tribe talked about was
rotate open dates.
I'm sorry.
Just leave the word fishing, so rotate open dates can be any number of things then.
Your tribe was talking about, or ideas.
If, in the case of this sort of shared, sacrifice that has to happen, one of the things that we hear from ag users, particularly on the Blackfoot, is, when the water gets low or gets warm, they get asked to curtail their
irrigation
water use. And then, there is no curtailment outside of like hoot owl restrictions on the fishing side, on any fishing. And, we sort of batted around the idea that, like, look, if we have to get to the point where we're asking the ag users to not use the water, we should probably not be fishing either. Right? Like, it should just be like, if you have to go to that point, and then I don't know how those agreements would get made, but it was just another idea of, of shared sacrifice. Cause I have a lot of ag friends, and I like, it's frustrating for them when they turn off their irrigation, but there's still 15 boats a day floating by their pump, basically. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not there fishing, but yeah, I get it. I mean, I think
it's connected, but I don't know if that's in our purview because it's water rate issues.
Say that again.
I don't know if that's in our purview to discuss just because it's
Yeah.
coming into water rate issues.
It's just a tool, it's. I think that the agreement to not use the irrigation water is between
irrigators
and whoever manages the water, right?
Fish
In this
Wildlife
case-
and Parks that has the Murphy rights for stream flows.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I mean, but it's happening. They are giving up.
Exactly, they're actually doing that.
They're doing it for the health of the river. But the anglers aren't making the same sacrifice. So just another shared thing we've had around.
I added surge pricing because I think someone mentioned this conversation yesterday.
So on the list of bad ideas as well, could we, if we're going to say.
Throw it against the wall.
Yeah. If we're going to say that we're sharing this burden, let's say if we're gonna say we're limiting fishing to these days or limiting commercial activity these days, then outfitters and guides get compensated for lost opportunity.
Sounds like welfare to me.
Yeah, I don't get,
Actually, unemployment
I was just saying,
compensation, right?
I don't get compensated when it doesn't snow.
Right.
Or when it's cold and there's no water in the river, I don't, my business goes down and it's just part of the manage.
You're telling me this, that's part of bad ideas, I'll stop giving you bad ideas.
It's part of the challenge. That's good.
So I think at some point, it might have been over dinner too or something, I can't remember now, education outreach, like, could you think about making folks get, their conservation license and like watch a video to learn some of the etiquette, things like that, right? Like,
Yeah, if you wanna go boating over in Yellowstone Lake, you have to watch a video before you get your permit.
I think that's a good thing to put up there on the board. We would have to check with, really, it'd be probably the best place to check is with NFP, whether the efficacy of those programs.
Cause then you have to address every single potential user group, languages, adaptability, accessibility.
I mean, I'd be all about putting together a videos. I mean, come with me and watch me launch, come with me and watch me row, come with me and do that.
Start a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
yeah, you could have different videos for different user groups, so are you tubing, click on this one to get here.
I'll just mention, we have videos like that. I shared that in the introductory presentation. So we do have river etiquette, river management videos and resources and information out there and available. We work collaboratively with other groups to build those, setting the requirement to watch that. And that's a different suggestion there, but we have put in some work to provide that as a resource. I think you guys are talking a little bit differently about requiring it or prior to the actual use occurring, you have to watch that.
They have a motorized boating manual. Non-motorized rowing manual.
Colorado has implemented a commercial rowing certification.
Yeah, they do.
Instead of a guide license, you have to complete X amount of hours and be certified to row a boat on a river.
I think it's 7.
Yeah.
Is it for commercial use or is that?
Yes, it's in replacement of a guide license. It's a certified that you can safely.
But it's not a requirement of public.
It was a tool.
Only for commercial.
In prep, and he's like, I think I got a copy of the old one that was done, and that was done after the first rack group in 92.
I think this is great that today people's attention spans and stuff, less words and more pictures maybe.
Yeah, and I didn't want to give you a hard time about FWP videos, but what we need is like a 24-year-old influencer making like
15 seconds.
Social media influencer.
hired social media influencers that were just at the trailhead for breakfast yesterday.
Yeah.
Or collaborate with like that, actually.
I mean, I think that's Park Fork Coalition's done some of that stuff in Zoom.
I would be very careful, like trying to focus too heavy on creating annuals because they're not gonna be accessible to most people. They're not gonna have the like forethought to go find those.
Years attention span is just too low.
That's what I was getting at with, we gotta, talk to them and see what the efficacy of this stuff has been in the past.
Yeah.
And if the answer is, not at all, then what's the very definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results?
Did someone say about like having like life jackets at the put in like the bar?
Yeah.
Our local hospital does a thing every year where you can buy helmets through them for like $10. They do it like once a year. You can get on the helmet program. Not great helmets, but not good at that, PFD program through, whether it's FWP or us or, where we could, I think there's just certain things we're just probably gonna be better at.
Yeah.
Than a agency will be. And I don't mean that in a bad way, I just think that. I think we all have a shared responsibility.
They already do it with hunting.
There are some people that are attempting to do guide schools.
Yeah, there's scattering them across the state.
There's a guy in Bozeman now that's just teaching a general class, like how to rig your raft for an overnight trip, that sort of thing.
I can say that certifications do drive participation.
Yes.
Group I work for is trying to figure out how to improve participation in programming, and we're finding that when there are certifications involved, there's a higher level of enrollment versus non-certification oriented
We
programs.
also, for us, we find that when we charge for those things that we do, they're way more well attended than if we have a free.
Yeah.
People don't see a lot of value in it, but if it costs you $10 to come to our boat demo in Frenchtown Pond and try boats out, the people that show up are like, they just perceive the value there. Yeah.
With a junior boater program, and a junior ranger.
I just keep thinking about it from an agency standpoint and, what can they do?
Yeah, and some of these things, they can. Let's talk with the local community.
Well, yeah, and it's the idea that the more people that understand the importance of a resource and use it, the guiding principle is that the more people that will care about it, the better off the resource will be.
That's why I've always been really pro tuber, because I always feel like if there's 150 tubers going down the river, there's like 3 of them that will probably end up being super into rivers and go on and do other things, and the other 100 and whatever of them are, just it's something fun they did. And I would like to just make the statement, I'd like to be really careful about not adding cost to the end user wherever possible. Particularly like it's one thing to add a little bit of a cost to somebody who's already paying $600. It's altogether different to say, that's $10, where it's been free, they're a citizen, to do something. I struggle with that. I mean, I don't like the idea of doing it for for a commercial trip, but I have less heartburn with that than I do like having FWP say, well, now it's a pay-to-play program, and we're changing the whole dynamic. And
Uses the people.
demand pricing, so that, launching on Blackfoot on 4th of July is gonna cost you $40.
Well, that type of stuff they could not do unilaterally, the legislature.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and things like that, given our objectives, certainly need to be things that are companies that are actually. Spaghetti at the wall for now
And so Scott, that is because, can you clarify that for me? That
the cost of those licenses is lodged in MCA code. I mean, the non-resident fishing license structure as it exists right now, not to toot my own horn. That's me. I did that bill. I researched it. I did it from the beginning. The reason why we have 1 day, 5 day and season right now, as opposed to the 2 day, 10 day and season as it was before, is because I did that bill. And the only way that I could have done that bill is one way and one way only, and that's create a bill and go to the legislature. Get the legislature to vote on it, governor to sign it. And it's the same way with hunting license costs, residents and non-residents. Fishing license costs, anything that they have that people are paying money for, that FWP has, people are paying money for, is lodged in statutory.
include parking at access points.
That's a good question. Potentially, maybe no, but I would guess that it would be yes. That's, again, that's out of my realm of unlicensed practice of law.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, so we'd actually have to go to the legal experts, I think, and ask them, would this have to be statutory?
You have any thoughts?
For the parking fees? Yeah.
Charging fees.
I mean, we charge entrance, you know, to state parks, so we have an entrance fee, so for a non-resident, so they would have to pay to enter, which would be a parking space, so say, for example, Milltown, the non-resident is entering that space and using the parking or the amenities or whatever it is, they're supposed to pay to enter. The resident, of course, does not, if they have that license plate as a vehicle. For the case of the fishing access site, they sure on, and park, I don't know.
It's the conservation license there.
Yeah, it's the entrance into the space, not necessarily the parking or the unit, and I think a question there would be too, is it a designated parking? Like, it would have to be constructed in a way that would have parking spaces, probably.
The question is, do you have the legal authority?
No, because it-
Resident.
Again, I'm just thinking conservation license. Who did that? That was the legislature.
Yeah, well,
It wouldn't have been anybody else.
it was.
I think the department would be.
SB 596.
I don't-
If I remember right.
I don't think the department could implement a parking fee.
That would be a enforcement nightmare, I think.
It would also go against our objectives.
Seems to work for them to generate some money.
So we have about 15 minutes till the other group comes back, but they're gonna take a peek at ours over there. I want to show you what they've come up with, see if that generates additional ideas before we all get back together. So let's take a minute to read that.
So far in my head, this is what I envisioned, the whole least to most restrictive.
Yeah.
From what I've seen so far.
This is the other group's document.
Yeah. So I mean, there's also a lot of shared ideas here, right?
Yes,
So, yeah,
absolutely.
I'm gonna scroll down if.
And the other thing I gotta say about this 35,000 foot view is, from what I'm reading so far, hate to say this, but I'm a whole lot different than this. It's already on the books.
Yeah, so feel free to pull ideas out of that too, of course. It's not, you know, what we're providing here is a way to implement all this into one like decision. In a framework whereas that doesn't actually have that capacity. And so that will be, you know, using your values as the thing that's getting used to make a decision.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe that there already aren't best practices in place that FWP hasn't learned from either other agencies across the country and or through their own expertise. I mean, we are not reinventing the wheel here. We're just being asked to give FWP an up-to-date recommendation based off of our input into pseudo marching orders.
Yeah, and especially with this idea, like, you can't make a change in one place without having an effect on the broader area, right?
But all those bad ideas about limiting opportunity.
Hey, look, again, shared burden of conservation.
Yeah.
Now, I assume what they mean by limiting non-resident guides, capping outfitting. Well, the limit non-resident guides is, that's not gonna, FWP is not gonna be able to do anything with that.
I deal with it
I would
every
think.
day. Yeah.
Because, I mean, you can't limit, there's no residency requirement, it's under Board of Outfitters for guides. Now, could you put a rule in saying non-residents can't guide on such days of the week? I guess they probably could, I don't know. The capping outfitting, I assume, is an allocation. And not capping the amount of, putting a moratorium on the amount of outfitters in state, because again, wrong agency, that's the Montana Board of Outfitters.
What do you, so
But
I deal
it's
with this,
shared burden of conservation.
I deal with this every day. I have people that send me their guide license for, so they can be included in the program for the company that I work for. And I tell them, I'm not accepting this until I have your outfitter signature on it, because otherwise there is no proof that you're doing the work enabling you to get the, you know, the benefit.
Problem we've identified and we are working on right now.
Yeah.
Turns out that we got to do it legislatively. We had some differing legal opinion with DL and I were attorneys. We're gonna look at doing legislatively so that you don't have these guys who are getting guide license without endorsing original guide license without an endorsing outfitter signature to get pro deals, because it's popping up.
Yeah.
Boy, it's popping.
Because Wyoming has no requirement at all. They just have, you can just guide without having anything.
All I gotta say about that is wait till May,
Yeah.
because that will hopefully change. We tried to do it with arm rule at the Board of Outfitters during their last meeting, and they pushed back and said, we can't do it unless we have a legislative change. So that's in the works.
We have that.
That's off the subject.
To this. We could take a stab at adding some of our ideas. But they come back in about 9 minutes. Probably try to like kind of take our ideas and push them into another unified document.
Yeah, because that doesn't, no impose restriction on.
Yeah, well, need some edits still.
River specific user fees or restriction app that is not transferable to other rivers or users. So does that sound like the stamp idea that I threw out there? Yeah. Do you mind going back up to the top of the document? I stepped out of it.
I don't see anything about stewardship. You know,
Oh, I get it. Do nothing. They're just.
That's
an alternative.
That's a management option, not an intention.
So, but they didn't include do nothing in stewardship either.
And we can add those in later. It's everything, but I mean, this is the idea of having that menu of what are you gonna do for education? We were starting to build something like that too, of course. You wanna go back?
Sure, that somehow we don't lose sight of one of the things that FWP needs to be paying a lot of attention to outside of the crowding things. This is crowding having an effect on population. The quality is the right word, but is that
The resource.
just a resource in general? You know, it's obviously it's a trigger. But
Well, it's specific to fishing, and this has already been developed, and we talked about it for a number of years. And frankly, just to say is that it met with a resounding thud at FWP. And that's the idea that you have biological triggers that trigger management actions. Those triggers being three things largely that the fisheries biologists talk about. Abundance of the population, size of the population, and catch rate. And if you start to see a decrease in any of those three triggers or three at the same time, that or any of those three things, that then triggers regulation to address those biological.
It's also like.
It's different.
Issue, right?
It's different. This is designed not for environmental conditions, for temperature and flow. This is designed for angling effort. So when you see the amount of angling effort that goes by, and then there are biological triggers that happen because of it, those three things, the catch rate, abundance, size of the population.
What's the difference between abundance and size of the population?
Abundance is the amount of them. Size of the population is how big they get. Little ones or big ones.
Wouldn't catch enough.
Average size. I think I'm talking a little too much, maybe poorly in fisheries biology speak. And probably, like I said, poorly. They know what they're talking about. I don't. I'm also a unlicensed fisheries biologist.
Amateur biologist.
I got a little more field time, so.
So, I just tried out this new header, like resource impacts, like. Idea of really use in response to those biological triggers.
But it should extend more than just the fish.
Yeah, I was gonna
because-
say, I think, we around, and I don't wanna sound like I only know about Zulu, and I certainly know a lot more about it. There are significant resource impacts along the Blackfoot River due to just humanity use that's not related to fishing.
Yeah, I see the same.
Just
Sort of invasive species.
Yeah.
Eroded banks.
Species,
Eroded
black.
banks, it's defecation, garbage, like it's just human, I've seen the problem. It looks at me in the mirror every morning.
You could say that triggers for decreases in natural resources. Riparian natural resources.
Degradation of resources.
You see that even like on the Smith where they'll close a campsite for a year. It's just
Reseeding, closed.
Yeah.
Didn't you all say something at some point about like when they're spawning, fish are spawning too, so it's not like even population sizes, but particularly biologically sensitive time. And you've got people waiting around being upset.
That just gets hard because, we have some species of trout that's going in the spring, it's almost year round.
There's particular areas that
Like fish going in late summer, don't they?
Yes.
I think what the department is gonna say is, oh, not the purview of this committee. Those types of things we handle under wildlife and parks or fish and wildlife division. Not the parks division. Biological stuff, kind of different venue.
Unless the amount of use is affecting it, right? I mean, I think.
Oh, yeah, I think so too.
It just feels to me. Talking about. Use is our main thing, managing use. Are there triggers related to use that? Are biological?
Should suggest change in management.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Say yes, absolutely.
It's not gonna completely eliminate it, but in my opinion, I don't fish for fish on reds. I just don't do it, period. But can we do a better job educating people? Probably. Will it eliminate it completely? No. But it'd be a good attempt. Or it should be something we can try.
I have a friend up in Southeast Alaska, and they're steelhead fishing in the spring, and there's literally like, you'll be going up the river and they'll be like, okay, for the next half mile, there's a bunch of reds, and there's big signs on the river, no fishing.
And there are areas where it does. I mean, below, I believe it's Willow Creek that comes into the Jefferson, that's closed.
Yeah, they do that.
Then they do that in other places too, where it's closed because of the prevalence of spawning that happens in those areas.
So, one thing that in my mind is like totally different type thing, but thinking about different recreation types, there's the day floaters and the overnights, like do you want an overnight opportunity? Things like that.
I know that the general public definitely,
Yes.
at least in our world, I live in, the general public definitely wants more night opportunity than they have, particularly on a river that's regulated. campsites all.
Those were all taken within 24 hours.
Not even 24 hours, I think it was less than an hour, like 90% of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when it's such a short season that you can actually get into a lot of those easily.
So we haven't really talked much about voluntary versus involuntary. I mean, part of the thing about one of the objectives of outreach is to give people, is to provide information in a way that allows people to make decisions that they can either choose to make for themselves, to avoid the decision being made for them. I voluntarily don't go fishing or floating the river when I know it's going to be crowded or it's potentially bad for the resource. I don't need a hoot owl to tell me that 68-degree water is too warm for fish. It's like, there's not, we need to encourage people to voluntarily make better decisions based off of what's best for the resource, but also good for.
What's the incentive that we could do? Or what's the program that we could come up with? Maybe specifically generally to incentivize that type of behavior. I don't know.
I
the
would,
answer.
I mean, going from least to most, again, I would say that even just the first step of providing people with that kind of information will allow a fair amount of the population to make that decision.
Yeah. And this is where like,
Without incentive.
yeah, this is where like in June, and the sun is out, it's finally getting warm. People they want to get on the river because they got that boat, they want to use it. Like that's when river fatalities are the highest because the water is still 50 degrees and people are dying of hypothermia because they fall into the river. That's a voluntary decision to go and do that as impacts.
I'm gonna kind of throw them under the bus, but as far as providing incentive ideas for incentives to people to do it, is the absolute best person to talk to probably is Marcus, because that's essentially what his organization does. That's what they're all about. And have had success. Not all the time, but predominant amount of the time they've had success with it.
Yeah.
Anytime, so any last thoughts? I know, that's got distracted. Word. Distracting me. Yeah, they've in the past, they walked it through.
Figure that with the bear outline.
You guys be nice to Sam. He wasn't the first one in this time.
I heard see their sad little faces.
Did I think of some bad? I definitely thought of some bad.
You guys can have a contest to see which one came out with better bad idea.
I thought there was no bad ideas that last session.
Piece of spaghetti, we threw it up against the wall.
Yeah. As long as these stamps are transferable, fine.
Oh, there you go. This capitalism will always prevail, right? There you go.
We're gonna start up again in like 2 minutes, so we need a quick, in an hour until.
Yeah.
I should just yes, buy everybody else's stamps and then just.
Fortunately, that's my.
Fine, so. We'll give you $1 million.
I was saying yesterday in that village where I don't. But you go to British Columbia and they pay $20 a day to fish the river, and you're like, oh shit, that's a lot. You fish the river, and you're like, I'll pay that. It's worth it, kids, it's worth it.
It's a lot more than $20 too.
When I read on the Flathead, I was like, yeah, that's totally.
Yeah. It's now, I mean, with the shuttle and the fishing permit and the camping permit, the travel permits for building the Fort Flathead. Just to do it.
Sam said, say you should.
$365.
Yeah, there you go.
366 on here.
Exactly.
I'm not really going down that path, but the stamp thing, yeah, okay, but just to pay. I mean, the same thing. If you're allocating 25, you need to say, well, I pay double stamps, I pay this amount to have that many access. I think it's something to consider.
Would you see that just as an angling thing, or would you see that too? Pay the same amount too?
Yes.
As long as the money administratively went towards the resource, then you're essentially saying this is not, it's not a tax, it's a user fee.
Yeah, I just, you know.
It does
I'm
great.
really uncomfortable with user fees in general, and I'm particularly uncomfortable with user fees that group all kinds of use under the same umbrella. All different kinds of use under the same umbrella. I mean, just, there's different impacts.
All right.
These kind of.
So
That's why I like the parking fee.
just under an hour left. We looked a little bit at these group one list here and group two and vice versa. So you know, and each of you now, if you open the document, you will see that you can scroll through and look at these groups are in each of the two versions. So you can look at it at your own pace, but kind of looking for here, like, you think we're ready to, again, take one of these and like pull over the things from the second one that, you know, we want to keep that building into that and then kind of have in the next less than an hour-ish, like at least a very initial draft of ideas under these different alternative headers. It's been a long day. I know.
One kind of clarifying thing that we kind of went in circles on a little bit is for these alternatives, does it make sense to, we started out kind of framing them under these like categories of like education, where it was least to most restrictive or intensive or whatever.
Yeah, we noticed that.
But then we also talked about maybe we should keep them focused to these objective categories. So we have come up with like specific objective or alternatives for stewardship and then river usage. So we weren't sure where to go with that.
Yeah, I don't know yet either.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I think at least starting with how you guys have begun organizing this is helpful to at least first way of looking at it. We can reorganize however it makes sense as we keep looking at this. So what are our objectives? So there's education ideas. What could be most efficient? Your education ideas, then we have a education section, so.
They're pretty similar.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say that group one has nicer formatting now, what I did for you, group two, and I apologize, that's on me, so.
Take credit.
But we could also sense there was a slight superiority in ours.
Want to let you guys have a win at least once today. so. No, yeah, I mean. We can, whatever way you want to approach this, we could just take group one and pull in group two's ideas and keep building this out, or vice versa, or.
Start at the top.
Mhm.
Pull in.
Okay, so if we look at local river objectives, let's look at the education there, and then. Do this side by side.
Non-motorized boating manual. Is there already such a thing, or does there need? to be?
Yeah, we talked about it.
I think I sent you the one major, essentially a road man.
Information about the same as I feel marketing campaign. 5 or 10% of it's really good. I just.
But you gotta do it.
But you just keep doing
Yeah.
everything and hoping something works, you know. You can reach it. You know, like that is like the education.
Yeah. A lot of this stuff is common sense, but maybe just not to everyone.
It's not that common.
Right, the guy who comes down and rents a boat, he doesn't know how to row it, doesn't know any etiquette, he doesn't know
That's
any of
that's
this.
a problem.
You lived in North, the other day, I watched this old lady grab the anchor from sitting in the back of her drift boat. Threw it out of the boat, like that, to their boat spinning sideways, like clients waiting fish right there. He's like, don't those guys know?
Okay, so here's what we think will be easiest. We're gonna just start with group one as the template and pull group two over. Is that okay with everybody? So
Yeah.
that's what you're seeing on the left side is group one. And here's like, so focus on education first. There's the education pieces that we talked about. And I think there's a few more below. So comes up. So want to just, for now, grab the different ideas that, you know, where there's not overlap and cross them into our template on the left side. Is that fair, since we're not going to evaluate any of these? Okay, so
Can we just throw everything, if we have similar groups, just put them in there?
yeah, what I'm gonna propose is that since we're, you know, down to 45 minutes today, Sarah and I will take some time this evening to kind of try to look at everything and provide some suggestions for tomorrow. So we'll try to like consolidate like ideas and show you what we come up with just as a potential way forward tomorrow morning. But you know, that might make this simpler since I know everyone's a little bit tired from a lot of thinking today. So we'll go ahead and do that. Just, yeah, go ahead and smash all that in there. Okay. Now let's go down to stewardship. Stewardship.
Yeah, we had it. It wasn't that good.
Management. Okay, must be. Is it the resource impacts? Yeah,
That's what I was.
so. Just a bit of a delay between what we changed on ours grade so much there. Okay, so we pulled that over.
We want the header for those.
Yeah, go
four
ahead and grab the resource impacts, limit control use in response to triggers. Collaboration. Kind of split up a little bit in some of our ideas here, I think. Work with local communities to redesign access sites. Did you guys have an access site specific section?
We didn't get to it.
Yeah, that might be something just for that whole chunk over there then.
Great with social media influencers.
There was a brief moment where FWP did a river etiquette education. And there were so far as that there was actually a mascot, a life-size stuffed fish that a person wore.
Who wants to wear it?
Yeah.
And looking for volunteers.
And it was we built out a like a glossy high production booklet. It's that pamphlet there, but in a new high glossy version. That
I think it's that on that website that I was looking at when we were in there now. It's all the same stuff. It's like, except where it is updated to bring your conservation license.
Trying to remember what that program was called, because it was FWP was getting funding, like through the River Management Society or one of these other.
Right, I put in there for you mascot and fish outfit, so.
Thank you. I'm saying we are not. Things have been done. Things have been done.
Didn't you wear that to the telly races one night?
Would never be caught telling skiing. Wearing a fish costume out, yeah, I would do that, but never telling ski.
So how about over here, our first header was maximize satisfaction of Montana residents, and we had some just random ideas that we talked about, but I'm not sure that those fit anywhere cleanly with the group one's way of breaking this out.
They might sort of fall under. Like, looking for a sense of allocating and limiting activity. I don't know.
Yeah, some of those.
Some of those fall.
Yeah.
Second. Yeah, okay. Well, the more float in opportunity is different, but yeah. So we have this in order. At least I know.
Ruin in order. I forgot their systems processing.
So. Multi access site stuff over. Education outreach, with the management stuff.
Spread out.
Place for now, and then we can. Source effects. So I think with that said, everything from group 2 is now on this master list. And what would be most effective for you all right now? Like, are there more ideas that we can talk about as a group that we haven't talked about yet, or things that, you know, are on the list of objectives that haven't been thought of yet, of ways you might actually achieve those things? I think would be a good place to.
I see under the monitoring of usage thing, one obvious place that we're gonna see people are at the access points. And, having a way to just, look at who's parking there, like as opposed to, camera counts or anything, but if you're trying to get a gauge for what the use is, you just made people have, even if it was free, they had to get a parking sticker for their window that showed they've been registered. It would be easy to differentiate all different kinds of users.
Outdoor recreation plan.
I see some privacy issues coming about with remote cameras. Like, believe it or not, people use FAS sites for more than just getting a river.
You should see the weird stuff. Stations that I put up.
Right.
There's
Right.
weird stuff.
By law, sure.
Clean them.
Yeah.
Once a week.
Sign it and say you're under surveillance, yeah.
Yeah, that's so currently.
Why do they-
Talking about this.
Yeah, they are.
The reason you can even use cameras for monitoring is because that data can only and solely be used for the monitoring of that specific item. So they can't, that imagery can't be used to identify you. It can just be used to identify you as a binary.
Yeah.
There's a count one.
That's a monitor.
If you were to use the camera or anything beyond that, then it would have to be signed. And that would not be allowed on the waterway because you have a reasonable expectation of privacy.
Just putting things together. Yeah.
Things about if there was a webcam that showed how crowded an access site was.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine as long as it can't be, that wouldn't have to be even published that there's a camera there doing that, as long as the imagery itself cannot create identifiable.
Individual. It's almost like, it's like.
So a traffic counter at the entrance and exit would be more of a better indicator of activity than a camera would be.
No, not necessarily. And then a majority of that, I don't know if it's a majority, but it's a very high number of FWP sites already have traffic counters at the FAS sites.
Right.
I think that's variable across the.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on the region. So some regions might have over 50% FAS sites with vehicle counters. Region 5, for example, doesn't have any, but they're hopefully getting, they should have some deployed and installed.
Is that cost effective?
The vehicle.
Yeah.
It's a general count of in and out. Vehicle counters can determine types of use.
So I understand, but I'm just saying it's economical because you put them in every.
We don't have them at every FAA. It is economical because it does give us a general. Yeah.
Yeah, there are some issues with where the roads are though, right? I mean, it might overcount, so there's an in and out issue with close proximity to a highway is an issue sometimes, so some of the FASs we did not put them out because of some of those counting issues.
Can you give me an example?
There's a lot of, they're very sensitive counters, and so any movement, so if it's close to an entrance off the highway and the counter is facing a certain direction, it might be highway traffic and not just the entrance into that.
Is a method, but imperfect.
So they're not,
it's
not like a pressure. Like the old school ones they used to have, infrared.
Yeah, that's a trail counter. There's a vehicle counter that's, yeah. Magnetic, yeah. So you have any, so if a sign is across the way, it would get triggered, it's counting that, and it's shaky wind. So it's not exact, but what we use it for, especially for state parks, because we have vehicle counter system in place, is we use it for general visit numbers. So that means we can show this park has this many visitors, and you can kind of use that as rationale for future projects.
Would it be fair to say that it's better for trending versus?
Yeah, I'd say it's a general, yeah, over time is what we would use it for. We wouldn't use it for like day-to-day, you know, this is what it is.
So you can't tell if it's a minivan overflowing or if it's a.
We wouldn't be able to tell the number of people in a vehicle, the type of vehicle, the type of trailer.
How often is that calibrated?
The calibration, we ask for some of the managers to do it monthly, so when they go, they pull their monthly counts, basically, they're, you know, they can see over time if something's way off.
Let's take a 5-minute break and resume at 4, just since I know everyone's feeling a long day, so just to get a quick refresh on sugar. Jump back in and I think about these regional objectives a little bit. Thanks. So, 9
Sorry, like 49, 50.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, I didn't. Took a break, I'm usually pretty good at the water.
I'm gonna pass out the travel voucher, so initially you guys all filled out. And I completed the rest of what it is, so just verify that the information's correct on kind of the travel dates and times that you initially put in. And then in the bottom left corner, you'll see there's a signature needed, you can just sign there. If you have any questions?
I took a picture of you. Right.
For example, this is the date, so when you started your travel.
Okay.
The meals you eat. Compensated for, we did provide lunch, so I didn't include lunch for
everybody, I know.
at least these 3 days.
So what, is there anything I need to do?
Yeah, bottom left sign it.
Oh.
Yeah. As long as everything looks good. Sorry, it's such small print.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's super problematic. And that's. See, there's this whole video series in which this fish at the end, this person in a fish pops up and it's like, respect your rivers. Yeah, sign your turn here.
Bottom left.
Yeah, just down at the bottom.
Yep.
To the bottom.
Yeah. So you can make it as big as you want. They're okay, get your miss on the print.
Just walk around. Yeah, everybody, everybody gave me a dash, that's all good, thank you. I think she got tipped well, I think everybody's happy.
Balloon effect, what objective did that come from?
That was under the regional objectives. Minimize, number 7, minimize the desirable impacts of overflow, people seeking other areas, and impacts that come with the balloon effect, so. Like pushing use of to other agencies or private landowners. Challenging. What they need for opportunity in the local area.
It wasn't effect to another resource, it was still the same resource.
Yeah, I mean, and it could be to other resources too, right, but.
What does that mean to other resources?
For example, this camping that you do along the river, that you can't do anymore, that would then go up to the upper country or something.
Yeah, I mean, you could certainly have impacts on like the banker. Well, let's spend a few minutes, this last 30 minutes, let's talk about this. These regional objectives, I think, are one of the hardest pieces to wrap our mind around right now, and so. You want to think about this right now, we could table this part till tomorrow too, if it's like just kind of unclear. But yeah, we're trying to get at that idea of when you make a decision in one place, it's going to have a ripple effect to the surrounding area. And how do you make a decision that is that's at the local level, while also keeping in context how that impacts opportunity and resource impacts and everything like that at the more broad level, so.
So can somebody clarify what the no restriction on?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I think that was kind of like the do nothing.
Again, from our objectives here on ballooning, it had nothing to do about an adjacent river, it was just about that river.
I think, well, let's clarify the uncertainty of what we're talking about there, so. I mean, I think from what I'm hearing from a lot of the conversation, it is about effects on other rivers. As you push use out of that, you know, overused river, people are like, it's too busy, I'm going somewhere else, or you put in regulations and now there's no opportunity, I'm going somewhere else.
Just reading 7, 8, and 9.
It could also impact the same river as well.
Yeah.
The balloon effect and push people.
Yeah.
to stretch the same.
Close one stretch, you're gonna go to the next stretch.
So this idea, like under the process objectives of managing holistically, right? Like what you do here has a bigger effect. How do you make a decision that's all around the best way and gets at everything the group wants to see and values in like river recreation? So that if you limit this kind of use here, you maintain it over here. Like if you were to think about, you know, so you want more campsites, are there like how much more opportunity would be good to have as like one way of thinking about a regional level objective too, and that can be balloon effect or not, but
State's only growing. I know that we're wanting to limit things, but we have more and more use. I don't know if you can create enough campsites.
I think acknowledging the balloon effect is an outcome of not increasing use. The only way we're gonna not affect the adjacent areas is if we just simply disallow use, limit use. Because if you just limit use in one place, you're just gonna move it to another community. So it's again, it's trying to look at it, in my mind, it's trying to look at it holistically and saying, all right, well, if we are gonna limit whatever on the Blackfoot, you know, what's gonna happen to the upper part, what's gonna be the lower part. For all the areas in the region that people can easily get to. I mean, I think we have to acknowledge that effect is real and it has to be. There has to be an objective to manage it in that way.
It's also one of those voluntary versus involuntary things because a creek can blow out and it'll affect fishing downstream of that, but it doesn't affect floating necessarily, or bird watching, or any other reason below that. So people can voluntarily choose to not fish that stretch, or it's involuntary for them because of something happens in the environment.
It's an unwanted consequence of putting any restriction on any specific river, and it's something that has to be considered before specific restrictions are ever.
I don't know if it's an unwanted consequence, but it is a consequence.
Well, I
mean, it might be, you might be okay with that. You might be like,
Yeah.
look, we need to spread this use out to these 4 other places. So if we crank down on it here, we're gonna push it to maybe where we want it to go.
Maybe it's not always a bad thing.
I keep feeling this spill over to other areas, you know, I'm not sure that's what people want.
I was gonna say,
There's
like,
a sector in here in this room that might want it, that doesn't mean the public wants it. And it doesn't mean that's what the resource should have the impact on.
Right, we go in the Bighorn, the first 3 boat ramps can handle 4 boats at every launch. Then your next one below Bighorn is a single boat ramp with 1 garbage can, not a dumpster. Just doesn't have the resources even to handle the 20 to 40 boats that have now decided to go down there to get away from the crowds.
it's the same thing like with Flathead with the park, you know, Glacier put in the permitted entry. Now there's users all over the forest, the places that they weren't, and users like who are using the forest area that was formerly for Solitude are being impacted. So there are those spillover effects.
I do believe this balloon effect is just something that happens as a result of, and it drives the perception of crowding versus overcrowding.
So then if you're thinking about this, like as a group, would you say, let's manage for some places like the park that are just naturally going to attract lots of people? That's okay. We're okay with that. We want to preserve that solitude and experience in these other parts of the nearby area. So we actually don't want to limit use here. I mean, like, that's a conversation that, you know, you all could think about and pose some ideas of, like, we'd like to maintain at least this much of each of these kinds of things in each region or something like that.
Create social categories of rivers, so to speak.
So,
Stretches.
You're talking about, right?
yeah, I mean, like,
Yes.
you know, let's go back to the Flathead, you've got the stretch in the middle park that's used by the whitewater guides all the time. There's a lot of local users who don't go there, and you know,
There's
like,
the south.
might be okay with that, right? Like, it's okay, I don't need to go there, I have other places that they're not going, and so if they try to limit that use, then, yeah. Yeah,
My question is, who does that classifying? Who gets to make that call? And then after you make that call, who then or how then do you decide that on X stretch, this number of anglers are allowed, this number of outfitters are acceptable, this number of floaters are acceptable, and when you hit that whatever wall of acceptability is, what happens after that?
well, I think part of it is that if you like make a specification of, we care and want to have all these different types of experiences for people in each, like, say, region or watershed or whatever makes sense to you, then as, you know, FWP is making a decision for something in one particular area, and then we could say, all right, that meets that need, but now we need to definitely kind of make sure we allow for the other needs in this other river that's going to be the next decisions to be made of how to manage recreation there. So it's like, that decision here has that carryover effect to the next one. You should be thinking ahead to like those things and maybe tackle the easier ones first that already are like high use, and are you gonna just leave it that way or not? So, and this is something that FWP, you know, has mentioned to us that would be helpful to understand as, you know, this group, what would you like to see at this regional level of opportunity kind of, you know, maintaining those varieties of experiences, so.
It almost sounds like each type 1 needs an advisory group that sets social, like a social, like limits on the river each year. Like, you know, they look at the data from the last year and they say, okay, next year we're only gonna accept this many. And maybe it's unfettered, maybe it's, you know, wide open, but maybe in some sections that group has to come to an agreement for what they're willing to accept. I don't know. I think what I'm getting at is, like, at some point, somebody's got to make the call. And it doesn't sound like FWP can just do it based on the numbers. It sounds like they need a trigger or they need a group helping them make those
So,
decisions.
yeah, I mean, if that's what makes sense, then kind of what kind of things can this group propose, there's ways to think about that, so is it?
We haven't. In the original Blackfoot. Agreement.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's already like citizens advisory with an outgrowth of more citizens advisory groups for rivers.
Probably. But I mean, I think they set up, you know, they developed a set of criteria and said, well, when we hit this trigger, then this is what should happen.
They had specific boat days, boat launches per stretch is what it says in this plan.
Are you getting at, Marcus, when it's too much, when is enough?
No, I think more so is what I'm seeing in this is there's a lot of great ideas like, you know, the camera traps or the, you know, river rangers or whatever, but setting that up in a statewide process is really complicated. So what I'm questioning is how do you get regional boots on the ground advice and management in a way that is adaptable year over year. And so what it sounds like what we're talking about is an advisory group that gets together, reviews the previous year and says, hey, there were way too many skinny dippers this year. We gotta cut back on the skinny dippers next year.
On specific rivers.
On specific rivers.
Well, in the Flathead, that means that there is a lead entity. If something is happening within the park, then either the Park Service or the Forest Service will take on that role of lead entity. The Flathead Rivers Alliance does not engage with any sort of outreach or any sort of recommendations below, I want to say Blankenship.
That makes sense.
Yeah, because everything else is outside of their purview, because really, they're using the Wild and Scenic River System as sort of their bumpers, right? So nobody goes up to below Hungry Horse Dam and watches that stretch of river, just as well as nobody goes to Tea Kettle and goes down to the lake. But a lead entity type of an identification or leadership structure in place could address that.
I'm gonna roll back my no a little bit. Is that the group and the mechanism that says we've hit too much? Like, you know, and I don't know how you develop a statewide overarching plan that says, you know, here's how we know too much is too much. I think you have to do that river by river.
I think you have to, but a statewide thing is that you have a system in place.
I didn't say that properly. I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
It's my fault. What I meant to say is the reason of the ability to administer something like that, is that too much? When you have 24 CACs for individual rivers.
I mean,
in my opinion is it's too much.
CAC.
Citizen, us, Citizen Advisory Council.
So.
How many FSAs were there, and was that number specific to class one?
How many FPSs? No, we have 330 something.
And that was just on class one waters?
No.
Do we know what
That's
the
all.
number is just on class one waters?
Yeah.
You know, my view of it is that if we have this framework, then, you know, something is going to trigger action. And the first action is maybe convening a group of people to deal with that particular situation, that particular river, whatever it is. And that we're not going to need to look at every river at the same time, but there are, the heat map, exists, and there are places that are probably going to need to be dealt with earlier than others. We've got places where probably isn't going to really matter on the big one because it's set up for it and it can take it. So, so I don't see it as us having to come up with, anything except for here's the framework for when an issue bubbles to the surface for, whatever reasons those look like. I don't think we need to necessarily even talk about the reasons. I think
I think
The public is gonna do that, right? The public is gonna, start to be outraged about something and that's gonna become an issue and stories are gonna get written in the paper or whatever, and then FWP is gonna have to deal with it.
Do you want the reactive approach or could you proactively pose some
Well, I
things?
think the proactive approach to it is that you actually have a framework to deal with it when that issue arises. I don't think we need to solve problems that don't exist.
I agree.
I think it has to be reactive at some level, like we have this issue in this area. Let's look at it holistically through this lens of this criteria and figure out where we want to go based on all the decisions that we have to make and then we make a decision on that. We see how it works. We revisit it in 3 years. If we need to tweak it, we tweak it or we pull it back. But I don't think we need to solve problems on, the upper Yellowstone that don't exist.
You want that to be an objective of the regional.
Well, I'm just making the argument that I think it's okay to have a regional objective that doesn't necessarily require them to do it everywhere at the same time.
I mean,
Like restrictions on the bighorn, you wouldn't need to be restricted below mallards because nobody uses it all the way from Mallard's Landing to the Yellowstone.
It's probably never gonna.
But up above that, it's highly used.
We put the slide back up in that PowerPoint. I can't access this, asking for a code, but there was something that talked about, I think it was that lower right-hand corner in that grid that you had, that matrix that was put up, one of the very first slides. No, it was the multicolored group of 9 squares. Yeah, there it is right there. It talked about strategy. There was something about strategy that was in this PowerPoint that what Todd said kind of made sense. Yeah, right there. I mean, when I hear what Todd said, they're talking about, our strategy is either going to determine the structure of what this framework looks like, or our structure is going to determine our strategy. So if we, from a management approach, if we said we're going to allow regions to take this framework and then work with their most preferred provider or lead entity that's been identified, then it might simplify and expedite the process of addressing these solutions, whether they're real or they're imagined. So it is imagined that there is overcrowding on that stretch of the Yellowstone, but it is real that it exists in some other places and regions.
so would you recommend as, this group address those things first? The obvious, but as a recommendation, FWP, go to the places where you're hearing a lot of overcrowding issues. That's where we want to
By the
prioritize.
definition of that byline there, it says balloon effect. Given the data that we've been shown, regions 2, 3, and 4 are the ones that are expressing that heat map of there's problems here. There's 41% of people in Flathead 2, which is 8% of the total respondents, that said that vandalism is an issue, but that's not generating enough of a heat map there to say that has to be prioritized as an approach. If regions 2, 3, and 4 don't come to some management decisions to manage the balloon effect, then it will start to flow to 1 or 6 or 7, or it may not.
I guess from my perspective, I want to make sure that when we hand off a document to FWP, we're not saying the first thing you need to do is go back and deal with the mass. Then you need to come up and deal with Missouri, and then you need to go to Blackfoot. I don't know that we want to. I don't think that's. I think what we want to do is provide them with the tools to say when there's an issue, what do we do? How do we go about it? What are the steps that we have to go through to get to a decision on that particular issue? And the balloon effect is part of that decision.
So FWP, is that level of direction helpful?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, it's up to you. And what I'm hearing is that it's okay to deal with it river by river as the issues arise, just considering the balloon effect. But some overarching guidance on, you need at least this many rivers that are unregulated use that would constrain the options available to those local groups or the local decisions. We don't need that. We just need deal with the rivers and the issues case by case, and that's fine.
I think, I think you need to be able to go to the public and say, here's our doctrine, here's our Bible about how we're gonna do this.
Yeah.
So when an issue occurs on a particular place, here's how we're gonna go through this process.
Is that, I mean, but what we've been wondering is, do we need to have a bigger picture plan that would perhaps put some constraints on options available for situations? For example, like we get to a point 20 years from now that all of the rivers in one of these regions with the discontent in the survey, like Region 3, it's regulated use on those rivers, and the last one we're gonna deal with, it's the only one left with, you can go anytime you want. But what you're saying is when it's time to deal with that one, we just use the same framework and we might end up with all the rivers having limited use.
Or you might end up with a completely different decision on that one river based on.
All the options
based on
are on
all
the
the,
table.
all the input you have, and you're
Okay.
like, yeah, it's crowded, but you know what, it's John's route. It's a wave station in Missoula, and it's gonna be busy, sorry folks.
Yeah.
Do you want, like, if it was every single river had regulated use, is that? Or do you want to give FDP direction, like, please maintain some without that kind of restriction?
Well, when I look out 50 years, I think it's possible that every single class 1 and class 2 river in the state might have some regulation associated with it, 50 years. Do I think that's gonna happen in 5 years or 10 years or 20 years? Probably not, but maybe. Well, I wanna give them the flexibility if it happens, that they've got tools to go.
The last guidelines we had were about 20 years old now. So you could foresee that would be the light, what the guidance you give us.
Yeah, I mean, although if use increases, exponentially,
Right.
it has.
And we might tackle planning for whatever, 10, 15 rivers in that time.
Yeah.
And so if we wanted to have some big picture plan for, this number of rivers have got a solitude kind of experience like the Smith, this number of rivers, we need to have at least this much kind of opportunity that is not regulated. Now would be the time to do that, while we've only got 5 or so rivers with the.
So, it's my opinion that the people in this room shouldn't be making that decision for the citizens of Montana.
Well, I'm just asking, do you want to give us a framework to make that decision with?
I think that's what we're talking about. You may get to,
Nobody-
you may get to make this decision tree and then be like,
No. I know, I'm with you on that. Like, for individual rivers, it's mostly, you guys are a long way there. But what I'm wondering is, do we also need a framework for making a decision about how much the variation in opportunity that's available at a bigger scale?
This is kind of getting into what my big question is, so are we arbitrarily designating rivers, or are we looking at it and saying this river needs to be managed because there's too much X? Who decides what too much X is on whatever river that is? We haven't, at least from my understanding, we haven't figured out how we're identifying the problem yet. And if this group decides we're just going to we're going to direct FWP to arbitrarily just look at rivers and say, we want this experience on this river, that's fine, we can go down that path. But I think we need to figure out as a group what direction we're giving them. Are we doing it based on user days? Are we doing it based on user type? And then how much is too much? How much is acceptable? We haven't developed a process for figuring that out. And I think until we do that, we're just kind of shooting in the dark. If we want to do it arbitrarily, totally fine with that. We do that all the time. But we need to decide, are we doing this based on numbers, or are we doing this based on feeling and user desired experience?
So kind of dovetailing off what both Todd and Marcus just said. I mean, we're kind of jumping into looking at, well, what are we gonna specifically do about this river and that river? And well, we know what the options are because they're the options that have been implemented in Montana in the past. But I think before we get there, we can't just jump there from point A to point B without figuring out, well, which rivers do we actually have an overcrowding problem on? And what are we gonna do to figure out that? One thing that I think we could do is direct FWP to get more data on specific rivers to figure out if there is a problem. And I know that's two steps back, but I don't want to.
A collection of good data is how we make the right choice. in 20 years.
Yeah. And you can drown in data, but I don't wanna make decisions for rivers that there isn't an actual problem on and put limitations on use on a river where there isn't a problem.
Or we need to own the fact that we're making the decisions based on perception and our gut feeling. Like you might feel like there's too many floaters on this stretch of the river. And if that's how we're gonna make the decision, great, do it through public perception and how you feel. Or we need to decide we're gonna get the hard data that says there are too many whatevers on this.
We can do both.
Or we can do both.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we haven't figured out
But-
that step in the process.
But again, my perception is that, you know, we don't want to look at the way things are today. Because that's not gonna help FWP in 10 years or 15 years. Like, things are gonna change and, you know, what I would love to see is a durable document that gives them a framework to go through a decision-making process that might mean more data. It might mean making these articulate decisions about what we feel. It might, you know, I mean, there are all these things that we're talking about that could be built into that framework that just, it gives them a way to go about doing it, not where to do it or when to do it, but
I think we're all saying the same thing. I'm just saying we're getting into we need X number of river rangers on the Missouri to cut down on littering. And I'm saying we need to pull back and figure out what you're talking about. What is that framework for? We're gonna make decisions based on a combination of gut feeling and data and move through the matrix that way.
But to push back on that, I think we also need to give them, you know, what those steps might look like. Like, you know, like more river rangers or better fishing access sites, or like, what are the tools that we are gonna say, here's the toolbox in this framework that you can use to make these decisions. I mean, I think we gotta do both. I think, I want to avoid trying to look into the future and figure out what a future problem might be.
So I think this makes sense, like if we're thinking of like all these objectives on the local scale and how different users are going to be impacted by these decisions, then when you're thinking about like managing a particular river at this spot, you know, 5 years down the road, you'll want FWP to explicitly think about what is the overall like regional opportunity to it. Like, so what's already happened in this river 3 years earlier has an impact on these user satisfactions as you make, you know, choose among the decisions for river X. So in a way, like maybe it's kind of an inherent part of it, and like it's helpful to think about local objectives and regional objectives this way, but the way like we had talked about previously to these meetings, like, do we need these kinds of things from this group? Maybe like I'm hearing that you're not comfortable with it, and we might be able to handle that on a, you know, case by case, like future level as we think about the explicit impacts to those user groups each time a decision is made.
I mean, I'm comfortable, you know, saying, you know, here's sort of the framework and here's kind of how we see it, that we have these different classes of rivers, different kinds of use. And we're gonna give FWP tools to address all those things as they make a decision, but not tell them that we need to have 10%.
I don't know if this will help, but I'm just going back to the purpose that Liam provided yesterday, and it's on slide, I think, 4 that you sent out in that PDF. So I just want to read this again, and maybe this will help the conversation to get more. It says the framework is anticipatory, predictable, and functional to address local and unique circumstances. It provides equitable opportunities, reasonable, efficient, and transparent system of allocating limited opportunities, but not necessarily an equal distribution. So those are the, you know, it is a higher level framework, flexible enough to accommodate local and unique circumstances. I don't know if that's muddies it or.
No, that helps.
No, I think that clarifies that.
I think that part of it where the detail lives is that, you know, my sense is that FWP would like to know the sorts of things that are in the toolbox.
And so, for example, like there's already been a bunch of rivers that you've allowed motorized use on, and you're coming to the next river decision and don't have that opportunity for non-motorized only, and something like that, then a decision to allow motorized use there is not gonna perform well against your objectives, because if you think about the broader region, it's lots of that opportunity already. It's not satisfied that group, so allows flexibility to think across the, I mean, we need to think more about this, I think, tonight a little bit, take a break and mull on it, but like, to me, I could see that working. Just how to make that explicit. and
Yeah, but
sure-
I guess I hear them saying that we don't need that level of oversight at this point. It can be handled situation by situation with the same framework. That's what we're going for.
Yeah, but by having this, you know, we've started thinking about all these different types of user groups, the types of experiences and things like that, and like the overcrowding question, these things, like those are all part of, every river has that decision being made about something, you know, assessing all those objectives, and then, so that one satisfies this particular need. The next river, we need to make sure we look at it again in the broader context, but what works at that river might be really different, because we've already met that need nearby.
It's cumulative, right?
Yeah.
You're making a certain choice here that's gonna affect something down the road.
It seems to me that we are in a good place right now for what Liam was looking to this organization for this advisory. In that we've identified significant objectives, alternatives. And what we haven't done is put together perhaps the basic framework that was put together for example, this group. And FWP knows how to do that, but maybe we want to be a little bit more explicit about either the types of concerns that might come up that might need this kind of a group versus that kind of a group. Again, going back to a decision tree framework where it allows FWP to say, okay, we're getting to the point now where we're hearing a lot of people saying, we don't have enough access to the river in this particular area. We'd like to see more swimming and soft boating occur. And Fish, Wildlife and Parks can say, okay, we have the template to deal with that. Here's the groups that we need to contact. Here's the process that we're going to go through, and so on and so forth.
That's certainly my hope.
Yeah.
That's
Well said, Robert. It's good.
Sorry. I part of that caught my, I'm kind of wondering, question of how do you how does FWP decide when to plant a tree?
Yeah.
What's the trigger? What initiates the conversation to begin this framework?
Yes.
Right?
That's
So what needs to be heard, and how does it need to be heard to decide whether or not there is a problem to begin with? Is it the classic whoever talks the loudest and the most? Is it a number? Is it a feeling? Before we plant the tree to then follow those.
Proverbial cart before the
I think
horse.
this goes then, like, does the group want FWP to think about, you know, revising the management plan, the river recreation and how soon, and maybe that's where we're defining those things.
It's on you. You have the ability to provide direction to us about that right now. And it could be specific direction, or it could be general direction, like we want you. We think it should be based on when you get somebody with a lot of influence that's upset, that's how you do it. Or it could be something like, you know, it needs to be based on data. You need data showing that use has increased above some threshold level that a local group determines, or whatever you want to say.
But it could be all of those things, right? And it
Yeah.
could be situational that in some cases it's, it's a political thing that happens via someone in government that says we need to look at this, or it could be a citizens thing where they say, we got a problem with this, or it could be FWP saying, Jesus, we got a lot of use here. We're having a number of these sort of low-level conflicts, but it's risen to our attention.
What have we done in the past, right? What triggered, how were the variety of rivers that have restrictions? What was that tree planting? How did that start? I know personally the history of a riverway, but for the West Fork of the Bitterroot, how did that elevate to the point where that we address it? What was done there that created a tipping point that, we should convene and think about it? Much like, why are we here today? Who said what? What number, how many times? What gets the attention to then move into the tree?
Yeah, it would seem like FWP already has a structured decision-making plan in place when we have wildlife-urban interface issues. When a bear gets into your garbage, they don't kill it right away. They try to mitigate that. If a bear attacks a child at elementary school in the middle of town, that's a different story. So the idea that this heat map idea that we need more data, we need to really understand if this is really a squeaky wheel that needs to be addressed, or if it's just public perception because public doesn't like that they can't enjoy the river the way that they used to because of social factors X, Y, and Z.
Is there a difference though?
Between
perception and reality?
Well, the framework we were given was said, is this a real or an imagined problem?
And we talked about this earlier, is you believe it long enough, it becomes real.
Yeah. So maybe some of the flag we might see be triggered would be, are license sales declining in a certain region or by a river? Are customer complaints increasing by X? Do we have a biological trigger that says that catch rates are down?
This is the problem statement from the Bitterroot SCM process, and that paragraph there with the highlights in it, I think is getting at the trigger to why this process began. So looks like it was lots of surveys.
What is probably what I think some of us get triggered by the we'll survey. This I immediately read it here. A mail out survey focusing on the West Fork was a random sample to fishing license holders.
Well, but it started out with concerns raised by many river users over total boat traffic. Like that elevated it to the point where FWP said, we should maybe find out what's going on here if we can. Let's see if we can craft some survey questions and whether or not, those results are legitimate. So isn't like, that's not our job to decide, and whether it's 22% float anglers is relevant or 28%. I just think we're in a place where, FWP is going to know when the public isn't happy about something.
I'm
I don't
disagreeing
know
with you.
that we need to tell them how to know that.
So I want to
Maybe that's naive on my part.
just a quick pause. We are in the public comment period, so I do want to say to anyone listening online, if you do want to make a comment, please just raise your hand and we'll pause our conversation and turn it over to you. Sorry for going past that time a bit, but
Yeah, we're just a few minutes late, so if you have a public comment, there's no public in the room to provide comment. So anyone online, please raise your hand. You'd like to make a public comment. Seeing none. Good for starting the conversation.
So
Can you?
can you bring that
if
back
you
up
have
for a
public
second?
Comment and are having technical difficulties, you could still raise your hand and I will come back to you.
This gets at what I was trying to get to, is this is an opinion survey. This is not hard data. So are we developing a system where we're telling FWP to manage for user perceived experience? Or are we going to tell FWP to develop a decision-making process for how you manage these rivers based on hard data?
Yeah.
And who decides from that hard data where the tipping point is? Because I guarantee you, if we talk to our friends in the outfitting community, they would have a very different perception over the people that were surveyed here. I'm not saying one's right or wrong, whichever approach we choose to direct FWP to take, that's what we have to own. But we have to own it. Right now, it feels like we're dancing away from, we're going to make decisions based on feel and experience, or we're going to make it based on hard data. And those are going to send us in two very different directions.
Well, and I mean, part of like perception is reality, right? Like, you know, you got more people upset, then it might be the reason to trigger a decision-making process, but it also might be like biological degradation or issues like that, that, you know, people are seeing, reporting, or FWP surveying and seeing that and so on. So there could be like a variety of triggers to bringing this process about.
I don't know if we want to have the philosophical, like, what's reality or not. I think that could take us in many different directions. My opinion would be, reality is X number of votes from non-outfitted versus outfitted in this situation is the reality. Now, how you feel about that is a feeling, and that's fine. We make all kinds of management decisions based on feeling and experience and what we want to have. And I think that's good. And maybe it's a combination of the two. Maybe we make it like 60-40 feeling and reality, whatever that might be. But I think we're shying away from making this hard decision about how we want to develop our decision-making process.
Yeah, I
I
feel like
agree. I think that
perhaps-
we should probably look at both and say, in some cases, this is the way we should go. We see a fish kill that's massive. That's not a feeling, it's an actuality. We need to manage this now. How do we do that? Best to go down this biological path because we see a biological phenomenon that's occurring. Or on the other side, you may get a bunch of people that are talking about boating and saying, you know, it seems to me that it's getting pretty crowded here when I have to be on the ramp for an hour before I put my boat in. And maybe we want to change that. Why don't we go to FWP and tell them that we've got a feeling that it's getting a bit crowded. Maybe you do a survey, maybe you don't. Maybe you just go look and go, yeah, look at this. It's a Tuesday and they're waiting for an hour. Okay.
So
We'll do it.
So how do we help FWP figure out then when they're managing based on, you know, numbers versus feeling? Because, you know, for me, I would love to have a river runs through it experience on the Missouri. So, you know, all of you all stay away so I can have my nice, you know, cinematic moment there. I mean, this is what I think we need to get to over like the next, you know, however much time we are together, is like this direction to FWP on how to consider management decisions. You know, I'm not interested in telling FWP, you know, have, you know, bird boxes out on these fishing access sites to make it a better user experience. I think they can figure that out. What I want to help them figure out is, here's the, you know, the triage for when we, you know, when we think there's a problem, this is how we identify that we have a real problem, or this is just a perception of a problem, and then move through that decision-making process. They can figure out the resources. They can collaborate with the NGOs and the community partners to implement the local solutions. But I don't know, I think we need to go, you know, circle back up and figure out, like, how are we choosing to tell them to make these decisions?
Can it be a higher level point of the decision tree? Or do we have to dictate to them up front? I mean, in my mind, I keep thinking like, okay, an issue's raised and then FWP has to make a decision. Are they gonna focus in this situation on like real data that they gather, or are they gonna also absorb some of the perception? I don't know. I mean, I just think every situation is gonna be so uniquely different in Montana that to tell them, we think you should only look at real data, or we think you should only look at perceptions to make the decision is a folly.
I think it's our obligation to say you need to look at all of it.
Yeah, I mean, and as part of that framework, how do you do that? Well, there's an issue. Well, then is there an opportunity to gather data and do a scientific sort of approach, or is this really more of a social thing and be able to justify
I think
that
part of
decision?
our problem is we're separating these things into black and white scenarios. This is an intersectional issue. We keep getting ourselves into this same loop because we're thinking of these two things as separate.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so how do you figure out what the gray area is? Because, I mean,
is it
per that survey that they just did, then we should be, everybody feels like there's too much outfitting on those two sections. I mean, that's a problem you gotta wrestle with. How's the decision-making process developed to address that? Sure, I'm totally fine with a combination of, both, real data and experience and feel. But we have to help them figure out how to do that.
Yeah, I agree. Using that iterate template there, if you ignore the numbers that are on that paper, is there a problem with how that process was initiated to this group? So it said that first line that wasn't highlighted was concerns were brought to FWP. We don't know how, and we don't know to what level. Right? And then FWP took whatever that response was, and that was a trigger. So what, do we have to go back to find out, are we grabbing shovels and starting to dig the tree based on concerns were raised? What do you mean there? Yeah, are we comfortable with the agency responding with current levels? I don't believe that there is a number of like, oh, X number of phone calls creates a conversation, or this person calls, therefore this conversation begins. Is that like, so is there a fault in how this process worked? Ignoring the numbers. Are we comfortable? Do we trust our agent of our trust? Do we trust them to be able to evaluate concerns in a way that we don't have to dictate or set qualifications or quantitative amounts to? Can we believe that our agents can evaluate whether a concern is legitimate or strong enough, or isn't being brought to them with a ulterior motive? And then are we comfortable with, okay, concern was brought, we enter the tree. Okay, concerns brought, something's got to our attention. We now go through these steps, which I think we are very capable of helping them with. It seems like we've got a good framework for that. I think the agency also already has a lot of those tools in their toolbox. But ultimately, what I'm seeing here is concerns were raised by many river users.
Like the data and the outcome of that from the exit interviews doesn't reflect that reality. A very small minority of people raised those concerns, and they were able to get those concerns to the attention of FWP, who acted. And yet the people that were in the last paragraph or the last sentence not highlighted, an overwhelming majority of people said that they did not feel crowded and they had a high level of satisfaction.
Did you see who those people were? They were guided non-residents.
Right.
So is it reasonable to have a CAC in every region?
Isn't that the case?
You mean a river, he means like a
The
river.
residents are pissed.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. The waiting, the people who own property on the river, who wade the river, don't like.
Well,
paying
there's a
fishing
citizen
revenue by
advisory
the boat.
commission, which I believe is in place in every region.
That's not hard to see.
So for instance, concerns were raised, could we instruct FWP to say that if the Citizens Advisory Council gets enough input from their makeup to reach a threshold to say, we want that, like, we want something to happen here, we want to explore this further? Or are we leaving this concerns were raised up to a manager of a resource, or a particular employee of the resource, or the regional head of that area? Is that maybe a level that we have to consider of setting up how to move into this tree?
And what was the level of enforcement that was taking place on this stretch of river during this time period where people felt like their concerns were not being addressed?
That's my thought.
I think this is the point there, though. I think the reality was, there was some sort of groundswell that got elevated to FWP, and the decision could have gone differently. They made a decision based on that data, and then convened a group of people, and they had a process that they went through, and they had a decision tree, and they came to a final decision. And it certainly was not a decision that everybody thought was the right decision. There's no doubt about that. But I think they went back and re-looked at it again and didn't change it because it was like so I mean, I think the point is, if we give them the tools to go through the decision, maybe the first decision is, has this been elevated enough to be of concern to require management action now? Yes or no? No. When will it be? Will it be visited again in another 6 months or a year or whatever it is? I mean, I don't see it as being that complicated or that, because every one of these situations is going to be so uniquely different that, there's no way we can. I just don't believe we can do that. I mean, I think these are humans, and they're, and it's probably going to change, depends what the politics of the day are, what county it is,
Or if there's a river spill or 300 pelicans that move in and eat all the fish.
Right.
I mean, those are real things.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm not uncomfortable with, I'm not totally comfortable with the decision necessarily, but I'm pretty comfortable with the fact that it was elevated to FWP. They were forced to go through a process. What I want to help them do is have that framework.
So would it be like helpful then to think about starting tomorrow with like trying to identify like a series of questions that FVP should ask about like, do we need to actually elevate this to full like decision analysis that triggers using your objectives, right? So I'm thinking like a decision tree, right? Like it has a yes, no, and it leads you down it. And that might be overly prescriptive even too. You could also think about like giving points to answers or, having just a way to like walk them through thinking about all these things and the things that you can't anticipate, like the pelicans showing up and eating fish. But like, maybe, I mean, is that helpful FWP folks? Like if there was a series of questions to consider that this group provides, and there might be other things that come up later. And one of the things might be, so just an advisory council.
When somebody calls 911, it's not always an emergency, right? So that is the steps they go through. They ask the questions. Is this something that we elevate, and what is that response? And it's, it's generally a dichotomous key, but like you say, there's so much nuance that you can't create that strict of a framework.
And some things may be more important than others that even at that point. So that could be a way to think about moving forward tomorrow.
Well, you could look at, if everybody wants to, page 31. They essentially already have it. It's called a river evaluation. And that their current river planning manual. That's the triage.
So one recommendation maybe we should think about that maybe would address all of this is to direct the department to reevaluate and update the river rec management plan because it's 2007. It's been a long time and you know, we only have one more day and maybe this is, you know.
Maybe 80% of that's awesome.
Yeah, and
It just
maybe.
needs to be updated.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And that's the question Justin asked me to find out from you. Do you want to direct them to do that? How soon?
Maybe part of that reevaluation and update is making sure that what we're all trying to grapple with right now is addressed in that plan.
There's a triage
Instead of
model to address the conflict between parties, and that triage model identifies. You identify the conflict, you determine the severity of it and how urgent it is to solve it, and then you make it a priority. You rate it high, medium, or low, and then decide how you're going to intervene. That these are models that exist. It's whether or not as a culture and as an organization, FWP, at the direction of the leadership in the state, is going to address these problems and how they're going to do it. It could be an internal cultural issue to FWP.
Spot till 5. Been a really good discussion, and I think something that would be helpful to keep chewing on tonight. And Sarah and I will do some suggested editing on what you've come up with so far to just try to organize things and clean up some language and highlight areas where we need to ask some questions about what you mean if it's something. We're taking a little mental break from this. But yeah, tomorrow morning, you know, let's regroup and we'll figure out what makes most sense, but continue on this. And yeah, if you go out tonight, I don't know if there's any plans in place, but if you're going out tonight, like, keep talking about this stuff. Jot down more ideas. This is, yeah, it's really helpful to think through this and maybe starting to get a bit of maybe a better vision of what we could do here, but lots more thinking to happen.
I just wanted to remind you that we are meeting at 8 tomorrow.
Yes, 8, and don't forget to check out your hotel room.
I said earlier today is I think 8 a.m. Whether or not it's accurate in good 2024, the markets are saying is a completely different.
Yeah.
Conversation.
I think this is a very robust discussion that maybe could be better teased out in the longer planning process through an updated plan.
It's a 50-page document.
Ross, you just want to type up some notes for us?
Yeah, it'll be chat.
Maybe Sam, maybe Sam.
Well, you know what today is, but wrap up the reporting, we did